Yo, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Louis V Titan here. You're watching the HCS London major qualifier. Today's day number 2, so we got the top 12 ready to duke it out. See who places number 1 and number 2. I'm gonna bring in Tools. So welcome, Tools, to the broadcast. You excited for today, my man?
Oh yeah, there's so many good teams here playing today, and I'm really excited to see who are going to be the 2 teams that make it through qualification off this tournament alone. Remember, there's 4 spots up for grabs, 2 from this tournament and 2 for pro points after. The teams to really be looking out over here, though, that Proton gaming roster in the bottom half of this winner's bracket. They have to win today, either get first or second in order to qualify. They will not be able to do so through pro points.
Well, it has all been laid out in front of you. We're starting game number 1. It's Proton versus Native Gaming. So we're going to kick it off to Mikowski and Eli as they take us to match number 1. Mac?
Hello, everyone, and a very happy Mother's Day to you. Without all the mothers in the world, we would not be here for this epic bout of Halo competition. Eli the Ninja joined alongside me, my duo since 2005. And Eli, this one is heavy. It was heavy yesterday when Proton took on Cloud9. They won that series 3-1 with incredible objective efficiency. Now taking on a Native Gaming roster that we surmise would get there through points, but you want to get there through a top 2 placing if you can, to control your fate, to control your destiny. But again, for Proton, like Fool said, they cannot get there through points. They got to win this series. They got to get top 2. Here we go.
This is such a good one, man. Both these teams are really hitting their stride right now when it matters most. Both teams have a lot to play for. Native, the team that might be able to qualify by points, so maybe Proton comes even hungrier. We'll have to see. Native's definitely not guaranteed either, though, so yeah, this is going to be a hotly contested one. And like I said, both these teams have been playing very good lately.
Yeah, that match yesterday, Proton versus Cloud9 was massive. Cloud9 at the 7 seed. You think Cloud9 and you think Sentinels have it through points, but again, you'd rather control your fate, control your destiny, collect, controlling the shock rifle off the start. Takes down one, looking to take on his former teammate APG. But for now, they'll both split. APG on the push, though. He's coming for him. Collect, sensing that pressure, dips to the grapple hook instead. 2v2 for now, and I like Collect's positioning right here, letting the game come to him.
Right now, they've got the trip cap. No reason to do anything too crazy. Bear in mind, we are in the midst of a geomagnetic storm, and the servers are a little bit wonky. Sun quite powerful as it turns out, so perhaps that's why we see a little bit of choppiness in the delay here. But Collect gonna fight his way both through the geomagnetic storm and the opposition here with this shock rifle, just gonna fight back those particles. But looks like Pollock here to help him as well, and this just seems like Native can't really get control of anything. Gilkey, last player alive, he's probably got to wait for his squad to figure out what to do. He's going to cap A for the meantime, but as he does so, Proton's going to cap C.
Proton Gaming with their best example of solar gaming as they're starting out the day on fire. 87 seconds and rolling, and a big reason why Collect has not died just yet. Looking for one more with that shock. Would be the killing spree. He's got 3 in the back of gold, but they don't expect him. The flank is on. Oh, what a big turn there to take him down. APG with a massive play. Would have been all 4 down for Native Gaming. All they can do, though, is just take back the shock. They're not going to be able to get map control because of the 3 going down previously, and 3 captures go in possession of Proton Gaming. Native Gaming's got to wake up.
Feels like they gotta wake up, but like I said, this map can get out of hand very fast, especially against some of the fastest movers in the world. I consider Talik, Druk, and Collect to just collectively have some of the best movement tech in the game, and they take advantage of that in a big way. Look at this. Collect just reset C 2 seconds ago, and he's already killing players in A to stop them from capping on this side as well. Utilizing that movement tech is what makes this team so powerful in strongholds.
Starts with one slay could twist your fate in the other direction if you're Native Gaming, but they got to get a slay. They got to get a cap point, and that's part of the process. Trying to get a little too ahead of themselves. Got to get that slay to get B, and they do just that. There we go. Gilkey gets on the board with the process being played perfectly. Eliminates the player over on the pillars and then takes B. Now we've got Native Gaming on the board, but C already flipping in favor of Proton Gaming. Barcon going down to Talik, and it looks like Eli, Proton might be able to regain control, but for now, this is the best we've seen Native Gaming look. How many points can they score, though? I'd say they need at least a minute to feel like you're back in it. 100 seconds, not that big of a difference in strongholds, where even a 249, 200 or even 249.50 we've seen come back. So Native Gaming, despite going down early, are still in it.
You're exactly right. This game type is just the question of which team can hold onto that scoring position for longer. And the question has clearly been Proton. I mean, they're only able to score 30 before Proton just steals the control right back. Not only that, but last shot takes out the shock rifle player Gilkey, who was really the one best primed to put that extra pressure on them. So now that he's out of the picture, Proton could look to run away with this.
Proton Gaming could have found the right composition of 4 players. Their objective efficiency, going again back to that Cloud9 series yesterday where they had to win against them, 7th seed in this tournament, and they dominated in the OBJs. They lost the Slayer, but the OBJs were 2-0 oddball, 3-0 flag. I mean, they were absolutely dominating in the OBJs, and it's one thing to do it on one day, but it's another to make it 2, as Proton looked to put together 2 straight days of back-to-back competitive high-level Halo, and they're doing just that, 196 to 36.
Remember commenting yesterday, Collect seems to just get this camo at such a high frequency. Every time we see him on this map, the man is picking up more as he has it once again. He's going to utilize that to cap A. Talik trying to multitask for the squad by maybe capturing B at the same time. Also just applies a little bit of extra pressure right now. Native have to decide, are we going to protect B or go for C? They've got to kind of do both if they have any chance to stay into this. They do protect B successfully, but will their push to C be strong enough?
2v2. I don't know, man. Barcode gonna have to win this 1v1 against Collect. Oh my God, Collect just absolutely perfect. 5 perfect shots to take down Barcode, and he takes back B, most likely. You'd imagine at this point, you think anything's possible with the way Collect is frying, sitting at 12 and 3 with the long-range DMR shots. He's not missing, and he's playing his process again perfectly well. So the slaying prowess, the OBJ efficiency, it's all there. And it's almost all there in the hands of Collect. This POV, this run of 3 slays has been incredible as he earns the assist, the 4th. What can Collect do wrong? Seemingly nothing for now.
I think Collect is angry, man. This guy has been shaded out of more teams than any player of his caliber in Halo history, and he is on fire, continuing to shut people down. And he said, you know what? I don't care which 3 players are around me. By the way, this could be the best team he's been on in a while, but after how many times he's been shaded, he's like, you know what? I'm just gonna, whoever I'm with, I'm forcing my way to pool play. You can almost feel him willing it in that game there.
Collect, you mentioned, might be a little pissed off, might be a little angry. This is a guy who was formerly just weeks ago on this Native Gaming roster, and there's always something to be said when a player takes on his former team. Now in Halo, everybody's so close and tight-knit that you almost always end up going up against a former teammate at some point along the line, but this is still fresh. This is still a raw wound, maybe cut through Collect, where he wants to prove he was not the player that should have been dropped on that Native Gaming roster. And I'd imagine, Eli, that's exactly what we saw there. And it's kind of crazy to me that we were just hyping up Collect. Pollock had just equally as good of a game. So when you're seeing what you're seeing from Collect, and then you look across the board and you're looking across the map and you're like, oh my God, Pollock is matching his proficiency. That's a recipe for trouble for Native Gaming. They almost, I'd imagine the series still just getting started, but this is a game 2 must win for them.
You're exactly right, but I say it a lot, man. Recharge strongholds getting to that point in the meta where all these players know how to manipulate the spawn so well that it's often that team that gets the early lead that just snowballs out of control. But I mean, the counter argument to that is, well, Native got control momentarily and Proton just took it right back. So
is it a strongholds thing or a map thing? Because Solitude strongholds kind of looking like recharge strongholds now. Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to ask you that before we get into game 2. Is it a strongholds thing or map specific?
I think that some maps are less snowbally than others. Like Live Fire has the ability to kind of switch control back and forth. There's a bit more flexibility, perhaps. But it is mostly a strongholds thing. You're correct. I mean, you've got to play fast, and it does really favor the faster team. And on paper, I think Proton just generally move faster than the players on Native.
All right, here we go. Native Gaming. Off of that analysis from Eli, looking to speed things up a little bit, play faster, and they're on the fast track here. Game 2, Aqua Slayer is live, and Barcode and the rest of Native Gaming have a much better start here in this one, up by a point, and also with possession of the OS. Barcode's finding value out of that. Thought I just heard some comments in the chat. Heatwave now out, double kill for Barcode. 2, no medal on the screen, but nonetheless, it's a 3-kill lead for Native. Much better off the start here.
They've got to use this lead to their advantage. Barcode got not only the OS, but also the heat wave. Just 2 shots left, is not able to convert those into a kill. Does have some active damage on the map though, and perhaps another member of Native could clean it up, but looks like Collect going to be the only member of Proton to fall in that play. And you'd like to see a bit more of a lead from the side of Native, having earned the entire sandbox, but they still do maintain it by 3 for now.
APG with a nice chase grenades. Thwarts the push from the last shot, takes him down with the assist, but I agree. I think you'd like to see maybe a 5-kill lead as that dwindles down to 2 after an opening break win for Native Gaming, where they had the entire control of the sandbox. Now Collect looking to break through on the yellow side, has the flank. We saw him previously flank the gold side of Recharge. Now he's looking to flank the gold side of Aquarius, if you will. But he's got no opponents to take on. Nobody in close proximity. Collect now just on a wild goose chase, it feels like, as he's not going to find one. We hop on board here with Gilkey.
Look at this. Both teams just understand the situation. There's going to be some players hiding around corners, trying to use each other as bait. That's why we see every player that we've switched to just kind of checking corners as they go through. Collect, not the type of player to sit top middle and fight. He's the type that's going to find an avenue through the base, but we got a fight for Overshield here. Druck's going to grab it for now. Barcode's one shot. He goes down as well. This is going to be an all-out brawl. I imagine some grenades are going to be flying here, but who's getting away with it? It looks like it is Collect once again, stealing the power up. This guy is always at the right place, right time when these are coming up.
Look at Collect instantly pushing through the bottom mid location to pick up a heat wave with full magazine worth of ammo. 8 shots to work with, to be exact, as Collect has still half of the OS to work with. That's gonna be a difficult fight. He can take on all 3 here because of that overshield. Now needs to dip a little bit to the right, but APG finds his face. The Proton find the lead, up 3. Now 5.
Goodness.
Wow.
APG just kind of getting ran through right there. It looks like Druck is absolutely warmed up as well. These guys, I notice when they're strafing, they just strafe insanely fast left and right. It's so difficult to play against. I mean, these guys definitely woke up early, have been warming up, got that coffee flowing, and they're showing it in their gameplay.
Crackhead component to that strafe speed now in HCS. It really has cranked up not only the pace of play, Eli, but even in the macro there, a micro within the strafe speed, almost like a metamorphosis of the pace of play that we're seeing crank up so hard and so heavy here in Halo competition. As Druck goes down, trades out, two go down on each side of the map, but Eli, through those 2 trades, the lead continues to grow for Proton. They're running away with it, 27-19.
Talik looking like an exterminator, wearing that helmet, just peeking around corners, not missing a single shot. Finally gets taken down, but Talik's already 10-7. About a third of his team's kills right now, but the whole team really stepping up right now. Druck with the least kills, but also the least deaths, so he's kind of playing damage control as well. I know Druck very comfortable on this map, so many curve slides that he can utilize, and just understands how to anchor in positions for his team. This next OS is up. It's going to be McWin that grabs it, and he does get away with it while one shot. How can he put this to work to potentially bring Native back into this one?
Oh, it's one thing to get a team wipe for Native Gaming. It's another to time it with the OS. What can they do with it now, as McLean is already down to a quarter of the OS shield? So Proton doing a great job. And look at this, like running away from a camo user, it feels like. They dip back right at the time where McWin has no overshield left to work with. Perfect timing here from the rookie. It's the last shot, but nonetheless, McWin gets the reversal, takes him down. The lead's dwindling now for Proton Gaming, but Native Gaming need another stretch sprint of good gameplay here. McWin delivering that with the killing spree, previously at 3-8, now at 8-8.
You can see the veteran understanding of the game. Just the way he moves around the map is so purposeful, right? Like he's trying to find exactly where the members of Proton are. Also uses his movement to multitask, not only looking for targets, but also the heat wave. He does get taken down after maybe exposing a little bit too much there. Maybe another member of Native can pick that up. Still a 7-kill lead though for Proton. Talik just controlling top center here. Now he's hunting, looking for more targets. Finds McWin. He goes down. And Talik is just controlling the top of the map. He's already ready to put pressure on those spawners.
If Proton Gaming continue to get this Season 1 level of Talik, this is a team that could go from the 12th seed in NA to #1 in the world. I know that sounds crazy. I'll at least throw top 3 out there because that's what the potential is. That's what the ceiling is that we've seen for guys like Talik and Druck and Collect and Last Shot. No slouches in their own right. 5th, 6th at the Halo World Championship for Collect in Season 1. So these are all guys that had a lot of success early on in Halo Infinite and are finding it here in Season 3. Talik finding another slay on McWin is This is running out of control. Eli, the lead is ballooned to 11. This is over. Native Gaming are going to have a miraculous comeback if they want to get back in this series.
The damage output on this man has to be out of control right now. 15 kills, 8 assists as well. Collect right there to hear the call out and clean it up. Overshield's up. APG's gonna try to sneak in and grab it, but he's too late. Druck was there already. He's also got the thrust, and this man with the thrust is an absolute menace. And I think you're exactly right. Just 3 kills to go for Native to shut this one out and go up, or for Proton to shut this one out and go up 2-0 in this series.
This was a 4-5 kill game going into the 30s, and into the 30s, Native are only able to get 1 team wipe full. Oh, team wipe and a half, but that is not enough when Proton are frying like this. And again, when Talik is frying like this, his first name is Hunter, and that's his namesake. That's what it looks like he's doing on the map, head hunting, as Proton take it 50-36 to absolutely start this day on fire. Again, to set the stage, if you guys are just tuning in, waking up a little late, probably played matchmaking until 4 a.m. like the true Halo players you are, Proton Gaming coming in at the 12 seed need to win this series and then the next one in the winter final to guarantee their spot in London. Otherwise, they do not have enough points to make it via top 2 in points. This match could not be any heavier for them. And Eli, is this a little bit of who wants it more? I mean, I hate to say that because I know the guys from Native Gaming want it just as bad as Proton do, but it's hard to manufacture that false sense of security or false sense of danger that's in the eyes of Talik, Druck, Collect, and Last Shot. They know that they need to win this tournament if they want to get to London via HCS compensation and pool play. So I don't know, man. I'm seeing a little bit of that. What are your thoughts?
I think you're right. I mean, it does really feel like these guys are bringing all the stops. You can just see it in the movement in their Spartans. I mean, these guys are just simply moving different right now. They are absolutely trying 115% in every single 1v1 fight, whereas, you know, sometimes it can feel like maybe on the other side you get a little bit lazy or complacent in certain plays, and you're not trying to hit the triple left, right, short, long, short, crouch, slide, you know, Michael Jackson slide to the side. You're not doing all that in the middle of the fight, then you're probably not trying hard enough to win the fight. That's just the fact of the matter against these guys.
Man, woof. Cat catching strays from Lethal and Native Gaming catching no strays. These are identified. These are manipulated, meticulous shots being fired from the boys of Proton Gaming. An unbelievable regain from them. They've had a tough go at it, man. This has been a roster that, again, everybody's put top 3 on as far as their ceiling because we've seen that before. It's not to say that, oh, these guys have the potential. No, they've done it before on the biggest stage, the Halo World Championship. Now bringing in guys like Collect, Friars in the league like it's the Last Shot, one of the top up-and-coming rookies, maybe Rookie of the Year. After all things are said and done, all things might be said and done here for Native Gaming on the winner side of the bracket, though. If they're not able to come back, needing this game 3 to start the road to a reverse sweep. Gilkey as the snipe.
If I'm on the side of Native Gaming, I'm looking at the young blood barcode. Youngest player on the team. This guy can bring the energy. He can bring the vibes to his squad. I really hope that he brought that Australian accent to give a pep talk, because that's exactly what these guys need right now. They need to step it up. This is a good early game. They've got the sniper top tower in the hands of Gilkey. We know he's very dangerous with it, and they're almost halfway done with this hill. I think this is exactly what Native needed to start off well in this game.
This is brilliant from Last Shot. He's not going to go for this. He's just going to pull Gilkey's reticle to the left side of the screen, all the while scoring happening on the right side. I love this. From, well, somebody tries to go for it. You can't do that on Gilkey. And that's why I felt like Last Shot was not pushing for the camo. He knew he was going to get his face taken. Now picks it up at a later date and eventually goes down. But again, Eli, that distraction, that bait gave Proton Gaming half on the board. It looks like to me, though, Native Gaming and Gilkey saying, we'll take the sandbox if you guys take the early lead, then now rotating over to the OBJ to use this sandbox, this snipe, to try and get on the board first. But Collect earns the back smack, and that's going to give Proton spawns on the garage door, most likely.
It almost looked like Gilkey shot his teammate, but it might have just been the same timing that he shot that shot. But yeah, I don't know. It felt like Gilkey was doing his best to hold that side of the map, but when the rest of his team dies at that B side, it doesn't matter anymore. Your snipe no longer matters. There's so much of the hill you can just sit in. And Proton only need a few more seconds to close out this hill. It's going to be contested for now, but if it's not for Talik coming into the hill from the back, Mikwin's still alive here. Last player alive on this side, and he has to make a hero play to potentially win this hill.
Last shot. Also looking for a hero play, but because of that G-slide through the nest, I think he just, and backing McWin up to the mud, I think he just gave Proton the favorable positioning. Proton take the hill. Oh my God, another heads up play. We've seen 2 veteran level plays in the positioning department from Last Shot. One tied on the camo, one time on the objective itself, flying through the nest bridge with that G-slide, and that gives Proton the lead up 1-0 to start.
You gotta feel like this is where Dread is finding its way into the native gaming comms. I mean, they lost the first hill and then immediately go 3 dead into the next hill. Now you've got a crazy Talik running at your face while you're trying to spawn. This is exactly what we needed though from native. Barcode finding an avenue in, finds the double kill, secures this side of the map, but look at the sneaky play from Last Shot.
Again, don't go 3 for 3 on big brain plays. Last Shot. Don't do it. He's doing it with a back smack killing spree. Gonna earn a double kill. Potential triple. Yes! Last Shot making unbelievable plays at 9-3-2. He's the top performer, but it's not the stat sheet I'm most impressed with, Eli. It's his process being played. 3 times now, he's made the right decision in a difficult situation where, you know, matchmaking gold 3 flat pools lobbies, you probably reach out and try to backsmack the first guy that passes by. Last Shot let the whole team come through, then strikes for the triple kill. Proton collapse on Native Gaming and are starting to collapse on their chances to win this game, win this series even. 2-0 Proton Gaming. We have not seen Native show anything yet that leads us to believe that they can do this, and it's more collect montage moments here. Saw a little bit of that from Barcode, but that's just one in a series that's already 3 games deep. They're going to need much more.
I don't know if there's any chance for them to come back at this point. It just feels all Proton all the time this game. Every single glimmer of hope that Native has had has been shut down immediately by the heads up plays, the teamwork, the icy, the everything out of Proton. These guys woke up ready to play, and you're exactly right. That play from Last Shot, so brilliant. Tools would have definitely tried to assassinate the first guy, missed, and then got killed and then laughed at by his teammates. That was 100% what would have happened to Tools in that situation.
Oh, Eli, I would have at least given Garrett the back smack. He would have gotten the first, but then he would have gotten turned on by the 3 rest of Native Gaming and gotten taken out. Instead, in that moment, Last Shot takes down 3, and that felt like a catalyst moment, right? Native Gaming had a chance to tie it. Native Gaming had the numbers to push through and storm the tower, take back tower control, but Last Shot just so damn good, so damn smart more than anything. The 3 go down for now for Proton Gaming. This is Native Gaming's chance, and with a millimeter left on that hill for Proton, Native have to play perfect Halo. Their back is against the wall, their life in the upper bracket against the wall, and at risk as well. McWin looking to lock down the snipes and potentially this 3rd hill, but again, they've got to be perfect.
If McWin dies here, it almost guarantees they lose, right? I mean, you need all of the resources you could possibly have on the map. McWin favoring playing that tower side on the opposite side. He was attempting to kind of manipulate spawns and also cut off some routing for the side of Proton, but it's my opinion, I mean, if they're that close to capping the hill, you've got to play a little bit closer to it. With 3 minutes on the clock, the reverse sweep in this game type is feasible, but it just feels very unlikely at this point.
Lethal wrecking the LVT chat as hard as Proton are wrecking Native Gaming in this series. Proton, and again, this isn't so much Native Gaming getting wrecked in the sense that they're not playing well or they're not great players, great team, great organization. It's just that Proton are, again, Proton have that edge. Like, they got that chip on their shoulder at the 12 seed. McWin, though, with the double kill, getting back to the top of snipe, locking down the location he was trying to previously. But again, you just can't manufacture that sense of urgency, right? Like, it's just difficult, right? Native Gaming feel like maybe they can get their 3 points. You know, it's up there. It's potential. They got potential, but Proton have to get top 2. They're playing like it.
Oh, McWin needed to land that back smack, and it ends in a trade when it looked like he had a great play. But hey, Barcode does land the kill, or sorry, land the hill. So that kill ultimately did take that player out of the play for long enough to give Native that control. Gilkey's also got the sniper. He's got another chance here. First sniper he picked up, not that great, but here we go. I think he was able to get it off the map. Kind of hard to tell from that fall animation. It could have been stopped by the rail there, but this isn't over yet. It looks bad, but there's still a lot of time on the clock here, Hunter.
Oh, absolutely. Even at 3-0 with 3 minutes left, I still believe in Native Gaming. I think they can do it. But at 3-1, they got more than enough time. They've actually, they're trending above what this comeback could look like. But again, you gotta play perfect. You cannot let Proton get one more. If they do, the series is over. Last shot looked like he had a shot that would have connected on the face of his opponent. Instead, he goes down. 2 go down for Proton Gaming, 2 go down for Native Gaming, and this is a battle for the hill with even numbers across the board. Who's going to play more efficiently? For now, it's Native Gaming, and it feels like now, Eli, they're starting to wake up.
Gilkey knew the exact route that Collect wanted to go for. Look at this, such good defensive play. He knows Collect's probably not going to let him kill him, but at least force Collect to back off while your teammates are coming out spawn. They do spawn up and now are able to contest that camouflage. Collect's going to stay alive though, as is APG going to take down Collect, and it looks like Proton are the ones to get away with the camo.
Man, Native Gaming take the lead on hill number 5, but after all 4 go down, back A spawns, and look at this split out. They're looking to potentially form a collapse here. Barcode and McQuinn on the sandbags, and then 2 more pushing through what I imagine is the cuts, but Talik has it read like a book. Wow. Yeah, there's that guts flank, and they read it as easily as we did. Talik and Proton Gaming absolutely dominate here to start your day. Winner semifinals win, 1 win away from the miraculous qualification from the 12th seed to top 2. Can Proton do it? They need to win 1 more.
They're secured in that winner's bracket finals, but I tell you what, Native needed this series to warm up if they're going to make it far in that lower bracket. I absolutely think they can. They've got time to have a pep talk to get a little bit more adrenaline in the veins before their next match, but we're going to switch gears here. Check out one of these lower bracket matches. Looks like we've got team Ryin, who is the lowest seeded team to still be alive in the tournament. I mean, these guys were, I want to say, around like the 17th seed range.
Wow. Yeah,
so
the
we've
25
got some
seed overall, so 20 overall in this tournament with the top 5 out and qualified. So 20 seeds still alive.
Still alive, but down 2-0 in that series, as it looks like Common and Haynes on Reversal Perfy were able to win both games 1 and 2. So they also have to kind of wake up if they're going to stay alive in this. But I mean, props to those guys for making it as far as they did. A lot of talented players on that squad.
Yeah, Reversal Perfy, taking a quick look, they're 3,000 points ahead of Proton. So at the 11th seed overall, Reversal Perfy, that is, they're in the same boat as Proton. But again, Eli, my gosh, how big is it to have that token in the back pocket? Proton feeling confident, feeling strong, and not to say that they want to or aren't going to go for the win here in the winter final, but they have that contingency plan in that if they do lose, they go to the lower final and then can qualify for London through that. I don't think they want to do that. I think they want to do it through the winter bracket and prove that they belong, right? This is a Proton Gaming roster that's gone through so many changes. We saw that Native Red top 3 roster all but come back together and then fragment again to where now only half of that squad is remaining. But again, that's 2 out of 4. That would retain your pro points if you were competing in 2008, 2009 and Halo 3. So I don't know. I still think because of that, because of the half the roster, half the core still being there, I still see shades of that top 3 World Championship squad.
I think you're exactly right, man. Wow, is there so many talented players in Halo right now? It is so hard to say who's the best at it right now. You can't even say definitively who the best is. Even the top 5 at this point, it's so close. But we're into a game 3 here between Reversal Perfy and Ryin. We've got observers in a lot of lobbies today, guys, so we should be able to catch your favorite players. Right now, I think we are going to wait and probably switch to the Sentinels one, but for now, we're going to check out this game 3 and curious to see how this one plays out.
Hey, for now, I'll take some free Halo. 3 headshots there for Cherish, especially up the lip. Boom. Goes the dynamite. Double kill, counter snipe. As Cherish looks to earn back that map control. 3 go down for Ryin. Now Reversal Perfy should have a great look at a poll. I want to give a quick shout out to a great production team. W Production in chat, man. The volunteer commitment from the grassroots Halo community is so strong. We're not taking breaks, Eli. We're not going to get a sneaky snack. We're continuing on with the action because of that W Production team. Thank you so much to LVT and everybody else behind the scenes for making this possible. As Reversal Perfy look to put their first one on the board, but the Spiteful has the snipe, and all 4 go down. They're going to have a goal line stand reset.
The Spiteful, absolute menace with this sniper rifle. I've seen him in matchmaking a lot recently, and he is always popping off. Check out this guy's stream as well. I think a very underrated player. Now he's finally getting a chance to show what he's capable of here in that tournament gameplay. But I don't know. This flag is always so close to being scored. Chera's just trying to play defense here to open some space to make sure his teammate can cap it. They do. Not only that, but after capping it, oh, sorry, they lose the point here. So it's Ryin going up. And what a great start for Ryin in a game that they need to bounce back.
Once Cherish got that double, I was thinking, all right, this is looking really good. But again, Eli, oh man, we had a couple tough Argyle matches the other day. One team wipe, not enough, unless it's at that goal line stand, I guess. So for Ryin, they're able to stop the bleeding. They're able to stop that cap from going through. And what a way to manufacture a potential reverse sweep. You got to start to get some seeing is believing momentum. And Ryin have it right now, up 1-0.
At the moment, they're just trying to hold on to this mid-map control. The Spiteful gets taken down. Great plays in the vents from Haynes here. His position's ever so powerful on this game type. And he's just going to stay here. This team is not really in position to push all the way up. He's going to try to just keep applying pressure, keep the players from Ryin trapped in their base for long enough for his teammates to push up. And now that he does have a teammate under the base, he is going to push up, try to help win this fight to potentially get this flag out.
Oh, big win there. As Reversal Perfy are able to take down two. Haynes and Common, man. This is a duo that deserves some respect. These are two OGs in the scene.
North America. Here we have Common, though, with the sniper. And this team, by the way, Common, Breaking Shot, and Haynes. Now, if you sub out Cherish and you put Posey there, that team got, what, top 12 at Charlotte? So yep. These guys definitely no slouches. They've played together. They've got that teamwork. I think that's why Breaking Shot joined this roster.
Yeah, Common and Haynes, top 12 at HCS Arlington, no less, just recently on that Darkest Hour roster through the open bracket. So these are guys that can get it out the mud. They can start off in pool play and have a good tournament. And you're right, you bring up Breaking Shot. We saw last shot previously. There's something about these shots that lead to potential Rookie of the Years in these two guys. I think those are the two to watch. Last Shot and Breaking Shot. Those are the two rookies who have not yet had a chance, I believe at least, to compete in things like pool play, starting off their first year in that position. Breaking Shot's a guy to keep an eye on. He is absolutely incredible gunny. We've seen him with some big games here on LVT Halo, but he's going to need one more. As Ryin get one more on the board, take a 2-1 lead here in game 3. There's still plenty of time left, though. 7:30 on the clock. Counter coming through.
The Spiteful needs to stay alive with this sniper and make some plays. We know he's capable of it, but Common's going to trade out with him. That's going to shut down one of the potential ways that this flag gets stopped. So Reversal Perfy still in position. No, they're not going to be able to get this one. The double return comes in from Ryin. The flag return does go faster if two people are standing on it, by the way. I'm finding out that people are learning these things about 3 years into the game coming out. If you've been playing since the start and you don't know that, just watch some of my YouTube videos at the very least.
Yeah, go check out Eli the Ninja on YouTube, guys. Go purchase a Metafy session. If you guys want to get better at Halo, not only tuning into the LVT Halo broadcast, it kind of feels like a live Metafy coaching session. Breaking Shot with a potential live montage if you 180 no-scope that guy for the overkill, but nonetheless, Reversal Perfy have a flag out, cherished on the run.
Spar gonna put some great shots down range. This flag, if it goes in though, it's going to tie things up for Reversal Perfy. It looks like it has a good chance to do so very far across the map, but Breaking Shot for the moment, last player alive. And now the flag has been taken by Ryin. Such a clutch pull. They had to do it, but they both go down. You have to wonder, maybe if they both just focus on killing Breaking Shot, maybe they have a better chance to return it. Look at this. Breaking Shot actually shooting the grenade just to make sure that the other team doesn't have the option to use that tactic against him. Very smart heads up play there.
That is especially smart as things get tied here 2-all. I remember when Foe played against, I believe it was that Proton Gaming roster at HCS Arlington. Foe had a win in their hands, but Woodham didn't shoot the stickies like he did there. We had him on the podcast a couple weeks ago, and he said, I will never go there again, and if I do, I will always shoot the stickies out. So interesting to see that here in this lobby, as that's the difference there. That's the reason why Reversal Perfy are able to get back on the board, back in a potential game-winning scenario. 2-2 with 5.5 left.
Cherish right here holding mid-map once again. Breaking Shot gets that kill in the kill feed. It's 3 dead for Ryin. This does not look good for them. Reversal Perfy going to quickly try to make their way into the base. Last player gets taken down, but with Cherish being no shields, probably a little bit worried about getting shot by spawners, but no, the rest of the team are going to watch him and make sure that he gets out safely. And this is already halfway across the map.
Across the 50-yard line. Ryin got to get Cherish down, but with Meanest, ooh, in position potentially here. Spar out of bounds. What the hell's going on? Cherish looking to put this one through.
No.
Nonetheless, I'm not sure what that POV was there. Did he fall to the bottom of the map? Nonetheless, Ryin fall in this tournament to a 3-0 sweep. This is exactly what Reversal Perfy needed to start that lower bracket run. They also need a quick little point check like it's 2008 again. Reversal Perfy at the 11 seed, 33,000 points. Cloud9 at that 7 spot at 40,000. That 7,000 point difference, Eli, probably not enough to make it via points. So these are two teams that we're watching here early on in the day. Continuous action of the HCS Open Major Qualifier, Road to London. Proton, Reversal Perfy in the same boat, needing a top 2 finish to make it across the pond.
Yeah, I think what happened there was he had fallen off the map, but there are small pockets off the side that it's possible to miss the initial kill barrier when you're falling, right? So there's 2 different kill barriers. There's the one that catches you while you fall to die instantly. But if you miss that, then there's another one that's just out of bounds and the 10-second timer ticks. And it's almost like a double death because you're off the map for 20 seconds instead of 10. And that's just unfortunate for it to happen in that moment.
Whew. Well, as we wind down, we have a quick second to take a deep breath, and my God, it feels like the action's been continuous for about an hour straight. Oh, we got more of it. I was gonna hype up LVT Orlando. We'll just make it short. Command Orlando in chat next week. No sea, no air. We're on land, live from Orlando. Some of the best players in the world are gonna be competing there. Come on through and get in the mix, get in the action. A great opportunity to play Halo Infinite on land with the LVT crew as we hop into this series, currently tied 1-1.
Back on Argyle, more action here. New set of snipers up in 15 seconds. That's what I'm gonna have my eye on. It doesn't feel like either team has a firm control of the map at the moment. The Bittersweet flag is out, but it gets returned, and now it's just a matter of controlling mid-map and securing those sniper rifles.
Diagram looking to get geometrical with that grenade. Doesn't even need it. Piggy does instead. He says, I'll get you with the angles there, bud. Great takedown there from Piggy. 3 go down for top 4. As, woo, 8 of the last player alive. Massive hero moment. Gonna get a chance. Gonna give his team a chance to potentially stop this flag. Flying out for the jump shot on Envor. Doesn't hit it, but continues on his path to resetting this flag. Needs to continue on with this hero moment. Previously the last Spartan standing. Now Envor with the last bit of shields to work with. Diagram now. Off of the spawn, off of the back blue. Looks to push through, but you got to watch out for Hative. Hative will take your face. He will do just that. They're pushing him. This would be a smart push here. You can go for the melee and potentially clean him up, but it goes to show the respect they have for Hative. The melee goes through, but you waited long enough for him to regain his shields, and now Grant Shiesty has one out.
Uh-oh, this could be a counter cap opportunity. Great plays from Hative. I wanted to talk about how proficient was that flag run through the bottom middle of the map, by the way, which is typically not advised. It's so easy to die, but they just saw that window of opportunity, that time and space to get it all the way across, and what an excellent way to take advantage of that situation.
Unbelievable play there from Hative. The last Spartan standing got the one slay to allow his team to come off spawn and not have to worry about the slay that Hative would have not gotten in an alternative Matrix universe, as Hative gets the slay. Envor, that's why Envor was one shot, because Hative got that slay previously. His remaining 3 teammates off spawn for top 4 were able to put shots into Envor. They didn't stop him, but it's a part of the process, right? You can't eat the elephant in one bite. You got to take it bit by bit. That's what we see there from top 4 as Hative gets them back in the mix and on the board 1-0.
Good nasty, just trying to play defense right now, putting some great battle rifle shots down range. Sees his teammate is here with him, waits for the shields to come back, gets some great, excellent shots on Diagram once again. And I like this BR skin, pretty clean to be honest, and he's putting in good work to it.
Hative back on the computers. Oh, no scope potential melee. Oh, I love this play though. At low shields. Oh, but he gets taken down. That's a big takedown there from Piggy. Had the vent exit, as he's got a little bit of QT left to work with on the QT spawn point. I'm not sure exactly where he set that. Off to the right a little bit on the ventilator, as Diagram looks to push on through, gets to the 50-yard line. A little bit of a pitch there as the flag gets stuck in the geometry. Will that stop this flag?
So important to be aware of your ceilings while you run flags, guys. I see more flags get stopped by doorways than any other thing on every map.
That's the 5th.
You gotta hold the flag as you go through the doorway. Drop it on the other side, please. I beg of you. I've lost too many matchmaking games by a foot of flag space. Practice those flag runs, guys.
That's something we know the best players in the world do. They'll fire up custom games and just start running and G-sliding flags and trying to score. I get as much dopamine, Eli, hitting a couple G-slides to score as I do earning 5 perfect shots. So, yeah, practice your flag runs and make sure you know all the geometrical angles. Get a little mathematical. Get the protractor out, because that will prevent you from having what we just saw there from Diagram, as Bittersweet aren't able to make much out of that. They're right back in the base of top 4, and with 6 minutes left on a map like Argyle, it's coming down to the nitty-gritty.
Here we go. Shiesty needs this kill. He finds it, but 2 teammates go down in the process, so he cannot comfortably advance on the map just yet. Piggy, this guy doesn't get talked about enough, man. This guy is so talented with the snipe and the bandit. Seen him do unbelievable things to people, and when he's got it in his hands, top 4 got to watch out. Grant Shiesty got better positioning, though, with his sniper in the vent. You can see a bit more of the map. If he can stay alive there, he could potentially give top 4 a chance to push into the base.
Grant Shiesty with the snipe in the ventilator. Only 1 left to work with, but this could allow the opening break you need. Jackson already down, so Envor would be 2. Diagram avoids that no-scope for now, but Grant Shiesty has the high ground, but with low shields, he'll back up into the ventilator. Kid Nasty with the perfect shots over by the needles, and this is all a battle for map control at this point. Nobody in pure possession of the 50-yard line until that double there from Kid Nasty. This could allow top 4 to break through, and if they score again with 5 minutes left, Eli, this could be the finishing touch.
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, 5 minutes left, and they've had firm control of the map for quite a while now. Bittersweet haven't really had a real opportunity to even push out and start a flag run. On the other side, their flag is on the ground in front of the top 4 base. Looks like they can secure it, though. Yes, Piggy has to dive for it, which means it's probably going to die. Now, this flag doesn't go in, but at least they burn so many resources that Bittersweet is unlikely to have a counter cap opportunity.
Always important to play your math, as Kid Nasty in the back of the Bittersweet base. So this is looking good here for Kid Nasty. The flag is out for Hative, and he's got to run. Oh, a few shots only in the back. Okay, there's Jackson. I was wondering where Jackson might have been. There he is, Miss Jackson with the double kill, potentially triple. Gonna earn the reset nonetheless, and that's a big play there for Bittersweet. Again, you cannot give top 4 another score here with 4 minutes left, but now it's on Bittersweet to gain back that mid-map control, to gain a team wipe, and then probably another one to get back in this fight.
Man, Diagram held that flag for about 1 second and then just got sniped instantly by Tricky. He said, "No, sir, you will not get that out of the base." Love to see that. So important to get that kill as fast as possible, right? If he's alive for 1 more second, that flag is at bottom, middle, front of the base, and then the situation gets a lot more dicey. You've now got to give up your positioning to drop and go for the return, but since he was able to stop him so quickly, they can play defense even easier.
Oh, Hative with the snipe, but he gets sniped by Diagram, and I love Diagram's sense of urgency here to push on through, holding forward while holding on to the snipe, continuing on forward. And this is exactly what we were talking about, Eli. Get a pull, get a team wipe, and you can get back in this one. Hative, the last player alive, and there's no way Hative has 2 hero moments in him to potentially stop this score. I do not think he does. Now just simply scoping in with that snipe. The presence alone could prevent them from pushing forward. De-scoping the opposition as they try to get some shots on this flag runner. But 3 go down!
Wait.
Oh my god, it's Kid Nasty now doing his best Hative hero impersonation. They might just have 2 goal line stands. Holding on to my breath as Kid Nasty holds on to this snipe. It's at 1 second, 2, 1. It gets reset! Unbelievable! Bittersweet!
Wow.
All bitter, no sweet, as they're not going to get 2 opportunities to score. Top 4 with the triple kill. Kid Nasty popping off, and this could all but do it. Oh, the grapple hook grab with no aim assist. Kid Nasty continues on the run with the slays, with the flag, and this would all but do it, but we might have another goal line stand on the other side.
Kid Nasty absolutely making plays, sniping players out of the base, grappling the flag out of midair, getting the cap, and that's 2-0 in the game for top 4. If they can hold on to this, they'll take a 2-1 lead in the series to put Bittersweet on the ropes.
No, all bitter, no sweet, brother. That is a bad taste in the mouth for all 4 of those players and the Bittersweet fans across the Halo community, because the boys look to have it tied 1-1 with 2 minutes left. We were heading into this epic endgame scenario. I don't know. This is still pretty epic after what we saw from Hative hero moment. Kid Nasty hero moment. And then he had a triple kill, but the grapple grab, oh my God, that was even better than the triple. Envor now, the sense of urgency, the desperation, the overextensions now are going to be coming through for Bittersweet. They need this one, but Jackson has them in a potential situation where they need a hero play. Could Jackson do it?
Such a clutch snipe right there, and such a clutch flag run. This is actually going to keep Bittersweet in it for sure. Should this flag go in, and I don't see any way it doesn't. Finally, flag is not stopped at the last second, and that's so clutch. They still have a minute to work with. Keep in mind the timer just pauses, activates sudden death. If they even have the flag out and are touching it every 5 seconds afterwards. Envor does get taken down with the sniper, but Piggy and Diagram still alive. They need to make something happen here. If they're not getting kills, they need to at least hold mid-map to give themselves a chance.
The flip got switched. This should be 2-1 Bittersweet, but again, after those hero plays from Kid Nasty and Hative, it's top 4 with a 2-1 lead in a series tied game 3. The winner with an 80% chance to win this series. This is a massive, massive game 3. 30 seconds left.
Look at that. They've got the flag out. They had 3 dead, and Envor's got sniped top mid. You know he's going to predict the spawns and get the no-scope cross map. This man says, I do not want to lose this game. We should have had 2 more caps. This game should be over.
Yeah.
And they are willing this one home. Oh my goodness. They capped twice in what, a minute and 13 seconds?
Unbelievable. The level of ice on Bittersweet is unreal. Envor doing his best hero impersonation with that long-range no-scope. Gives Bittersweet life, and now the fans of Bittersweet got something to cheer for. Piggy with another flag out, and they're not looking to go to OT. They're looking to end it right here. Diagram continuing on, 2v2 for now. Tricky and Grand Shicey down. It's on the 2 heroes, Hative and Kid Nasty, to stop this flag. Hative pushing through on the needle side. Kid Nasty has the front side, but he goes down! And Bittersweet have life. Could score 3 in the final minute. They do! Bittersweet steal it in the very end. One of the most unbelievable end games you'll ever see on Argyle CTF. I'm losing my mind.
What did we just witness? They should have had 2 caps throughout the first 11 minutes of the game. They got stopped short, and they said, you know what? I'm mad about that. Let's just cap 3 in a row before time runs out. I don't want to go to overtime, and that's got to just suck the life out of this top 4 squad that felt like they could already taste victory. They felt like they were already going up 2-1 in the series. Right at this moment, Kid Nasty gets the triple kill into the grapple grab. They put the second flag in. Look at the clock right now. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock here when this one gets put in. Ultimately, there it is. 2 minutes, 14 seconds. How much time was on the clock before this first flag was grabbed? What, a minute and a half?
A minute 17, I think. I think Master Chief made an appearance, and I think that's what propelled this Bittersweet squad. Let me retract my previous statement. All sweet, no bitter. That was one of the sweetest comebacks I've ever seen, especially on a map like Argyle, where Eli, it is so hard to get it the distance. There it is, 117 on the clock, 115, but we're gonna shout out Master Chief anyways. My God, this was one of my favorite games of Halo ever.
I mean, it was 138 on the clock when they first pulled it from the base. And then, yeah, it gets punched in at 117. Envor just taking over the map from top center. Jackson with the fast flag run with the curb slides. Man, the rest is history. We're going to definitely have to watch that one back. What an insane comeback from Bittersweet.
I have never been more happy for a winter semifinal milk session because it means we get more of this, man. Wow, unbelievable. We got to run that back. That's one that we always save a game to watch back on VOD. That's one for sure. You will not want to miss. Tell your friends about that and send them to the LVT Halo Twitch or YouTube to watch that back as we're going to reset. And this feels appropriate. We need some time to breathe. And we're not going to get it, Eli. Sentinels are ready to go against this Cloud9 this I got to check real quick. Who do you got?
I mean, I got to give it to Sentinels.
Still deciding. There we go. Jesus.
They look so good, but yeah, still deciding. Definitely looking very strong with Monster now switching to mouse and keyboard. I think this team has a lot of upset potential, but you got to keep in mind they've been a team for a week. I know Sentinels made the precision change not too long ago either, but the rest of the team has been mostly the same. The members are still deciding, have had a bit of a tumultuous off season. All these guys switching teams at least a handful of times. But right now, Sentinels look to be one of the top 4 teams, I would say, in the league. Maybe top 5.
And just to set the stage for you guys, because we just had an electric match go down, a lot of action going down here on LVT Halo. This is the winner semifinals, a spot in the winner final on the line. And what an opportunity this would be for Manny, and still deciding to take on his former roster, Proton Gaming, who wait in that winner final spot. But they got to go through a Sentinel squad that looks so good with precision. Not only are they going to qualify through points, they could win the whole thing this weekend. So keep an eye on Sentinels here at the start with about a minute uncontested. Roll of B and C. They're going to keep rolling.
Actually spent some time watching Boobadooboo's Twitch stream yesterday. If you guys don't follow this man on Twitch, you should. He's always running insane lobbies of money 8s with the best in the world. Those streams are always so entertaining. Lots of personality there. But somebody in his chat asked him, said, which pool do you want to go to? He said, whichever pool we end up in if we win the tournament. I want to win the tournament tomorrow is what he told them. So he's not thinking about, oh, should we go easy on this team because we could get a better bracket? No, he's just like, I just want to, all I do is win, 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 no matter what. That's what he said.
Love some Boobadooboo streams. Make sure you guys follow and support all of these competitors. Speaking of streams, can we bully Lethal into firing up a stream again? I don't mean that seriously, but can we promote and positively reinforce more Lethal streams? I used to love watching him, man. Such a great player, dry sense of humor, fun to watch, funny as well. Love me some Lethal gameplay. He's down for now. Instead, on the other side, it's Rami looking to take A.
Obviously, Lethal been playing out of an office for quite some time, getting the suit and tie, the briefcase on as he drives to his 9 to 5 to go to work at the office. Just had some internet issues. As far as I know, I think his internet issues have been resolved. So maybe now able to actually play from home. Maybe we will see those elusive Lethal streams at some point. But support all these players, man. The scene is not that large, let's be honest. But, you know, all these guys trying to put on great content for you guys. And anyone that takes the time to stream and give some extra content, we want to support that.
Yeah, it might not be large, but we got big hearts. Sentinels, the big lead here early on, 85 and rolling to 8, is still deciding to go 3 down. That's going to give Sentinels full map control. And this is where I always ask Eli, are they going to push it for the trip cap? Are they going to snipe the players off the C spawn? And it looks like they might be inching towards a potential trip cap. This would flip the map, though. But if Boobadooboo is able to hold down this gold side of Dorito, he should force some long haul spawns. That's what we see there from Monster. Monster looking to get in the hill, get on the board for still deciding. We see blue trickling on all 3, but B gets reset. Will A as well.
That was such a well-played situation. It looked like Precision was trying to post up long haul to prevent the rotation from C to B. They recognized they actually opened that spawn on a player that ended up in batteries. And then both Boobadooboo and Precision worked together to secure B. But on the other side, still deciding we're able to flip C previously. Now Sentinels trying to flip it back. And Sentinels are back in scoring position.
Sentinels have taken C, though, so this could flip the spawns. Yeah, Lethal going to be on the C side. No longer are still deciding, as they'll get A spawns. But with feet in the hill for still deciding, this could make things a little mixy. A going back into favor of Sentinels. Long haul spawns, I would imagine here. But this is Sentinels are all over the map, Eli. There's that long haul spawn for Rami, but this will probably be a split C-side a long haul spawn for King Nick, yes, as Rami is forced to push in by himself. Falcon, it takes the 1v1 and stays alive, avoids the fragmentation damage, and Sentinels continue to roll. 130 and rolling to 10.
King Nick in kind of a precarious spot. Probably knows he's not spotted yet, though. Wants to use that position wisely. And he does. He's going to just go ahead and get all the way behind the situation here and flip A. It doesn't matter that his teammates die if he can somehow get A and also maybe get a kill before his teammates spawn. So great heads up play here from King Nick. But at the same time, Sentinels are like, okay, sure, yeah, you can sneak into A and take it. We'll just go to C and find another way to score points.
King Nick with the fist takes down Falcated. Falcated's been having himself a great, well, we won't call it the offseason, the in-between of Arlington and London. Every time we watch Falcated, sometimes he's not even on the screen. It's just popping off somewhere on the other side of the map, sitting at 12, 7, and 4. And that's always impressive to me, Eli. Most deaths, most assists, or excuse me, most kills, most assists, least deaths. As that's a big reason why Sentinels have been able to flip-flop on the map a lot. They're not always in control of one particular capture point. But Falcon to make sure that they stay in control of the map and this lead. 175 and rolling now to 10. Still deciding have not gotten off of that 10 mark for what feels like 10 minutes.
And this is not really just individual skill that's making the difference here. Sentinels are playing the map so well. They are winning lots of fights, but the thing is, when Still Deciding do win their fights, they're often just rotating to the path of least resistance. They're just capturing the zone that maybe requires a little bit less effort to do so. Monster, though, mouse and keyboard now fully transitioned, totally done with the controller. He's hung it up. That's what he said. And I think it was a good decision for him. He's been popping off as of late, but so far in this game, Sentinels have shut him down.
Oh, but for now, Still Deciding, looking to capture B and A. C going in favor of Sentinels. And this is actually bodes well for Still Deciding. This is the hold that allowed Sentinels to get off to this big lead. And if Still Deciding can lock it down, they could get back in this one. But Manny, because of this deficit, 100+ points, Manny pushing in for the trip cap. He wants C as well.
And he understands he's playing kind of this pivot position here between two zones. Loses the 1v1 against Lethal. Ubudubu is all the way on the other side of the map in A. Gonna try to capture this for himself. Yeah, Rami cannot escape. Ubu just predicting his route and shutting that down. Monster comes off spawn, trying to take some space on the gold side, but he's gonna get shut down as well. I thought Precision would certainly clean that up. We rarely see this man miss some shots. Finally gets the clean up. And right now, this does not look good for Still Deciding. They're 2 dead. Sentinels have the strongest setup on the map, and they're not going to make it easy for them to get out.
Precision spotted out. That pinky toe sticking out on the gold side of the map, and he gets taken out by Manny with the body shot. Absolute was Precision. Now Manny and Still Deciding have to have their best version of Halo. 210 to 38. Eli, this is the conversation we were having earlier. This kind of snowball effect, a little bit of recharge, a little bit of strongholds, but we're seeing it once again. Some of these strongholds matches haven't even really been contested or competitive.
It's just a matter of understanding how to block spawns and force the other team to spawn in disadvantageous positions. It seems like, though, the more experienced teams, maybe they've just done it more often, so they're able to hold that spawn trap for even longer. Here we see Sentinels opting for an AC setup, letting Still Deciding spawn in gold. Now they're just going to watch both sides. Bubudubu just covering this right side. Going to actually just completely leave the situation. Now that he's able to reroute, he's going to also get those shields back. Show up maybe with a little bit more firepower and his teammates behind him, but ultimately 2 go down. Still Deciding we're able to flip A, but once again, every single time they flip something, Sentinels flip another.
Read my mind, Eli. This is so impressive. If Sentinels are to go on and win this, they've done it, not with the traditional just hold A, B, let them spawn C and, helplessly push out through long haul or tower. No. Sentinels have had control of, at some point, different cap points on the board, but just as I say that, A, B, and C go into favor of Still Deciding, and they have to roll on this. They have to take advantage of the map control they've gained, but it looks like they've lost some resources to gain 3 zones, but now all 4 are back up. It's a 3v3 now, and Still Deciding hold. No, the question gets answered immediately. Sentinels, again, back to my previous point, or I guess our previous point, Eli, they don't have a specific strategy. Their strategy is to dominate the entirety of the map. They're not looking for A, B, hold, B, C, whatever you give them, they'll take.
I've always said that one of the main things of a strong team is adaptability. These guys are just going with the flow. They're reading the information that's coming to them. They're changing the game plan on a dime. New information means it's probably time for a new strategy. And right now, though, Still Deciding are looking the best they have in a while. We saw Precision win a piv and get a teabag in before Still Deciding ended up in a trip cap. You got to wonder if maybe he doesn't spend a couple extra seconds teabag and maybe he gets closer to cap in his zone, but that just goes to show how confident that the Sentinels roster is that they're going to come out on top.
Precision says, I got time today, and plenty of time on the board for Sentinels. 228 to 104 as they regain control of A and B. Back to that initial spawn and strategy that we saw previously from Sentinels with control of A and B, and it just feels like Still Deciding when they spawn on the C side, haphazardly, helplessly pushing out. It feels like they have no route options for now. There's one through the stacks, but that's the low ground. Lethal's going to take advantage of that with the high ground and likely take down Monster. But here it is, 249, 250. He doesn't even need the slay. I love how Lethal doesn't even engage in that. Says, all right, Monster, you can run away, but you need a cap. You don't. Got it. Sentinels got it. 1-0 lead in this series, and my God, those are 2 dominant performances we saw in both sides of the winner semis by the winning team on Recharge Strongholds.
Did you see the kills for Sentinels? It was 19, 19, 18, 18. These guys are they're so fluid with each other. They're just working together so well. Insane damage out of Falcated, by the way, 6,300, only 4,600 taken. So
wow,
deals the most damage and it takes the least damage. That is an important differentiator here in this game.
That's filthy production level as well. Filthy production quality. Unbelievable. We get more eyes on this Bittersweet versus top 4 roster. Bittersweet, if you guys are just joining us, go back and watch the VOD. The best match so far has actually been in the lower bracket where both teams are fighting for their lives. 89-45 now in this oddball match. Already a round 1 victory for Bittersweet as they continue to roll on that momentum, continue to roll in this particular moment. Jackson with the triple kill, takes down 3, and all 4 go down for top 4, and that will do it. Bittersweet take this series, and Eli, we felt like after that Argyle CTF, there's no way top 4 can come back. That was too emotionally draining of a loss. To be up in a moment where you feel like with a minute left, you got this, you don't got this, and it's gone type of moment. That was just too much for top 4 to take on as Bittersweet move on and maintain an opportunity to make it to HCS London via that top 2. Bittersweet, another one of those rosters that gonna be tough via points. They're in the 10th spot overall, 5th in this tournament. You got to be top 2 in points, top 2 in placing. So again, Bittersweet still deciding. Reversal Perfy and Proton Gaming, they want to take control of their fate. They want to own their destiny. They're gonna have to get top 2 if they want to do that. Sentinels, though, in their way, the top seed in this tournament. Really feels like they shouldn't even be in this tournament, if I'm being completely honest. They're just that cracked and good. But Foe, with a top 6 placing at HCS Arlington, stole a spot from NA and gained 1 back for EU across the pond. So shout out to the boys from Foe. Great players in their own right, but because of that butterfly effect, Sentinels are competing here today and looking good doing it.
All regions competing right now for these pool play spots. If you guys tune into Europa Halo and Atlas GG, they're also playing right now for those last European spots. So keep an eye on that as well. London shaping up to be highly competitive, but I mean, Sentinels are supposed to be here. Gotta remember, they got top 16 at Arlington. That's why they have to play today. So no things are earned for free in this game. You've got to earn it yourself, and Sentinels look to certainly earn it today. They've been popping off in the off season throughout, since Arlington in the online tournaments, and now today is the day that they finally try to stamp their spot at London.
Be a big win condition for still deciding as King Nick heating up, sitting at 7-2-2, helping his team take a lead here in this game 2, 15-14. Rami now with low shields, but he's got help and support in the form of Manny. That grenade hits both. A 1v2 situation here for Sentinels as Rami looks to win it. He takes down Precision. That's a tough fight there on Precision. I would assume Precision would have taken that. Instead, Rami does, as Booba Doobu in the fridge. He goes down to King Nick. So 2 big wins there from the still deciding roster. Have them up 3.
I think that also earned them the overshield. Yes, it did. That was a perfect time to win a couple of pivs so that Manny can get out with the overshield. But look at that. God. The entire overshield is melted by Precision. He's now one shot. The movement, backing up and strafing while shooting simultaneously, one of the more difficult movements that you can make in this game, but Precision does so while outputting maximum damage.
Whew, man, that was unbelievable. Manny with a full hit of overshield to work with by the time he engaged with Precision. And Precision, that's why I thought previously he was going to win that 1v1, because he's so damn good. He can even take down a overshield in a 1v1. The likes of Manny, one of the best players in the world. So keep your eyes on Precision, that newcomer for this Sentinels roster, as Booba Doobu down to low HP, still has half of a magazine to work with. Plasma in that heat wave to heat up, has some shots down onto King Nick, Monster, as he goes down. Remote detonation from King Nick. That was what I was sensing, as he takes the slay and still deciding not only take this lead, but they hold on to it, and they're looking to turn it into a 2-possession game going into the 30s. Another one of the victory variables that we talk about often. If you can start to separate, find multiple possessions, 5 or more kills needed, a team wipe needed to get back in it, that could be the way that still deciding win this match. But just as I say that, still deciding lose 3-4 in a row, and Sentinels tie it at 27. Now they can regain the lead with Precision, looking for a triple kill on the B side. He gets it with the trade, and it looks like Sentinels are gonna flip this match and take a lead into the 30s.
Still deciding all spawn up in the fridge while Sentinels are kind of already there and ready to fight it. That's how Precision gets that triple kill, but You gotta feel like after Still Deciding had Heatwave Overshield at the 10-minute mark, you'd expect but that before the next Overshield spawns, they'd have the lead, but no. Sentinels have played back so majorly, denied value to that OS, and if they can control the map right here, they should have this OS as well. Just came up, but no, did Monster steal it? No, yes, he did. Monster able to sneak in and grab it, but looks like there were enough members of Sentinels here that he also gets taken down. So twice in a row, Still Deciding get the OS, but Sentinels shut it down instantly.
That's a big reason why Sentinels have this tiny margin of lead here, up by 3. You think with Overshield, maximum value, optimal value, good value would be 2 kills at least, but they only get 2 kills in total with those 2 Overshields that get instantly melted by Sentinels. Great job mitigating the damage potential and output that you would have normally seen with that Overshield. Instead, Sentinels are building on that multi-possession lead. Here we go. Still Deciding now need multiple team wipes to get back in this one, and it's starting to roll out of control. Up by 6 are Sentinels, and if they continue here, this could be all but over for Still Deciding.
Oh! Lethal with the bank shot. The player wasn't even on his screen. He just turns it to the horizontal nosers, weak players in there, and that's rare that we see an intentional bank shot kill, to be honest. Usually it's unintentional. Monster with the unintentional cluster luck double sticky grenade, but man, I just love the way Sentinels played that whole situation. They recognize all of Still Deciding are trapped in the base. Precision sits up P2 to watch their exit points while 2 members flood in the left side of the base. 1 floods in the right. Where could Still Deciding possibly go? That was just a textbook collapse out of Sentinels.
Clearly, that's just good karma for TJ, who posted on Twitter a couple days ago on Aquarius a Heatwave bank shot that depleted his entirety of shields through bottom mid, actually doubled back twice to take him down. I'm kind of laughing about it, but he gets his revenge with that unbelievable bank shot to secure the victory in game 2 as Sentinels go up 2-0. They are looking like, again, the team to beat in this tournament.
I don't know if they go up 2-0. It was 45-37. Monster left the lobby. Monster crashed.
Oh, wow, you're right.
So we'll have to see what the decision is. Do they utilize the handicap feature and play from 45 to 37? Or do they just play differential? Or is Still Deciding to give them the win? I don't know. It feels like it's the given the win is probably too much. I think maybe if Still Deciding we're down by a little bit more, that could be the decision here, but oh man. Lethal with the Z's in the chat. That's going to tell you all you need to know.
Hey, this is exciting though. Mama LVT with a 10 gifted. Love to see that, Mama LVT.
On
Thank
Mother's
you
Day?
so much. On Mother's Day? Let's throw it back to the desk though. We got some quick analysis. We're going to take a quick break, allow the casters to get some water and use the restroom. We'll be right back, but we're sending it to the desk.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? We're in the middle of the series. Obviously, there's a little bit of a break. We're going to give our casters a quick break as they've been going at it for nonstop. But I heard Mama LVT's in the chat. Happy Mother's Day, Mom. I want to give you a quick shout out. Everybody here knows Mama LVT because she's always here supporting the stream. Mom, love you. Happy Mother's Day. Hope you have the best day. I'm sorry I'm working, but you're in our thoughts and with everybody in the chat too. So everybody in the chat, come on, wish Mama LVT a happy Mother's Day. Love you, Mom. And we back. So obviously very interesting series that we've seen thus far. Proton 3-0ing Native Gaming right off the bat. Sentinels right now looking like they have a chance to go up 2-0 against Still Deciding. And, if this trend continues, we're setting ourselves up for a potential Sentinels versus Proton Gaming matchup that I feel like is going to be a really good one. Both these teams are playing really well today, but nevertheless, this series is not over. Sentinels winning game number 1, 250 to 104, and right now this match has been paused at 45 to 37. So we're going to give these guys a little bit of time to get, I believe, Monster back in the lobby, and we'll be right back. But in the meantime, happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers out there. My sister as well. I know some of you have seen some of the, maybe some of you have seen the tweet that I put out of a toddler kind of playing Halo 3. That's my niece. So shout out, happy Mother's Day to my sister as well. Ladies and gents, we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to LVT Halo's continuing coverage of the HCS London Major Qualifier. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there in the chat. Got a bunch of awesome sons here competing throughout the day, doing it for you. For now, it's Reversal Perfy in this game one with a 2-0 lead with 2 minutes left, Eli. At Cloud9, they got to score the next one, or this one could roll out of control and score Reversal Perfy, 1-0 lead.
Can we take a look at the kills and deaths and see a little bit of an outlier on the scoreboard here? Do I see this correctly? Is Breaking Shot 17-4?
Is this map?
Now 18-4? This guy is, this is not normally. Someone check him PC.
This is why we talked about Breaking Shot and Last Shot as two rookies to really keep an eye on, man. Breaking Shot, he's hit rampages and running riots on LVT Halo against pro teams. I mean, I've only ever seen that from guys like Sparty, maybe? And Sparty came into this season as a top 5 MVP pick potential. So it really gives you an idea of where Breaking Shot is as far as an individual player looking to put it together in 4v4 Halo with the squad, as he's now 23-5, a 4.0 KD. No, not KDA, KD. And he's continuing on. Breaking Shot hasn't stopped just yet. The slays continue to mount up, but the time mounting up here for Cloud9 as they have their first lead from what we've seen so far in game one. And it looks like in our main coverage of the match, your winner semifinals between Still Deciding and Sentinels, we got Monster back in the lobby. 45-37, I believe, is what the reset was beforehand. We've got a new tool in Halo Infinite, Eli, where we can just pick up where we left off, and we're witnessing it for the first time. I'm so excited about this. Been wanting this since season one when we saw the first game crash. It's just a fact of life. It happens in any game. It's not a big deal. Shout out to 343 for developing this tool. This is going to make the competitive integrity so much more pure, so much stronger. So shout out to everybody on the 343 pro team and dev side for building this tool. This is really cool to see.
I think this is the first time we're actually seeing the tool being used on broadcast. Yeah, so previously when a crash occurred, we would have to just come up with a fair means to reset the situation, but no, they just set the score back to where it was, restarted it. Granted, there's a conversation to be had about starting strats, but yeah, Sentinels were favorites to close that game out before the crash, and after the crash, they do close it out. Indeed, they're going to take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Just feels like we're barreling towards that Sentinels Proton winner final, where not necessarily David versus Goliath, but Sentinels the #1 seed in this tournament, Proton the #7 seed in this tournament. I mean, that's shades of Believe the Hype in 2009 winning the national championship. Obviously this is just the major qualifier, not as big of a deal, but I don't know, I try to go into every Halo match like it's the world championship. That's what it feels like, at least for me, a huge Halo fan. As we switch gears back into this game #1, lower round 6, Reversal Perfy and Cloud9 fighting for their lives. Cloud9, however, though, with the 7 seed overall, with the 2 seed in this tournament, Eli, we surmised that they would make it there via points. So the sense of urgency, the sense of emphasis is on Reversal Perfy to win this one at the 11 seed overall and 6 seed in this tournament. I don't think they could get there through points, so they're going to have to get there through a victory over Cloud9 and then some.
Okay, so normally when somebody starts off a game 18-3, like they kind of slow down at some point, right? Breaking Shot has not slowed down. This man's at 28-6. Are you kidding me? Can we watch exclusively this POV? Like, what is happening on this man's screen right now?
Yeah, can we just pretend twitch.tv/LVT Halo is twitch.tv/Breaking Shot? Because that dude is on fire, popping off. So we're going to get a little bit more bonus Halo coverage here. And now switch back to our main match, our winner semifinals, Breaking Shot. If he is streaming, make sure to have him tabbed up. Support these pro players, man. Love the guys who fire up the streams. I think you have to be streaming. So yeah, go out there. Make sure you have these guys tabbed up, man. Support the pro Halo players who do so much for the community with their incredible gameplay. Still deciding. Need to decide something here. Need to figure out some kind of a strategy because they are down 2-0 in this series. Game 3 kicks off with Sentinels in the lead, up by about 60%.
By the way, the time did expire in that King of the Hill game we were looking at previously for Reversal Perfy. Reversal Perfy do win that one. Valkata doing a great job to just kind of hold this hill all by himself, but until Monster takes his face off, I tell you what, man, this guy Monster, now that he's on mouse and keyboard with the sniper rifle, he's been doing things that we just frankly do not see controller players do. He can whip that reticle so fast from target to target, and if he's going to pick that snipe back up, you better watch out.
Yeah, many people believed in the development process of Halo Infinite that the S7 sniper got a little bit nerfed from where it was in previous Halos because of the fact that mouse and keyboard so strong with that specific power weapon monster with the power positioning on the top of snipe, looking to prevent that camo dummy door push. Senses a flank, but there's nothing there. There's no one there as he continues on, and you have to wonder if maybe losing the high ground here wasn't the play. I expect him to get back up the top snipes.
This is a good position to be in for this hill, for a lot of the hills, to be honest, in this game type. He's just going to try to rain down some fire, cut off that top mid lane. But look, Sentinels have all decided to get out of the top mid lane. They're now rotated through the cuts and OS side. Monster just trying to fight for his life, does find an avenue to stay alive, got the shields back. Looks like he had some help from teammates, and still deciding, look, to put this point on the board.
Monster in a 1v1, trades out with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Rami now on the edge of the hill. Look at this, trying to manipulate Sentinels to push in. Once Rami gets some shots down, once Sentinels push in towards the 50-yard line, Rami completes the hill to give, still deciding their best chance to rotate. But great job by Sentinels here. Usually we see that Ryan noob strategy, pull some teams offside a little bit. Not here. Sentinels have the reset. Despite that cheeky play there from Rami, that's the way to play your process, but Sentinels counter it.
I mean, you have to think Rami could have probably waited even longer to cap it. Not sure why he decided to ultimately cap it. Maybe his teammates were like, no, just get the point, just get the point. Like, because like when you're already down 2-0 in the series and you feel like you don't want to give Sentinels even an inch to come back, maybe they just decided, like, let's just guarantee the point. We'll figure out how to get into the next. But either way, they've secured the camo. They're in the point. King Nick's already got about 25% of this hill, and we've got decent map control as well.
Kind of love the camo in the hill play in season 3, Eli, because of its disefficiency from season 2 to season 3. Its inefficiency, its lack of efficiency. It's not been as good as it was in season 1 and 2. So why not throw the camo in the hill? That's one great way to find some optimal value out of it, as we see that from King Nick. See 3 go down for Sentinels, and this should give Still Deciding the lead. Now it looks like Sentinels setting up for that next rotation. They've done a great job of that. They have the sniper tower here early, but Manny's there as well. I imagine a melee fest to go down here. Oh, but Manny gets the trade sticky instead. And there we see that patch note with the spiker grenades. A little bit of a buff in recent weeks. A quicker Q to explode. Usually it feels like the spiker would stick on the face for 5 seconds before it finally earned the trade. There we see a split-second trade there for Manny, and Still Deciding have the lead, 2-1.
Does blow up a little bit faster now. Also will continue its flight through the air and actually land on surfaces at far distances. Previously, it would reach a maximum distance and then explode in midair, which it didn't do a lot of damage when that happened. So yeah, props to 3 for 3 for updating that, making spikes a little bit more versatile in different situations as well. Boo Doo Boo would known to be one of the best players in the world with camo. What can he do with the QT so far? Just kind of using it to move a little bit closer back and forth. I'd expect him to decide to move forward, do some damage here, maybe QT back if he needs the extra safety.
And he gets that chase grenade, it looked like, as it lands. Boo Boo Doo Boo, though, lands the assist, has no more QT left to work with, content with holding the ground here on the B side of the map. Great positioning, honestly, because if they want to go nest bridge, there we go. They're going to get sniped. Boo Boo Doo Boo always seems to put himself in the right place, right time, and if that sticky would have landed, I would have lost my mind. Boo Boo Doo Boo, nonetheless, just holding the line, holding his ground. And you see this, he's not even in the fight, but he's still earning assists, still finding ways to benefit his squad. But you go down for now, Still Deciding have the numbers edge and the edge on this hill.
Both teams really fighting for this side of this green tower side. It's so important to make sure the opposition is not spawning here and having free sightlines on your hill player. So when Still Deciding get control of it, it's off the backs of Manny pushing out and killing Boo Boo Doo Boo. After that kill, they've actually almost secured this hill, but now Sentinel's last push is in, and because it's a successful one, they're going to deny the score from Still Deciding, at least for now.
One of the most competitive hills we've seen in this match. Falcated gonna lock down the nest side, but with that pressure on the dummy door, he feels the need to push out. Monster with the flank. You got 2 on the split, top and bottom for Still Deciding. Ooh, the flank is caught out by Falcated, and a great job. He knows he's going down there, but he still finds the melee to make this a little bit easier slay here on Rami. While he's still at low shields, I don't know if Precision got that grenade damage, but A great job there by Falcated. Yes, Rami was so weak from that melee from Falcated, he was forced out of the hill. Great play there from Falcated, despite going down. Now this is what sets up the opportunity for Precision to have his own pop-off moment, but Rami pops his base instead. Manny with the slay. 2v3, 2v1, leaves the last player alive, and this could do it for Still Deciding. They could take a 2-0 lead, or a 2-hill lead, and they do just that. 2.5 left on the clock. Still Deciding up 2.
So impressive to hold the line for Still Deciding and ultimately get that point. I wanted to point out Precision's play. Did you see what he did? So he actually hugged the wall as he grabbed the plasma pistol so that the hill would not light up in his team's color. He did that to remain incognito as he wrapped behind the hill and pressured the back of the tower. That's where he got the kill on Manny. Smart plays like that to not reveal your location, a bit underrated in my opinion. You want to have that element of surprise in as many situations as possible.
Used to seeing Precision take the heads of his opponents there. It was the heady play that almost got Sentinels back in it, but nonetheless, it's Still Deciding with their best version of Halo we've seen in this series. Most competitive we've seen. A couple of missed shots from both squads, but Precision gains the reversal slay. Sentinels now in this top mid hill, and this is one that could drain a lot of time off the clock, but not for now, as Sentinels have done a good job to get it to about 60% to Still Deciding's 10. But now is where the strategy comes into play. Once that clock gets below 2 minutes, Eli, Still Deciding has the decision to make. Do we want to milk for slays or to milk that regulation clock? For now, Precision gets the headshot and the camo. This could bring Sentinels right back.
Still Deciding, probably still deciding if they're going to go for time or the clock. But I tell you what, both plays are a lot easier if you have control of that tower side. That's why they are fighting and occupying that space at the moment. Monster, though, going to wrap around to the other side to just also have some more coverage on the A side as well. I do favor this, but ultimately Sentinels do a phenomenal job to close out this hill with 2 minutes still on the clock. They did not burn up enough time for Still Deciding to feel comfortable, and they could absolutely still win this one.
Yeah, great job by Sentinels there to quickly and efficiently cap that top mid hill, which usually gets a little mixy. Pretty easy to get some frag grenades. Probably the mosh pit hill here on live fire. Was expecting a potential 130 on the clock at a 2-3 rate for Sentinels, but they do so with 2 minutes left, so plenty of opportunity. And now this is going to force Still Deciding to have to play for time, have to play for more slays to get that time, but it's Sentinels instead with more of it. They're rolling here, 50%.
Precision uses the QT to throw off his opponent. It's going to be enough for Booba Dooba to help him clean up that kill. Now he's just going to try to play a little bit in front of the hill, but runs into 2 players, kind of finds himself in a position with 0 escape options. Don't want to do that too often. Maybe he intended to QT back, but ran out of the timer. But we see a sticky come out. It's going to end up being a trade, and for now, that's going to neutralize both teams in the hill.
Oh, Precision with the snipe, but he only gets 1 body shot down, so that's going to give 7 shots back to Monster. And we saw him previously on the Nest Bridge with a nice double kill, but he gets taken down. Falcated with the slay. Falcated now with the snipe, and he's got the repulsor as well. Pushing up now on King Nick. Ooh, landed a no-scope there? Not sure if he did. Nonetheless, King Nick gets melted. He goes down, and now Sentinels have tied it 3-all with less than 2 to go.
And Falcated already applying pressure to back tower. Hits the no-scope, using the pillar to dodge the shots as well, and then the repulse to go up. I mean, this guy is using every option available to him to make the pressure so great for Still Deciding. That's a clean 4 dead. And Sentinels, when they're given the opportunity to set up with 4 alive and predict your spawn point, that is bad news for the opposition. Falcated also with the sniper top tower and 4 shots to work with. Even more bad news for Still Deciding as he hits another headshot, and that might just seal the game.
Sentinels have done such an unbelievable job, Eli, to earn next. Even on hills that they previously scored, they have the map control and control of next hill. That's why they were able to come back in this particular instance where they were down previously 3-1. Still Deciding might not even get 1 on the board on this 7th and final hill. Sentinels could sweep it, but Monster has something else to say about it with the triple kill. Brings Still Deciding back. And with their back against the wall, down 0-2 in this series, they gotta have this. Otherwise, they're going to the lower bracket.
Does Monster get the melee and then portals back at the last second? And yes, they could. Sentinels have to formulate a strategy here. If this push doesn't work, they do not win this game. This has to be a good push, but there's already 2 dead. Last 2 players alive. They're at the bottom and top of the map. They can't work together. This one, I think, should go to still deciding unless for a miraculous spawn or a crazy play from Lethal, but Lethal doesn't have enough time, resources, or teammates to do anything. No, they are going to push forward, but the firepower too strong. The defensive effort from still deciding. They're going to close out the game. Wait, now they're going to close out the game. What a good try, though.
It really did
from
feel like
Sentinels, honestly.
Yeah, Lethal does a great job there. He was the last Spartan standing, and with time dwindling down, opportunity dwindling away for Sentinels to come back, he doesn't overextend and rush the hill. Instead, he waits for the cavalry to arrive. They got camel spawns, actually, because of Lethal's smart play, smart decision there to stay alive, stay on cuts. But despite the dive bomb of all 4 Sentinels diving into the hill, and despite Sentinels looking like they had it here. Look at this. It's 90% to 0% when this all occurs. Eli, break it down so masterfully for us, like you always do.
I mean, Sentinels have a strong setup. They're watching all the lanes. Monster finds a weakness in the defense and pushes right through with the help of teammates. Gets that triple. He's pushing here to try to aggress the spawners, to try to keep them at bay, to just give his hill player even more time and space to work with. Has to retreat through bottom center, find another route. He does pick off some good damage on precision. Right here, King Nick with a very clutch double kill.
Dude.
So Boo Boo and Lethal are forced to figure out what do we do from here. Boo Boo gets taken down quickly. Lethal just says, I can't do anything but stay alive. He's going to try to stay alive and try to deal some damage. Understands his teammates are spawning behind him. He has a teammate that comes up the cuts and more that come up through the dummy ramp as well. But ultimately, it's just too many guns, too much firepower.
Wow.
Because it was really those first 2 kills that Still Deciding got in the initial push that ultimately won them that game, because had they not picked them off, I think the overall push would have been much stronger from Sentinels.
Hopping on board here with a game 2 in progress, and we're in the end game, virtually tied 40 to 41. It's Cloud9 with a 1-kill lead. Just kidding, we're tied now as Cherished earns the slay. Reversal Perfy up 1-0 in this series. And again, Reversal Perfy have to get top 2 if they want to make it to London. Cloud9 can probably get there through points. So this is on Reversal Perfy to take this to a lead. 41 all.
Cloud9, remember, this is a roster that finished top 4 in a previous one of these online tournaments recently. I want to say the second one. And Breaking Shot was 28-6 when we last checked in on him in the first game, and now he's 16-7 +9 in a Slayer, just putting the team on his back. Is he just more comfortable with this group of guys? Again, what is it?
Twitch.tv/Breaking Shot would be great for us at the end, because his POV is what we want to keep eyes on. As Cherish now pushes in through the tower side, low shields, but he's got support behind him. It's probably Breaking Shot, which is why Cherish feels so confident at 1 HP to push on through, because he's got the top fragger. So far, it feels like today in Breaking Shot, Cherish with the fist, pugilistic killing spree, earns a 5-kill lead out of nowhere. We came into this match, it was tied. Now it's 49-44 for Reversal Perfy, looking to shut the door on game 2, and they do just that off the back of 17, 7, and 7 from Breaking Shot. That is unbelievable. It's not to say, usually you see 15+ kills, 2 or 3 assists. Nah, Breaking Shot doubled that. 17 kills, 7 assists, and only 7 deaths. Have yourself a tournament day 2, Breaking Shot. My God.
Like I said, man, the Breaking Shot, some of Breaking Shot's best performances have been with Haynes in common on his team. Remember that they were actually Proton at, I want to say Charlotte, when they got top 12 with Posey on the team as well. And Breaking Shot just really, that's when most people started to pay attention, like, hey, this guy is really talented. You got to wonder, though, is it the teamwork, the communication? Is it just the map flow that he has when he's playing with Common and Haynes that allow him to put up such impressive numbers? I mean, it's always a team game, right? Like, he can't be doing everything, but to put up numbers like that, you have to also be winning a lot of 1v1s on top of being in the right places, listening to those call outs. So he is absolutely on fire today.
Unbelievable what we're seeing here. It's the level of play, Eli, has never been higher, and it feels like every single day we get a new opportunity to cast Halo. The level of play, what do you know? It inches up further on the board. I mean, it feels like everyone's in their 99th percentile of performance. This has been unbelievable to watch. Such a we're so lucky to be here, honestly. This is what a time to be alive and to be a fan of Halo, as we have a 2-1 lead here for Sentinels in your winter semifinals. Spot in the winter final on the line, and still deciding on the road to a reverse sweep. We usually call this oddball as a game 3, a reverse sweep trampoline, but here, if Still Deciding are able to win this game 4 now, it could still act in the same bounce back potential where Still Deciding didn't really have much juju or mojo on Sentinels just yet, but this could give it to them right back with a game 4 victory on oddball, as things are a little mixy to start off here 3-1.
Problem is, I think Sentinels are very comfortable in this game type. They've been practicing quite a bit. This is a heavy game type, or a heavy teamwork-oriented game type where you really have to be on the same page to have a strong setup and accumulate a lot of ball time. You've got to just kind of understand situations where you get 3 or 4 dead. How are you going to block the spawns and then collapse on those spawners while your oddball player accumulates time? I think Sentinels have just had more reps to answer those questions, but as I say that, Still Deciding are the ones with the early lead. They have a bit less practice than Sentinels, but a lot of talent to back up.
Momentum and oddball time captured here by Still Deciding. I would rotate this maybe to C. You have 1 C spawn there for Sentinels, but 2 on the side of A, which should prioritize PD spawns for Sentinels as Remy looks to push that out. Really curious where that oddball is rotating to. It might just be at the fulcrum on the planners. It is. Manny kind of deciding now, but Manny gets flanked through the B driveway, and that's going to stop the oddball time for now, but not before Still Deciding take a 3-34 lead.
Still Deciding doing such a good job during that first hold, but now it's Sentinel's turn. What are they going to do with this hold? Looks like the pressure is still on from Still Deciding. Sentinels are aware of it. Boo Boo actually decides to play it out after 2 of his teammates go down, unable to get that last shot out. Ramy's actually going to be awarded with the shotgun, and once again Still Deciding have this C-side setup. So Sentinels right now, I guess, just learning how do we break this setup. Still Deciding are doing such a good job, maybe changing the locations that they're at to make it a little bit more difficult for Sentinels to figure out how to break the setup.
Monster having some difficulty finding opponents, and that's especially difficult when you've got the camo and an opportunity to strike. He does not. He goes back to the respawn screen. Manny could give Sentinels a PD setup here. He's not able to rotate the oddball out. He does not, and this should, after the wipe, 4 go down for Still Deciding in 2v2 succession. So be fortunate spawns in the sense that you're still going to be able to play 2v2 Halo, are Still Deciding, and that rotates into a precision death. Ramy gets his slay, and that's huge. I love that, Eli. Let's talk about that. Dying together, dying as a group is so huge, because when you come off spawn, you spawn together. You don't have those stagger spawns or those split spawns. So a great job there by Still Deciding. They get wiped, but they get right back to the oddball because of that play.
Right, they're able to kind of play off the initial respawn in a way that maybe they can occupy more lanes in a quicker manner. Good defensive effort here, though, from Sentinels. Some big shots coming out of Falcated to shut down Monster. At the same time, Lethal takes down Manny. Precision so far the only player on Sentinels to die in this engagement. And Falcated wins another 1v1. This is what makes this guy such an amazing addition to this roster, really any roster he's ever been on. The individual pivability. I know that's not a word. We're going to add it to Webster, though, because he is the absolute definition of pivability.
Eli, we make up words all the time, and as long as they sound as great as that does, I think, yeah, add that to the fourth or the dictionary. Pivability. Seeing that right here. Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down. No pivability there in that particular moment. Boo Boo Doo Boo's got plenty of it in his heart and soul, but not in that moment in time, as Sentinels do a good job to get some points on the board, but Still Deciding, again, mitigate all of this damage, mitigate all of this good play we're seeing, and now the rotation from King Nick is going to allow Still Deciding to double up on Sentinels.
Wow. I mean, they're doing such a good job despite like all the good plays we're pointing out from Sentinels. Still Deciding still have a 2-1 advantage here. Boo Boo Doo Boo, though, has the camo, has something to say about it. Teammates are also getting some kills, and he's got camo, but doesn't matter if you've got camo. If you're the guy closest to the oddball, you should probably be picking it up. Might be asking somebody else to grab it. No, he understands. I like this situation. He's almost using himself as bait, so Falcated can push up and use his pivability to his advantage as he takes a sticky down, and he ultimately does go down, but Ramy can't push for free just yet.
Yeah, you saw Boo Boo Doo Boo jumping right there at the driveway, glancing towards the PD. Not only, like you said, pulling in and Still Deciding towards the B side of the map, but Boo Boo Doo Boo gains intel, almost like a quarterback there. And now with the stalker in his hands, he says, hold this precision and hold this L monster as he takes him down. As Rami pushes up on the trash can side of the map, but sensing 2 on the trash, backs up to play his life, play his numbers, but no, he goes down instead. 3v3 with Sentinels in control of the oddball and now in control of the lead.
This is so interesting. It felt like when the ball was on the A side of the map, still deciding kind of the stronger team playing that half, but as soon as Sentinels are able to get this ball into the tram side, they are absolutely running away with it. They've now earned about 45 seconds uncontested since they got it to the tram, and they just seem more comfortable holding it on this side.
You know what's so interesting to me, Eli? We saw Precision take the place of Sparty, and we know Sparty's a great player. So much damage, so many slays. But it's almost like Precision joining the Sentinels roster has allowed Falcated to be that main slayer, to hopefully rise up into the ranks that we've always viewed him as. We've always said he's a top 10, 15 player in HCS. Hasn't really been regarded as that. And then speaking of allowing your teammates to play your game, Boo Dubu, that flank, that unorthodox movement, that all the secret cheeky stuff that Boo Dubu works up in his mind, he's able to do because of guys like Precision. So I know Precision doesn't have the stats that you probably used to seeing him with on Complexity. That's not maybe what his best use case is as it relates to composition on this roster. He's also got the most oddball time, but as I glance at the score sheet for Sentinels, very impressed with their grouping once again, not in the slays, but in the oddball time. Everybody with 20 plus seconds on the board, everybody playing their 25%. But just as I say that, still deciding grab control of the oddball once again. 90 to 90 endgame scenario here where Precision looking to stop the push here from still deciding as the oddball's getting rotated out. Manny rotates it to PD, but he goes down. And now King Nick is the last player alive, does not have the space. This should go to Sentinels, but they're still gonna have to get cheeky with it and potentially rotate this oddball. Unorthodox hold here on the B side, and that will do it. Unbelievable job there from Sentinels to hold the line and hold the oddball in a spot that you normally don't see teams do that.
This was that play from Falcated, just holding tires. Gets 1 kill, wins this 1v1 against King Nick. I think the next one comes in here shortly, and he gets another right after that. But we're gonna hop into round 2. Sentinels won the first round. And I was talking to Boo Dubu about this. I said, his chat was just asking him questions like, what's so awesome about teaming with Precision? He's like, I mean, the guy just plays exactly how I want a teammate to play. He's just running around the map, winning 1v1s, allows Boo Dubu to play chess with the spawns and the rotations and call the shots. Also makes it easier for Falcated to do what he does. So, yep, they really keep comparing Precision to what it was like teaming with Shotzi in Halo 5, and I can see the comparison.
I loved being in Boo Dubu's stream yesterday where chat, like you said, asking plenty of questions about that roster change that Sentinels made. And what did Boo Dubu say he looks for in an ideal perfect fourth, perfect teammate? First and foremost, good vibes. Second, easygoing out of game, and in game, ultra uber competitive. That's what they see in Precision, and we see much more than that there with the 5 perfect shots. Precision showing why he has been such a huge addition to this Sentinels roster. Sentinels, a team, Eli, in the offseason, everybody was marking as a team to potentially break through into that big 3. I think they have their best potential of doing that with Precision.
Seems like it. And if Falcated continues to pop off, by the way, 22 and 13 now. So continuing where he left off in round 2, continuing to slay out. Precision it just feels like he's controlling so much of the map at all times. I mean, the movement's on point, the shots, the damage output's insane. He's also just holding the oddball. I mean, this round looks completely different than the first round. We're still deciding had firm control, but ever since Sentinels got control in that second round, it has just felt like they're the ones in control of the entire map.
Oh, wow. Very impressive play there from Monster to spot Boo Dubu. Boo Dubu, I thought, had a positioning there where he was working for the back smack, still deciding in a situation with the score where they need to sprint towards the oddball, but Monster still stopped to spot that Boo Dubu, take him down. But is it going to be enough? 80 and rolling to 4 for still deciding, and this is looking more and more to me, Eli, like still deciding had their opportunity to strike in that previous round 1. They were in the lead, up double with only 30 seconds or so needed left to secure round 1. You can't let Sentinels get their mojo back. You can't let Sentinels get back into it, as they've done just that, and they might just take this series because of it.
It doesn't even feel like they're giving still deciding any room to breathe. This is what this team looks like when they are in control. They do not relinquish it. who was just going to hold down this cafe side. I like the way he played that situation. He's in a position that he can help Precision with his fight, but also has the option to curb slide out of dodge if he needs to. Smart time to do it when you've got 6 rounds left in the Bulldog. He does ultimately get taken down, but look at this. Falcated's doing exactly what Boo just did for Precision, just protecting the outside area, finishing up on the kills, and this teamwork is absolutely disgusting out of Sentinels.
It really is. They just seem so cohesive. Like they have a hive mind going on or something where they don't even need to communicate. Like playing Halo CE on one TV with 4 screens where you don't even need to talk because everybody sees everything. That's what Sentinels look like now. And I don't know where that was before, but now with Precision, they are back on top. They are back in contention for that big 3 potential to break through. Shopify in the mix as well. Complexity still in the mix as well. Those 3 teams were vying for it in the offseason and fighting hard for it now, but it just feels like another level's been taken by teams like Rebellion, like Sentinels. As Sentinels win this series 3-1, and they'll move on to the winter final where they take on a Proton squad who, again, cannot wait to see this match. Proton have to win this. This is a qualification match. They don't have to in the sense that they could still win in the lower final to place top 2, but this is it for Proton. Your destiny is in your hands. Win in the winter final, and you're in.
You're right. Proton definitely in a position where they want to just win the winners finals, take the guesswork out of it. I mean, if they ultimately lose the winners finals and then lose the losers finals, they would finish in 3rd and then have to fight other teams as that have more points than them for the qualification spots. So you're exactly right. Everything on the line for Proton. Sentinels are looking to just win it out, but let's go ahead and I think take a look at the bracket here. Yes, Sentinels, Proton in your winners finals. And still a lot of action to be had in that lower bracket as well. See if we have that one lined up. Yes, W production in chat. Yeah, so that reversal Perfy Cloud9 series still active. And yes, Lies. Keep in mind, this is the team that picked up Mortally last second. Mortally tweeting free agent at midnight the night before the tournament starts. And they've made it extremely far in this bracket. They're now up 2-0 against Bittersweet.
Man, that would be pretty cool to see if Mortally is able to strike at midnight, still Cinderella running into the lower bracket as they still have life, and they're looking great, up 2-0 on Bittersweet. And that's a Bittersweet roster, Eli, who just had that emotional victory, especially with that Argyle CTF over top 4, where they look dead in the water, but they come out strong. 4 go down for reversal Perfy in this moment, and we're just waiting to see Cloud9 get back to where we expect them to be, especially with Suspector and Sab. That's a talented duo, one of the top duos in HCS. Still looking to find their form, at least on day 2. I think they are a team that's going to be in contention at HCS London, but they haven't looked as good in the major qualifier.
Yeah, just this tournament, I mean, like we said, they finished 4th place and one of the others winning game 5. They knocked Optic to lower bracket, knocked Optic out of the tournament from lower bracket. And they have looked very good throughout the last couple of tournaments. Right now, they are up 1-0 in this series, so maybe looking to right the ship. I think you got to shut down a player like Breaking Shot, though, if they're going to win this series.
My eyes just like zoomed to Breaking Shot. What is he, like 10-2 right now? No, he's 4-4-3, so a little bit more modest stat line. Maybe that's a reason why Cloud9 are able to take advantage of it. Take a 1-0 lead with 9 minutes left. Cherished goes down, and 3 go down for reversal Perfy. This has been all Cloud9 since we've jumped on board with them. Multiple team wipes for them, and with a 1-0 lead, they're going to have the pace of play in their possession. Ooh. Sab in possession of the S7 sniper rifle spots. What looked like a player, I think that was Haynes, trying to grab it, but he denies that access. And if you get 2 snipers in your hand for Cloud9, you could put 2 scores on the board.
I was just thinking to myself, if you're going to pop off for Cloud9, you're looking at a player like Sab. Breaking Shot's been the one doing it on reversal Perfy, but if Sab steps up and plays as good as we know he's capable of, that could be the catalyst they need to reverse the series and come back and win a game 5. They've got to win game 4 first, though. They look good to do so, as they are keeping reversal Perfy just trapped in their base. Reversal Perfy they need to find a way out. There's not very many ways to get out of your base on this map, though. If opposition is, top of your main ramp and also shooting you from Snipe Street, got to get creative, but finally it does look like they get out. Not only that, but Common has overshield and a snipe to work with.
And even though he's got the snipe, he's looking to make a run, but to go down, they don't have the numbers advantage. Even with that over shield, the math doesn't add up. And now Common with every passing second. Oh my God, that overshield gets absolutely melted, as if a plasma pistol got shot into his back. Instead, it was Suspector with, I believe, the DMR shots, team shots, back shots. My God, Cloud9 absolutely decimating that OS, and that stops Reversal Perfy from having a chance at tying it up.
I know, Tony, why not be reckless in chat? Love to watch those back shots happen right there with the sniper rifle, no less. But great bait and switch teamwork from Cloud9 to shut down Common. That was the best look they had yet to potentially get a flag out, and now they don't even have to worry about it.
Wait, says Suspector, holds the line, holds the flag, but he goes down. 3v3 for now, and Cherished with this snipe. We're waiting for someone from Reversal Perfy to hit a couple snipes to get their squad back in it. Could it be Cherished? No, Cherished goes down, and it looked like that sniper dropped off into the abyss as well. 2 players dropping into the abyss for Reversal Perfy. Make it 3! As Skeptify earns the triple kill, and this is going to keep Cloud9 in possession of map control. I almost wonder if they're playing purely for slays here. On a map like Forbidden CTF, we usually see it go to score, but it feels like Cloud9 are playing for time. But hey, if you're fragging out like they are, maybe that's the way.
I don't know if it's intentional. I mean, but both things are true, right? You get kills and keep the other team in their base. That's one way to keep them from getting a flag, but it's also one way to steal their flag as well. They're just creating the conditions for themselves to close out this game with a W, but they've got to keep doing it for 6 minutes. You know, things could change. Reversal Perfy just need one of these plays to work out in their favor, especially when Overshield and both snipes are coming up, but Haynes drops down. Yes, he gets that kill, but now he's not in position to contest any of the items on the map that could come back to bite them.
Amen at low HP. Wants to grab that snipe. I believe he does. He does. Haynes off of the bottom of the map, gets back up top. It goes back to the respawn screen. Sab versus Common. A sniper duel about to take place, but Sab repositions. So it looks like Common did as well. And for now, Sab just trying to line up these shots. Gets the shot on a breaking shot. As we hop on board here with the dueling sniper Common. Looking to see if he gets in contention or in a spot to angle himself to take down the sniper for Cloud9, but for now he's just going to have Skeptify with the no-scope to the face. We previously saw Skeptify with a triple kill. Nice shot there from Common. And you just keep wondering, with all of this 50-yard line control, it looks like for Reversal Perfy, when are they going to get a good run in?
You're exactly right. I mean, they're getting kills, but is anyone in position to pull the flag? No. Look how far away all of them are from the flag. I like Skeptify's position here as well. He understands that Reversal Perfy would like to get control of their snipe tower, but if you deny access to the snipe street, it's very difficult for the other team to get a feasible flag run through. Tusk comes to work together to clean out breaking shot. Such an important player to shut down in a moment like this, and just like that, the push that looks so good from Reversal Perfy is not going to amount to even a flag pull.
I don't know what it is, but it feels like this clock is dwindling down in slow motion. We're in the end game. We're approaching it within 30 seconds. End game on the horizon. Breaking shot on the hunt. Oh my God, Suspector with that bound Descendant hybrid jiggle peek crouch strafe. I mean, that was unbelievable, but he still gets the slay. Great job from Reversal Perfy to hold the line, and what they've been doing throughout this match. Oh God, Haynes with a filthy no scope. I assume it was, at least on to Skeptify. That's 2 times Skeptify has gotten domed as he goes back to the respawn screen. More 50-yard line control, more numbers control for Reversal Perfy. Again, this is part of why I feel like the clock's dwindling down so slowly, is because it feels like Reversal Perfy have been in control of the map, not the lead or even a flag to this point, but they're getting closer and closer. Skeptify off spawn, looking to prevent a pull. Oh my God, he goes down in unbelievable fashion once again. Insta-explode off the back wall, calls for the backboard shot. Like Luka Doncic shooting from deep. Unbelievable. And this has to be a chance for Reversal Perfy to get one on the board. Yes, Cherished with the flag out, running strong.
Yes, they got the flag out, but I kind of feel like they could have done this sooner, right? I mean, they were getting so many slays in their advantage, but it just felt like it was a bit delayed. Maybe just waiting for the perfect time. But on this map and mode, sometimes you just got to take that small sliver window of opportunity and run with it. Looks like they will ultimately be able to cap this, though, and tie it up 1-1. No, if not for Tusk. How does he get here? Tusk comes in from the back of the base. He gets the stick as well. That flag gets touched, though, and Skep is the last player alive, so it does go in. But what a great attempt from Tusk for that goal line stand.
Oh, I was getting ready for my woolly mammoth call out for Tusk, but he's not going to get it for now. We're going to retract that as Reversal Perfy retract the lead from Cloud9, tie things up at 1, and Eli, this is the eventual conclusion that we were feeling. It felt like we should have a 1-1 game. Now we do. Cherished with the potential triple, gets the back shot onto Suspector, and Suspector's low HP. Suspector with 1 fragmentation of that frag grenade would go down, but he does a great job to stay alive, hold the line, allow his teammates to spawn on the back of flag, and it looks like the route is going to be through the underneath. Cherished trying to spot that player underneath. Skeptify goes down once again. It's like Skeptify has just been in unfortunate circumstances time after time after time, and Reversal Perfy turned that into a lead.
Gets the back shot with the sniper, but the explosion from the frag grenade not enough to take down Suspector in that moment. He does ultimately go down. Now breaking shot pushing up to the snipe street here, but Cherished, man, we don't talk about this guy enough. I feel like he's one of the most improved players in the last year or so. This guy has really stepped up his game, always adding so much value to his squad, and he has been hitting a lot of snipes ever since he's been on our screen.
Oh.
And yeah, look at this. Cloud9 are just trapped in their base. Breaking shot in a perfect position to cut off the rotation that Cloud9 want to go for. It's 3 dead. There's another overshield in the suit of Cloud9. 4 dead. And Reversal Perfy look to knock Cloud9 out of this tournament.
This could be it right here. 1.5 minutes on the board, and Cloud9 would likely be qualifying via points. 2 seed in this tournament. You imagine that would mean top 2 in points in the conclusion of this. So Cloud9 not down and out if they are to go down and out here. Oh my God, but Cherished gets the snipe. Cherished helps earn the score. And with 3 going down, Cloud9 aren't even going to have a chance to counter. It's going to be more mid-map control for Reversal Perfy. And with 1 minute left, they're going for the kill shot. They're going for the last flag. Could it be a 3-1 game? Out of nowhere, Reversal Perfy looking to put 3 in a row on the board.
And I don't know how Cloud9 stopped this. It's perfect positioning from Reversal Perfy. No reversal needed, just Perfy. As breaking shot's gonna curb slide that flag all the way home from perfect positioning and pressure. Wow, Reversal Perfy looking absolutely diffy today.
All right, so we're starting to see HCS London pool play form. We don't know which of the 1-2 points accumulation that Cloud9 will ultimately finish in. We do believe they'll finish in that spot. But that takes points away. You expect the 1-2 seed if everything is, works out the way the seedings are. You expect Sentinels and Cloud9, quote unquote, to take the top 2 finish. But now with Cloud9 taking a spot via points, it makes it even more difficult for the teams in that 8-9 category. Teams like Native Gaming and Reversal Perfy, who just won this match. So my God, is the competition heating up hotter than ever, and the production hotter than ever as well, as they have not missed a second of the action. W Production in chat, all of these matches going on in the foreground because of guys like Louis, Tools, Nighty Night, and all the wonderful observers we have. And before I even get a chance to thank everybody, it looks like the squad is going to take a 3-0 victory over Mortally. And I think that's just to make it a 2-1 series. Mortally's squad, Lies, are in the lead, I believe, in this series, 2-1. We'll have to check. It's now 2-2, actually. Oh my God. So we're heading to a game 5. Winner takes on Native Gaming.
Wow, what an insane game. I mean, Bittersweet looked absolutely dominant in that game, but keep in mind, Lies were up 2-0, right? So this is a potential reverse sweep on the side of Bittersweet. We'll have to see and check in on that game 5, see how things go down, but winner of that would go on to face Native in that elimination quarterfinals. Still deciding versus Reversal Perfy. That's going to be a very interesting matchup if you ask me. I cannot wait. We've got so much awesome Halo ahead of us.
All right, Eli, I am going to throw it to a quick break before we get this game 5 going. I want to make sure we do not miss that. So we're going to throw it to a very, very quick break. We'll be right back. Game 5 on your screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Happy Mother's Day to us, and happy Halo Championship Sunday major qualifier. Road to London for us as well. That's a little bit of a mouthful. Happy Mother's Day sounds way better. Here we go. Lies versus Bittersweet. Game 5. The winner keeps their hopes alive to make it across the pond. The loser, not going to have a chance at pool play. Here we go.
This opening break, always so crucial. Very interesting starting strat from Lies, actually sending 2 players from the seaside all the way out to the turbine. Maybe trying to cut off a player that wants to set up at the frag grenades. Mortally, is that a little body shot on Piggy there? I know these guys are former teammates. Maybe a little bit of
smart
disrespect there. Maybe knows that could get in his head a little bit. So love to see the early body disrespect out of Mortally.
Yeah, no love lost in Love and War, which is Halo, and I love that there from Mortally. Give him the back smack, give him the body. As we hop on board here with Ezo with the QT, does a great job to maintain his life. And oh my God, one of the greatest uses you'll see of the QT. QT'd and had the reticle lined up immediately on where that player was. And now we're seeing more body disrespect. Lies have not only taken the lead, but maybe the hearts and souls of Bittersweet as we see back-to-back body disrespect from Mortally and Ezo. They're maybe getting in the heads of Bittersweet. They're shooting them at the very least.
Gotta be careful, man. There is such a thing as the taunt to get bodied combo. You don't want that to happen to you, but they look to continue their lead despite the body disrespect. It's gonna feel real silly if Bittersweet come back and win though, but like the mental warfare already playing a part here.
Wow. 4-14. This is not the direction we expected this to go. And keep in mind, to reset the stage, Lies went up 2-0 in this series initially. Bittersweet won the next 2 games. So you'd argue they got the momentum going into game 5, but that has been evaporated instantly in an elimination round 6 matchup where Lies have taken a 3-possession lead, and they're not even 3 minutes off the board. Ezo continuing on where we last saw him left off with the QT, now utilizing the grenade geometry to take down 2, and now working back to that QT. If we see Ezo with it again, this could roll out of control. Lies with the potential upset. Lies usually in the open bracket, now looking to earn their spot in pool play over a team that we're used to seeing in pool play.
This isn't for pool play yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves,
right.
But they are absolutely tearing Bittersweet apart. I mean, it just feels like everything is going right for Lies so far. Look at this. Ezo just perfect positioning. He's always in the right spot to shut them down. He's not missing a shot right now. It's 26 to 8 every time. We're on Lies POV. They're finding a player that seems to be scurrying away with no chance for survival.
Envor, one of the iciest players in HCS. We have routinely seen him win gunfights 49-49, but he can't seem to win a gunfight yet. Now he has. There we go. With the grenade, gets on the board, and that's got to be something. You got to have Envor on the board. You cannot go into the 30s with him sitting on a goose egg. Unbelievable. And I don't think that's so much Envor not having a great game. Lies have just suffocated every single opportunity for this Bittersweet roster to gain any form of map control in this match. It has been all Lies so far. 12-29 in game 5.
This is kind of the evolution of Team Slayer in this game. They're employing what I would call, I guess, like a 4-corner strategy. They're in all 4 corners of the map, it seems like, and they're just so easily predicting each individual spawn point. They're forcing splits. They're running across the map. They're getting most value out of their advantage states, and they're up 33-14. Now Bittersweet have done a decent job to bring themselves back into this a little bit, but it doesn't feel like it's even possible at this point. If they do come back, this would be one of the greatest regains we've ever seen.
This is unbelievable. This is like shades of Walshy taking on Final Boss after getting dropped on that Instinct squad. Obviously, Mortally not a Walshy. Okay, like, again, Mikowski getting ahead of himself, but this is shades of that. This is at least a microcosm. This feels at least it's bringing back that nostalgic memory for me, because I love seeing players that got dropped take it to their former teammates. This is unbelievable here from Mortally, as he is absolutely on fire. 8-6-1. 14 slays has been responsible for, only 1 death. And Eli, this match was over before it even began. Bittersweet are going to bow out. And as I take a quick look at the score sheet, the standing sheet, Bittersweet in the 10 seed. So they're right there on the periphery, right there on the outside looking in of a 1-2 seed in pool play. And we already just saw Cloud9 take one of those 2 spots. So Bittersweet, this could be their hopes and dreams of pool play dying before our very eyes.
This whole time you've been talking, though, they've been coming back a little bit. It's a 12 kill deficit still, but things have been trending highly in Bittersweet's favor. It's now only a 9 kill difference. They just got 3 dead without losing a player. They've got the sniper. They're able to rotate into positions around the map that deny access for Lies. They've got camo. They've got everything. This is almost like they're looking to do exactly back to Lies what Lies did to them, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do to keep themselves alive in this tournament.
But did Bittersweet let it get too far out of control? We talk about this all the time. You can't win a match early, but you can lose it.
I don't know.
As Piggy, though, on the killing spree. Oh my God, it's just a 5-kill game. This would be one of the greatest comebacks of all freaking time. It was 20+ slays. 13-33, and ever since then, 20 kills for Bittersweet. Only 4 for Lies. We're seeing them do the exact same thing, but again, is it too little too late? We're about to find out. 35-39, they brought it back to within 1 team wipe. What's happening?
This is absolutely unbelievable. Both teams showing that they're capable of putting everything in their hands, and this is what I talked about. The taunt to get bodied combo is real. It's from Super Smash Brothers. If you've heard that before, there's always a player. You get the first stock, you throw out the taunt, and then the other player leans in their chair a little bit, and that might be what we're seeing happening on the side of Bittersweet. Don't make these guys angry, or they might make you regret it.
And Lies, this is the only time I've ever seen a team up 5 and probably clenching their cheeks. Like, this is unbelievable. Lies probably have the nervousness in their tummies instead of Bittersweet. Bittersweet are rolling with momentum, but again, they're running out of time and space. 40-45 now, as Lies have finally regained the first time in what feels like 3 to 4 minutes. Numbers advantage, but Envor has the snipe. Envor on a regain ice run of the century, potentially, if he's able to ice up and hit some shots. He's got 5 shots to work with, so he could single-handedly bring this squad back.
The way Envor was playing this, he stayed unscoped for so long just in case somebody came through the pillars. Lands the headshot on Ezo. Does that open the door for them to push? No, they're going to continually chill here for now. I think they're still gathering intel around the other parts of the map. They're all 3 bottom middle. I actually like this. Maybe Wolfpack a little bit. This is one of the best ways to guarantee you're getting kills without trading. Kill comes in from the grenade. That player's 1 shot, probably going to get cleaned up. Another player there on the cuts as well. It's only a 3-kill game, but Lions only need 3 to close it out.
48-43. And again, it just goes back to what we were saying. Bittersweet did not come in the beginning, did not come to play at the start of Game 5. They came on strong at the end. They had a hell of a mid-game, one of the greatest mid-games in Halo history, but their performance was so poor at the start of it, they never gave themselves a true opportunity, which is why we said it was over before it even began. Lies take the series and send Bittersweet packing 3-2.
Mortally, man. This guy literally tweeted free agent midnight before the tournament. You saw Sylvanic reply, yo, check your DM. That's how this roster formed. And they are all the way in the elimination quarters, about to face off against Native Gaming to give themselves a potential chance to steal one of these seeds from one of these other teams. Absolutely unreal ice out of these guys. Also, just the moxie to regain after losing those games 3 and 4. But we're gonna go ahead and throw it back to the desk, see what they have to say about all that. We'll be back shortly.
Damn, Tools, the passion at an all-time high. Lies coming through, putting it to Bittersweet. They punched that ticket to the next round, Tools. What are your thoughts?
Hey, Mordecai, baby, let's go. I love it, man. Dude, this kid, man, he is so much better than I think anyone ever gives him credit of being. You know, the amount of times this guy gets chopped off at the last second to be left to his own devices, you think they'd know by now. Love me some Mortally. Hey, come out 1-3-2 against Bittersweet. Bittersweet, it's probably bittersweet that you don't have Mortally on your team. You know what I'm saying?
I feel
Mortally. Morta, baby. I love it. Every moment of it. keep doing what you're doing, and maybe we can keep seeing the Cinderella run in today's tournament.
The revenge arc looking strong. We got Still Deciding versus Reversal Perfy over on the Charlie stream, and then Native Gaming versus Lies on the Bravo stream. And right here on Alpha, we got Sentinels versus Proton Gaming Tools. And I'm happy to say that game 1 is loading up right now. Quick thoughts.
This is going to be really tough for Sentinels over here. I think Proton looks extremely strong. Like the way that they played before, I think they look as if they're ready to win tournaments. We'll have to see if they're able to beat up on the Sentinels here today.
Well, without further ado, we're going to kick it to Mikowski and Eli as we're getting into our winter semifinals. Top 2 make it to London. That's what these teams are playing for. This tournament's not done. There is a double elimination portion to this, but one of these teams will guarantee that. Who will it be? Mac and Eli, take it away.
Here we go. Your winner final are set. And for Proton Gaming, this is their grand final, because if they're to take down Sentinels, we just saw an upset. Lies over Bittersweet. What an unbelievable game 5 again. These games are so insane today, Eli, but we're not stopping. The train continues on. But again, Sentinels, they've already qualified. They'll qualify via points. Worst comes to worst, they get top 3. They'll still make it via points. But Proton do not have that luxury. They have to place top 2, and they can do so here with a win. The winner final.
This is going to be an interesting one. We talked about how fast Proton were playing earlier. Collect, so smart, decides to use the shock rifle on that, and then tries to grapple the ball, but he actually rounded the corner a little bit too fast there. But it was smart to do that, right? He was able to still maintain his life and get the ball at least a little bit closer. But these guys are just playing so fast. I don't know, it feels like their energy is on another level right now, and that's the best versions of Talik, Collect, Druck. I mean, this entire team, when they're playing fast, which is most of the time, they are absolutely putting teams in the dirt.
Man, usually, Eli, it takes a game or two. It takes a couple minutes or two to get into flow state, but Collect already there, sitting at 3-0 with that shock, and it was the grapple play with that oddball that really showed me that he was on his steez.
Oh my
Collect
God.
ultimately goes down, and a lot of OMG moments here today, and Proton Gaming go 3 down, but not before taking a 29-5 lead. They've jumped on top of Sentinels here early.
You have to, right? Cannot let Sentinels get into their comfort zone. This is a roster that when they get map control, they often do not relinquish it. But I feel like a team like Proton is exactly the type of team that can disrupt them. They play so fast and aggressive. They do not hesitate to hit their timings. They just have to make sure they don't overheat, because that's when Sentinels can start to take advantage. Sentinels do get 4 dead, but that ball resets at a good time for Proton. That means Sentinels cannot grab it just yet.
Allocated with an empty shock rifle in his back pocket, so that could give Sentinels not only possession of the oddball over here on the gold side, but in the next 45 seconds at this point, possession of the next shock. And that's what Collect used to give Proton Gaming this 29-5 lead. Now 2 go down on each side. It's a classic 2v2 gunfight taking place as Lethal jumping in and out of the shroud screen down at the low ground, can't quite spot an opponent. Now makes his move towards Talik, looking to prevent the push here through to A, but now he's gonna have the backsmack of Druck, an easy backsmack actually on Druck. I don't think Druck ever knew he was there.
Druck definitely moving fast. Sometimes you speed a little bit. You miss a couple parts of context around you, but great shots from Lethal. I feel like Lethal just been playing so well for, I mean, obviously forever, but as especially in the last season and the off season, he has really stepped his game up. He is coming different. And right now, Proton are doing a great job to just keep Sentinels off of the oddball. So even when Sentinels are getting slays, they have not felt comfortable enough to get the ball into a position where they can start to score. It's just been kills traded out for quite a while now. Several minutes go by and the score really hasn't changed.
You're right, and after a couple of team wipes in favor of Sentinels, they were not able to turn that into any points on the board. Still stuck at that 5. Meanwhile, 35 for Proton Gaming. They're continuing to inch their way forward. They earned that first 30-second checkpoint at the 30-second mark, and it's Last Shot earning his first triple of the series, as he will give oddball control back to Proton Gaming. And split spawns potentially. You got gold 3 on the C side. Really curious as to how Sentinels push this out.
Last Shot really making an argument for himself being the breakout player of the year. Yes, he did break out winning the free-for-all World Championship, but let's be honest, people don't take free-for-all as seriously as they once did. Right now, it's all about 4v4, and This is his first time on a Pro 4v4 team. Was not on a team like this until this season, and right now he is 11-5 with the most objective time. Not only that, but also secures that camo. Seems like he's playing like a veteran.
Boo Boo makes sure to burn the camo. Burns Druck with the headshot with the fist. And now Boo Boo with that oddball looking to rotate it into gold. Still have one player to take down though. That's Talik. Talik earns the trade. That's going to give Boo Boo, or take away, I should say, take away Boo Boo's bodyguard. Boo Boo still makes it into the back of gold. Last shot on the bottom side of camo wins his 1v1. And it looks like, here we go, Sentinels have their best hold in the match. And what a time to get it after Proton reached that 30-second check mark times 2 to get to 64. Sentinels are now back in it with 22.
Lethal, though, finds himself kind of in a precarious position. Long haul gets pinched, but ultimately the other members of Sentinels able to clean up that situation. Boo Boo bounces a grenade off the oddball, probably not intentionally, but ultimately kills last shot anyways. And now Proton coming off spawn here. It's going to be Druck and Collect, and you just see how fast they take space on the map. They are not going to let Sentinels get into their comfort zone for free, and that's why Sentinels have had such a hard time getting much oddball time despite as many kills as they've earned.
2v2. Now only one remaining for Proton. It's Druck. We're on board with him. He gets taken down to low HP. 3 go down ultimately for Sentinels as well. So Druck's going to have a little bit more freedom to move around on the map despite being the last player alive for Proton. And this is an interesting pinch potential here. 3 spawning on the A side, Druck on the gold stair side. And a 1v1 here. Flies through, does not hit his shots. Falcated once again. Falcated more often than not ices up in those situations, but it's Proton icing up with the OBJ efficiency up by 40 seconds. And we're getting to that point where if there's 40 seconds less than that on the clock, they might just play it for time and slays.
I think you're right. I think at this point, Proton is totally fine with just slaying out. I mean, no reason to pick it up. I mean, they do have, yeah, you can see already that that is the decision. They might grab it to just make sure it doesn't reset.
Oh!
And then they'll just drop it once again. Last shot's going to grapple the camo. That's just going to deny one of the options that Sentinels wanted to use to break the setup. Talik's got the sniper, bat ledge, and this is looking very difficult for Sentinels.
We saw incredible grapple flag grabs in that Argyle CTF. We saw Collect with a triple kill-esque grab of the oddball here earlier in this round, and now last shot grappling the camo to himself, and these all occur without aim assist. There's been so much conversation around that. 343 turned it off. You can actually play without aim assist now on controller. It feels like some of these guys could still excel at the highest level without it, as Proton Gaming will take round number 1, and the Cinderella run continues for them. Needing one more though, take game 1.
Man, I'd be real impressed if one of these guys just turned off aim assists and still slayed out. I mean, it's so difficult. I tried to turn it off before, and yeah, you realize pretty quick what a crutch it can be for you as a controller player. I know that just saying the word controller versus mouse and keyboard is gonna just, chat's just gonna go crazy. You guys are just heathens. I don't know, man. But anyways, we're gonna catch back up here. So it's Proton winning round 1. Can Sentinels bounce back? They're going to have to find that comfort zone that they were not allowed in that first round.
Hopping on board here with Falcated, looking to sneakily position himself. A couple chase grenades go out, so Proton Gaming are aware of his position, but it's the, oh, maybe they're not. I thought with that grenade out on Falcated, they thought he was close by. Maybe last shot thought he was on the stacks. Falcated instead sticks to his guns and sticks himself into that C corner of the stairs, and he's now finding the back at 2. Great patience here from Falcated, earns them 2 kills, and you would imagine some oddball control off the start. Yes, it does. Great play there from Falcated. That positioning play from him earns Sentinels the first hold of round 2.
Proton find themselves in a position they did not find themselves in at all in the first round. They're coming off spawn when Sentinels are in a setup. This is going to be interesting to me. How do they play this? How are they going to break the setup there? You saw last shot was waiting at that triangle position in Whirlpool. Wow. Falcated's like, yeah, they talk about my gun a lot, but have you forgotten about these hands? Because I will just beat you to death if you try to jump in my face like that.
Love that play from Falcated, especially because it reminds me of the Halo 2 oddball holds where you could take a player down with one melee to the face, crunch their soul with it. As Talik looking to push up on the gold side, has good positioning here now, turns it into oddball control, but that's a little early, I would imagine. Yes, it is. He goes down. I like the play though, nonetheless. Like the idea, the vision was there, the execution was not, as 3 end up going down a little ahead of their process. Eli, was Proton Gaming there, and I think that's a result of, like you brought up previously, having to play now from behind for the first time in this match.
Proton definitely the type of team that feeds off of momentum. They do not, I mean, they're absolutely capable of breaking the setup, but they'd prefer to just keep the game fast and mixy, and they're very good at excelling amidst the chaos. But so far, Sentinels have made this a very meticulous and controlled round. Lethal's got the camo. He's going to probably grab this oddball and get it up to safety.
Double kill.
And now, yes, Sentinels look to be in great positions. They've also got control of the A side. That means they know they're forcing these spawners over to the C side and blue pipes. And if Lethal can land a headshot or two, this should be some extra oddball time.
Yeah, Lethal with the extra camo time here, Eli. Lethal with the rare proc of camo on long haul. That's very rare. Not only long haul, but the gold side of long haul. Because of that, Lethal has a few extra seconds to play out with that camo. It's one extra slay because of it, but 3 go down, and Precision is the last Spartan standing. Precision is clutching up, getting the slay, playing the oddball out to the reset point. That's the best play you could have imagined there from Precision. Gives his Sentinel squad a chance off spawn to make a play.
So smart, man. Last player alive. You predict the player with the grenade. Obviously, probably had some call outs, so there was another member of Sentinels shooting that player and calling him out as he jumped up to the bat ledge. Precision hears it. It's the frag grenade. Chucks the ball to the open, and what looked like an awful situation for Sentinels leads to no oddball time for Proton. Collect also missing the grapple play, has to leave the oddball at the batteries and play for slays, and Proton finally hitting some shots, but will they be able to get some ball time out of it? I hope so.
Such a precarious spot for that oddball. It forces Collect to drop down. He wanted to utilize his grapple hook to maintain bat ledge positioning. This causes a whole butterfly effect where now Collect rotates the oddball to A, gets A spawns for the remaining members of Proton Gaming, and this is a great job by Collect. He actually turns lemons into lemonade, finds oddball time despite not having the numbers advantage. 2 were previously down for Proton, 4 up for Sentinels, and they're just now breaking through. All the while, Proton get a little bit of milk on the board. 42-14, though. Collect with another double kill. Right back to that oddball. But he needs to worry about Lethal. Lethal pushes through, and what a time to do just that. Falcon gets a slay. Lethal trying to ice up, but he has to reload. Druck goes down, though, nonetheless, because of the damage from Lethal. 3 go down for Proton Gaming, and now it's Sentinels back with the oddball in their hands, in control on the A side of the map.
What do they decide to do with it, though? It kind of feels like maybe they should throw it to center. All of the rest of Sentinels are spawning on that C side, but Proton are not going to allow the play ball. They're going to shut down those players in A. Now, Proton have a good-looking setup on A, and look at this. Proton just knowing their opponent right there. He sits long haul, despite the ball being all the way at A, knows that Sentinels would like to take gold control to create the conditions for a pinch. So if Talik just sits long haul, he can cut off that rotation and deny Sentinels the opportunity to do the strat that they want.
Proton are coming back. They got the momentum. The oddball's rolling in their favor. Lethal goes down. Huge play here from Collect. Allocated, though, make sure to clean up on that damage from Lethal. That's a couple times here we've seen Lethal, and I think that's why Lethal's such a great player, even if he's not positive in the stat sheet. More often than not, he's setting up his teammates for those easy free cleanups like we see there from Falcated. Falcated sitting at 25, 9, and 16. He's also in the mix with the second most oddball time on the team. And I almost wonder if Sentinels are turning enough oddball time off of these slays from Falcated. Not enough so far through game 1, but enough in round 2 to have a 10-second lead.
Proton have just done such a good job of regaining. We talked about how they had not been forced to play from behind, but they do so brilliantly so far. But now all of a sudden that clock is coming back into play. 40 seconds on the clock. No reason for Sentinels to try to milk time unless Proton steal the lead. Instead, they're just going to play defense and leave this ball in the center of the map where it's hard to grab.
Deja vu situation, but it's flipped on its head. It's now Sentinels in possession of the lead in the end game. It's Falcated. This could be a slay that shuts the door. Does just that. Takes down Talik, and a few more slays could mean a round 2 victory here for Sentinels. Falcated takes his sight on the bat ledge. Easy headshot there. His last shot was focused on another player, and that will do it. Should do it, I should say. As Sentinels will, in fact, tie up round number 2. Tied 1-all. Who'd have thought, Eli? Going to a round 3, game 1. This oddball is going to go the distance in your winter final.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Both these teams incredible. They've got very different play styles, in my opinion, but which team is going to ultimately come out on top and take that 1-0 lead? This opening strat going to be huge. Falcated kind of wins the 1v1. It's 2v1 actually. Lethal finishes that kill. Not going to go for the camo right away, though, understanding that it might be watched by another player. Proton also hears that this player is weak above him. If he can kill this player, somebody else on his team can get the camo, and I think that should be what happened.
I don't know. I think I saw somebody in blue work his way towards the stacks. Falcated now going to have to potentially work. Yeah, watch his back as Talik is able to grab the camo, but Sentinels grab control of the oddball and the numbers edge. In the early goings here of round 3, they'll take the lead.
Wow, Talik with the stick. Utilizing that camo, understands that his position is not yet known, takes advantage of that with the stick, and now all members of Sentinels kind of trapped inside the pipes. But they're going to do so in an effective manner, watching both the entry points. Looks like Falcated shuts down this side. Precision has eyes on the high end of the pipes. Falcated actually going to aggressively push on through. I don't know if Proton would expect this, but ultimately gets punished for that decision. Multiple members of Proton waiting for him. And all of a sudden, the ball has to be rotated through the long haul. So heads up play from Sentinels, but Proton are on their way.
I think last shot, despite his epic performance, you could argue here in game 1, top fragging for Proton. I think Falcated had his number, but Proton had the numbers advantage with Truck. Now Falcated looking to swing things in his favor for the triple. Does earn the trade, and another 3 go down. 4 go down for Proton Gaming, and this is where Sentinels could build a massive lead. And if Proton are able to break through, Talik gonna have to maybe solo push here. Collect just came off spawn, I would imagine, on the long haul. No, he split on the Doritos. And Sentinels haven't set up on the seaside to play this into the drink. Instead, it looks like they're going to play it into the camo pit. That's going to give Proton a chance to get this back into A if they're able to stay alive. Talik, it's on him to do so. He gets 1, but doesn't get the second. And that oddball will, in fact, get reset and played here into the pit as Precision sends 2 back to the respawn screen.
You question it, but I kind of like this decision to rotate the ball towards the A side. They knew that as they lost players at C, that Proton would aggressively push through long. But if no members of Sentinels are in gold, then it's not a good time to play it. Proton could maybe easily play for the next ball. Instead, they continue to rotate it through the outside and make it to A, but as soon as they die, throw it to bottom map. It can definitely be an argument for both decisions, but Sentinels definitely playing chess here to try to keep that oddball from Proton.
Really impressed with Collect. Really impressed with the last shot here with the most slays on his squad and the most oddball time by double. Looking to triple up on it if he continues on with it. He does. Lethal now looking to break through on the gold stairs side of the map, but at low HP. Doesn't like what he sees. Waits for that bait and switch to come through, but the chase grenades go through. Collect lands the shock rifle headshot, and now we're starting to see Proton roll a little bit. They could regain the lead right here. Precision on the C stairs at low HP. C spawns coming through for Sentinels, and this will transfer the lead, I would imagine, towards Proton.
Like most important player on the map, he needs to hit some headshots. He does. I think he sees that player going in gold pipes, but knows he can't do anything about it. Instead, opts to try to fight the next player. Finds himself in an awkward position with that curb slide, though, and that's 3 dead for Proton. Last shot, last player alive. He's getting a kill and grabbing the ball and getting it out in the open. Another huge play out of last shot. He is now 32 and 25.
Oh!
77 seconds of oddball time, but Lethal shuts him down and says, yeah, kid, you're having a good game, but let me remind you, I've been having good games for 10 years.
Wow, what a play there from Lethal. Shuts down the rotation to the C side and shuts down what looked like could have been a lead for Proton Gaming. Instead, it's a 34-33 game. Only 2 players left alive on the map. Falcated and Collect in a 1v1 for the map, as neither are going to take the gunfight. Falcated goes down to lower HP, so he's going to back down. Collect going to grab the oddball. Boy, but it's mistimed. Not by Collect, but just in the sense that the oddball gets reset the millisecond he steps on it. How will that end up playing? And the end result of this is it's been very difficult to earn time, Eli, in this match. Nobody's gotten to 100 seconds. It's always been played for time at the end, and we're already at the 2-minute mark. Now Proton have that eventual lead we were predicting and are looking to rotate it and hold it at gold.
Oh, look at that. I think Talik had the camo, but they just spotted him out, take him off the map so quickly that they can push into the rest of the Proton members. Okay, to get some great shots on. It's the last shot, forces him to back up, and now all of Sentinels are here, but the oddball is just right between both teams. It's like they're playing soccer, I guess, at this point, and both teams just trying to keep the other one off of it. Now the push comes in. Proton electing to play in front of the ball to try to open some space. It does give enough time and space for last shot to come in and grab it and rotate it away. But now Lethal with the shock is the last player on Sentinels for the moment being that can make a stop here.
The deadly game of keep away being played here. And for now, Proton are keeping Sentinels at bay. And last shot, he's been so good with that grapple hook, but not able to earn a slay here. Instead, 3 go down for Proton Gaming. Falcated again, icing up when it matters most to take down that last player on the gold side of the map. Now Tolik's going to fight a 1v2. Should go down because of it does. Collect, trying to ease the bleeding here. He gets a double kill, and it's back and forth. 10 seconds separate these two teams with 90 seconds left in regulation.
This is coming down to the wire. Sentinels need 7 seconds, but look, the interception. Wow, Collect did not want that ball to fall mid-map. Literally leaped in the air to stop Boo from throwing it out, and that is huge. That could just win them the game.
119 on your clock, and the score for Proton continues to roll. They're building themselves a little bit of a cushion here. 18 seconds, 17 seconds, as Boo Boo has to stay alive. We're down to the wire. The end game is here. And Proton are looking to make that rotation. Precision gets cut off by Tolik. That's a great trade from Tolik in the sense that he cuts down what could have been a stop of the rotation. But Boo Boo gets there instead. Boo Boo gets to see, but now we're starting to get into the end game. Less than a minute left. 53 to 76. And Sentinels are going to have to find a way to manufacture some time here where it's been so difficult for them recently. Druck with the back smack. Druck with the camo. This could close the door.
Love the way Druck played that. Just flies out mid-map to get information. It's one of the best ways to use camo. Just tell your teammates where the enemies are rotating. Also finds a back smack directly afterwards. It's 3 dead for Sentinels. Only 39 seconds on the clock. They have to make a good push off spawn and hold the ball for 25 seconds if they want to come back.
Great decision making, and I'd imagine even great coaching here from Trey Try. For Proton Gaming, their decision is clear. They're going to play for time, but they're going to allow Boo Boo to pick it back up. It should be an easy slay to take down, though. Yes, that's what you're playing for Proton. We'll give you a second of oddball time, but we'll take you down right after. All the while, every second that passes is a second closer Proton are to a 1-0 lead in this series, but Sentinels have the numbers on the C side. Tolik pushes through. Precision goes down, though, but so does Collect. 3v3 for now. Tolik pushes through, down to 1 HP as his opponent, throwing stickies out. None of them stick, and this is going to have to be reset, but with this reset, 5, 6, 7 seconds will go off the board. If Sentinels don't grab control of it right off the rip, right off the reset, Proton will take it.
And Precision was on his way. I think was the only player on Sentinels that could have, but last shot was there in the way to play defender. When he shuts him down, that's going to end the game. Proton take game 1 in your winners bracket finals.
Wow. Is this tournament's so awesome. I feel like so many players are getting their revenge. Collect dropped by his former team. Now he's showing up in the winter final. Mortally previously getting dropped by his former team, taking him down in a best of 5 slugfest where they went up by 30 kills almost. I mean, one of the biggest leads you'll ever see in a Slayer. And now, what a perfect time for production to hop on over to that live squad with Mortally as they take on Native Gaming in the lower round 7, I want to say. Both of these two teams, Native Gaming a lot closer to qualifying through points. They're safe in the sense that they're one of those top 2 point team. But again, Cloud9, the top 2 seed in this tournament, they've already taken one of those spots. So starting to run out of time, starting to run out of opportunity to make your way to London via pool play. Lies, though, they will absolutely need a top 2 finish, much like Proton. So they need this win more than Native, you could argue. But it looks like for now, Native Gaming in the lead in round 2 and with the 1-0 lead in this oddball.
Yeah, they're Native looking pretty good in this one. They only need 5 seconds to close the door, but Sylvanic's not going to make it easy. He's going to throw it out. A couple members go down, though. And it looks like Mikwin should be able to close it out, and that is exactly what you want to see if you're a Native Gaming fan. But Lies, I mean, they put up a lot of numbers in at least that second round. Didn't get to see the whole game, but I have to imagine Lies are not out of it yet.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look at the points, Lies previously taking down Bittersweet. Bittersweet right there on the outside looking in of that 1-2 seed in points. Technically coming into it, Sentinels and Cloud9 had 1-2 in the standings. Native and Still Deciding were 1 and 2 right after them. And then it was Bittersweet and Reversal Perfy. So, man, you have to wonder if Bittersweet bowing out so early lost them contention for a top 2 finish, whereas otherwise they're coming into the tournament with hopes of it at least happening. Switching gears back to our main match of the day, our winter final between Sentinels and Proton Gaming. Game 2 live fire up next.
This one could go either way, I think. I mean, a team like Proton plays so fast and aggressive. We saw how good Lies were out the gate in that Lies vs Bittersweet roster, or in that Lies vs Bittersweet matchup where they just controlled the whole map. And it kind of reminds me of the way that Proton plays this game. I mean, especially in Strongholds or Slayer, if you occupy all 4 corners of the map and continually force those split spawns, makes it very difficult for the other team to even come up with a game plan off spawn. So it sometimes doesn't even matter how good you are if a team is putting you in that position.
This is really intriguing again as we take a look at the lay of the land. Sentinels, if they were to win this tournament like most people had predicted, I would put them in Pool B, I think, with SSG. That's a difficult pool to go into against the top team in HCS, or would that be Optic? That would be Optic, I believe. What we do know...
Optic is Pool B.
Okay, Optic Pool B. What we do know, though, is if you find yourself number 1 in points, you qualify for pools that way, you take on Pool C, which I think most people would, power rankings wise, say Pool C is the pool you want to end up in. So Sentinels, all could be for naught. They could get 3rd place, not qualify through top 2, find themselves at number 1 in points, and in quite possibly the most favorable of the 3 pools. So a lot of math taking place, a lot happening here in the Halo universe. We hop back on board here with your Elimination quarterfinals, Native Gaming versus Lies.
And this one is a Street Slayer. I think this one, Native generally quite good on this map. I mean, we've seen Mikwin have some of the best games we've ever seen on this game type. Guy just seems very comfortable on it. No surprise, you know, formerly worked 4-3-4-3. That's why he was not able to compete the first year of HCS. Comes on the scene with fire in season 2 with a out of open bracket top 4 finish. Just seems like he has belonged here ever since, and I think his experience on maps like this can be a big difference maker for Native. But on the other side, you've got a bunch of young talent on Lies, and that young talent is hungry. And hungry players are hard to beat.
And this sets up for Lies, Eli, in a game 2 where the underdog historically in Halo has their best opportunity to strike. This is Lies to a T, up by 2 now, 8-10 in this one as Sylvanic trades out, not before earning a double kill though. Ivanized with shotgun up soon. Let's see if he wants to hold this part of the map. No, he's going to push all the way on through, getting those callouts there on the trash side of the map. Pushes through to the back of C. He's got teammate support, but from the B rail, you're seeing some cross shots take place, and Ivanized and his teammate might have worked himself into a trap. Yes, they have. 2 go down to the 1 trade out there. It's a +1 net outcome for Native Gaming, but despite that, 3 go down on each side. APG and Ezo in a 1v1 for the streets.
APG more interested in getting proper map positioning than taking a 1v1, which that's that veteran understanding. It's more important that he holds the space on the map while his teammates are coming off respawn, and even though he goes down, his teammates are able to get a couple of kills of their own. Finally, though, look at the movement out of Ivanized. This is such a talented player that I love to watch. The triple kill almost. Is it the over? It is. Wait.
Kill tech. Oh. Almost. Oh my God, it would have been atrocity potentially. But it's going to be camo nonetheless. Unbelievable. What a play there from Ivanized. This is, man, we've heard of Flourishly, Ivan the Student Gamer, but Ivanized making a name for himself here on Championship Sunday of your London HCS Qualifier. Loving all of the players that we've seen step up, seemingly making a name for himself. We've not just seen the tried and true, the old guard, perform at a high level. It's been the new guns, the young guns, doing that instead as Ivanized continues through on a hell of a spree here. Hasn't gone down since, and he still won't as he earns the assist. And now with that spike grenade, doesn't have to dip onto the trash. He'll go down nonetheless. Lies have a 3-kill lead.
They need this win. I feel like going down 2-0 against a team as good as Native is almost insurmountable. We've seen it happen before, but would be a very tall task for them. So if they can win that game 2, they can absolutely keep themselves alive. We're going to switch back to the main match, though. Sentinels versus Proton. Livefire TS has just begun.
Early lead here for Proton Gaming, 2-1. As Valkyrie looks to push through on the cut side, spots an opponent at the screen door. A couple spikes go through. Nobody chasing though. Very curious as to who has the snipe off the start. Camo's up as well. Pollock has the snipe, and he can now position himself with eyes on the camo, which he does to help Proton roll on the sandbox, baiting Boo Boo Tubu into it. He says, "I dare you to jump up, Jesse."
Boo Boo clearly knows he's being watched. He's going to wait. Looks like he gets some knowledge from Lethal about where Talik is. And look at the patience from Boo Boo. Is there any player that has ever been willing to wait this long? I mean, he's just probably calling out for his team to...
Wow.
Yeah, he did. When he jumped up, it was when nobody was looking. Maybe this is how he's known as one of the best camo players. You got to get that title by actually picking up camo, and he certainly knows how to grab it.
That was incredible there. Booba Dooba goes down shortly after, doesn't do anything with the camo, but knowing that Tolic has him dead to rights with that S7 scoped on his forehead, pre-fired, he waits till Tolic slides to the left. I don't know if that was through game sense, communication, a little bit of both. Nonetheless, it doesn't matter for now. It's a moot point. 4-10. Proton have a multi-possession lead off the start, and Tolic still possessing that snipe. One shot left.
Doesn't connect with the snipe, but still has strong positioning to prevent the push. Also has a teammate behind him to help, but two of his other teammates go down, and it's going to open the door for Falcated to push right in. Looks like Druk finds himself between two members of Sentinels. That's never where you want to be. And now Falcated looking to press out some space to make sure Proton have less to work with.
6-kill lead, now down to 3 as Sentinels have cut that in half, but still face a deficit. Falcated facing towards the dummy door side of the map. Getting pings on the nest side. You almost wonder if, whoa, that's a call to go take that space. There's nobody pushing from it. It's a 3 push down the sandbags. And is somebody flanking nest? I'm not sure why that was pinged. Nonetheless, okay, there's all four for Proton Gaming. Falcated backing up towards the camo because camo's up soon. But it doesn't seem like that's going to be the fight or the attention. Last shot actually might be able to take camo for free because of all this attention through mid.
Wow. I mean, both teams are really playing the chess game right now. I've seen Precision really favor this sidekick a lot on this map, and for good reason. He's been putting it to good work. It has high DPS in close range. You're running with a teammate and shooting them fast with a pistol. They have no chance to scope back in against your teammates, so great shot to use in those team fight situations.
Wow, and Tolic had, or excuse me, last shot had the positioning on camo, but Falcated has it instead, looking to break through. Green door goes Tolic. This is very weak. Gets cleaned up by the grenade. Good job. And now this allows Falcated to push on through. Attention on the rest of his teammates. Gives him the back shots easily there for the killing spree. Make it a double kill straight through the face and soul of Collect. As 3 go down for Proton Gaming, 3 go up via the scoreboard for Sentinels, and they have flipped this match on its head. A slow start for Sentinels now turns into a approaching mid-game lead.
Very nice double kill from Falcated. Back shots on one teammate, turns to get more shots on the other player's face. Now, Falcated gonna actually retreat, understanding that maybe this isn't a good position, or maybe understanding that the game's about to be reset because somebody has left the game. But don't worry about that. Even though they aren't playing, doesn't mean we don't have more Halo to watch. By the way, Ivan Eyes has not slowed down. This man is 20-10 right now, and they're up by 2.
44-46. Lies clinging to a 2-kill advantage. Native Gaming clinging to the back wall of C. This should give the advantage to Lies to push through, but no. We're seeing Native Gaming push off their back foot, push off their spawn. Cross shots from the P side of the map. From McGuinn takes down Mortally. 46, 47, 46, now 47, 46. Native Gaming have regained the lead. They iced up in a game 5 against Reversal Perfy yesterday, 50-49. Will they do it again?
For Lies to lose this one, you kind of feel like it's going to really drain their energy going into a game 3 as well, especially since it seems like every time we've looked, Lies have been in the lead until now. Native playing this very patiently as well. APG finds a kill on Mortally with the Stalker. He gets taken down though in the kill feed. Native only need 2 more, but can they do it?
That's bait. The cross was being watched from Gilkey, and they draw in the competition, draw up a 1-kill lead, 49-48. It would take a miraculous double kill. But Barcode has the back of 1. Oh, but he doesn't get the finish. 49 all. Barcode might chase this out. That might be his undoing. 49-49 Cafe. Go 2 on the shotgun. Who's going to win it outright? Barcode seemingly spamming shots. Ezzo gets the slay! And it looks like, yes! Lies are the truth, at least in Game 2 Slayer, as they tie up the series 1-all.
Oh my god, what an intense moment that was. Ivan Eyes plus 10 with 10 assists, by the way. This man is woken up when it matters most. Had to be a big reason why they've made it so far in this tournament already. This roster is just chock full of young talent. And these guys, I mean, they're showing what they're made of. Taking the game off Native. and they want to continue in this tournament. Would that not be the Cinderella story if they're able to make it into pool play? That would be amazing.
Man, I feel like they already got it. The clock has already struck midnight, and Lies are still alive, still dancing at the ball. We switch gears here back towards our main match. No, this is another lower bracket matchup. God, W production in chat. There's so much Halo taking place, and these guys make sure we miss none of it. It's a tie, 1-all in each round, and a close one in round 3, 15-21. But Breaking Shot and the rest of the crew have the oddball.
Anytime we flip to a game that Breaking Shot's in, just look at the stat line, man. 35 and 24. This guy is putting up insane numbers today. I could just probably watch his screen all day. He is so fast and proficient at switching targets. He's an unbelievable player, and he's been stepping it up. I feel like he really is just comfortable with this group around him, Common and Haynes, and we've always described Cherish as a glue player to make his teammates better, so no surprise that someone like Breaking Shot can pop off in this environment.
Cherish looking to stay alive on the garage door, now goes down at the wall sheet. Manny continues on with oddball control, a 2v2, really more like a 1v2. As King Nick, he's the one sole protector of this rotation here from Manny, but Breaking Shot predicts it, calls it outright, pushes through the garage door. A pinch coming through. Full reversal Perfy now. And 2 go down again. It's more 2v2 gameplay here as Haynes looking to secure a little bit of time. And he does just that with a good hold here at the back of B, but the push is, I imagine, still coming in strong from still deciding.
Haynes just kind of expecting a push coming, not sure exactly when. Good job to drop it when he does to contest that player, but it's 3 dead for them. That looks like that ball is going to change hands, but we're back on board, utilizing that feature we talked about. Score has been reset back to where it was before, and now it's 17-15. Sentinels still lead, but we got a new opening for the game here.
W343 for that match continuation patch note, patch update that they put in the match. So if any disconnect occurs, whether online or on lane, we can pick right back up where we left off. Lethal looking to do the same, but he goes down, drops with camo up, QT up there on the back wall of green as well. Pollock makes sure that Sentinels drops the snipe. Now we're starting to see a little bit of sandbox control potentially going in favor of Proton at a crucial time in the match, tied 20-all.
Wow, I like this play from Collect. He actually waited till he was positive he would survive, but also as he moves towards his teammate. So he's basically playing insurance. If he dies, he's still in position to let a teammate grab it. Last shot with the nice body shot, turn it into a double kill. Wanted more, but ultimately gets taken down. See if Falcated or another member of Sentinels can find that sniper rifle and put it to work for themselves.
The big double, though, for last shot. You can argue he didn't deserve either of those kills, but he earned it nonetheless. Collect now earns the kit, ammo and snipe to work with, eyeing that push through the garage door, lining up that reticle at perfect head level, using the box to identify where the head's going to be. Has to swoop down a little bit, though, and Boo Boo Doo so fast with the G-slide, he gets out of there, avoids massive DPS from that body shot from Collect. 25-24 now, Collect. Still trying to manufacture an angle to take someone's face, but they're doing such a good job. Knowing that Collect is in the corner here, they're not giving him time and space to do that. They're actually rushing him, which is the best way to put pressure on a quarterback, right? They can feel uncomfortable in the pocket as that sniper holder. Great job there from Sentinels to stop that sniper rifle, to stop Collect from popping off.
Collect still able to get a couple kills and a body shot out of that and an assist before going down. So despite all that pressure, still turns the situation at least somewhat in Proton's favor. They have tied it. Now Sentinels take 1 kill lead. We've got another camo spawning in 15 seconds. We'll have to see how these teams choose to play it. I think Sentinels maybe want to take some space on that C side before it comes up just to make it a little bit easier, but Last Shot says, no, we know that that's what you want to do. We're not going to let you do it.
32-30, this Slayer has officially started, and Sentinels have the lead. Sentinels have the camo as well. And with Sniper up in 30, this could be their opportunity to roll with sandbox control. Previously, we saw it in the hands of Collect. Now, Lethal double up on it. Easy slay there on Druck. I think he thought he was in a 1v1, but with Lethal's camo, actually does a great job optimizing that power up. That's looked a little weaker here in Season 3. Nonetheless, Lethal combining for 1 slay. Looking to make it more.
Lethal gets the trade beat down, but Talik a little bit faster on the trigger finger with that AR. I think the AR might just have a faster bullet time out of the melee animation, so good job for Talik to understand that and use that mechanic to his advantage. Truck here with the peak shots from top tower, trying to output damage while also mitigating damage that he takes. And as long as he stays in that position, he could potentially give Proton the conditions to come back into this. But right now, pressure is pretty strong from Sentinels across the entire map, as you can see through the outlines here.
Starting to slip away from Proton a little bit here. You get into a 2-possession deficit into the 40s. Again, it goes back to that Bittersweet match where you just run out of time and space. Pollock, with plenty of breakfast on the table, earns the pancake. A little bit of brunch action here, 2 o'clock Central Time in Dallas, Texas. As Pollock earns the slay with that repulsor. Haven't seen that as often in Season 3 after the networking update. Repulsor does not do as much damage. As Pollock looking to clean up on some damage with the spike grenade. Still has 1 sticky to work with, and keep an eye on that repulsor sticky combination. He could utilize that here to earn a slay, but he doesn't want to trade out. Down by now 2 possessions. This is what I was referencing now. 6 kills, 2 possessions, 2 team wipes needed for Proton to get back in it. It starts with Pollock right here, getting some slays and staying alive doing it.
Wow, does he predict this, or does his teammates tell him, but he's going to hit another no-scope? He's got to make a hero play right here, right now. If this is going to swing back in Proton's favor, this has to be off the back of Pollock. He's doing a good job of just kind of playing a little bit tricky. Doesn't want his position to be obvious. Sentinel's known to be able to read their opponents very well, but can maybe find a cheeky angle. It doesn't matter, though. The rest of his teammates are dying around him, and he started to scramble a little bit. Has to figure out a way to be effective.
Ooh, Pollock pulls back out that S7, wisely switches back to the DMR for the headshot cleanup finish, but Lethal cleans him up instead. And if not for a miraculous comeback, which I'm going to hold my breath for because we saw Bittersweet get close to it, but this is getting down to the wire. This is getting down to the end game, and I don't know if there's enough time left. 48-44. This is big. Keep it within 1 possession. Keep it within 1 team wipe. Just Proton, and they could come back. 1 fell swoop could tie it at 49, but they have to play perfect Halo.
Such a smart play from Falcated in that previous play, and Lethal's going to close it out as well. But I just want to talk about Falcated's play. He's back green, no shields. There's a player in his crosshair, but he waited until his shield started to regenerate before he started shooting. Pollock also utilized the peak shot. He jumps backwards off of the map in a situation where, yeah, right here, he gets the peak shots to land the kill, but it doesn't really matter that much that he dies there. He's expected to die, but that kill is better for Sentinels than his death is good for Proton because it gets them closer to the 50 kill mark. So very smart play there from Falcated.
Yeah, that might be one of the most confident examples of playing for the trade we've ever seen there from Falcated, knowing that without the QT, he's got no chance to QT back onto live fire, but he wasn't looking for that. He was just looking for another slay to inch Sentinels forward because of that lead they had up by 4 at the time. Knew that a trade was a win condition for Sentinels, and they win game 2, tie up the series.
And people in chat will be like, LOL, he jumped off the map. What an idiot. But it's like, when he jumps backwards like that, he cuts off sight lines to be potentially killed from sandbags, which means he guarantees that kill on training. So it was a smart use of jumping off the map.
Native Gaming previously losing what looked like a comeback for them. It was Lies in full control of game 2, but Lies, after a little bit of a slip up in the end game, actually clutch up to tie it at 1, 50-49 after that game 2 win. But my God, since we have gotten back on board here with Native Gaming, up 3-0 in the King of the Hill, and that's on them. It's on Native Gaming, the higher seeded team, the better team in terms of power rankings to win these OBJs, and doing just that.
Yeah, looking very strong here. Keep in mind the top of the score, or the top of the screen, a little incorrect. Lies do have a game win here in game 2. We saw that Streets Slayer win. Sure, production will get that updated, but yeah, Native looked very strong. I mean, a 3-hill lead with just a minute on the clock. I mean, if you're on the side of Lies, you're probably already thinking about the next game.
I actually kind of like that, Eli. I'm glad you brought that point up, right? Don't sweat and stress and press. The conversation as to how to win Solitude King of the Hill is saved for a later date, saved for a VOD review. At this point, rip the Band-Aid off, PG, go next. And I almost wonder sometimes if the dichotomy, the mental of losing a close match, which can be soul-crushing, heartbreaking, energy draining, to losing by a wide margin like we see there. It's more of a GG go next, not a big deal. Let's just go on to the next game. And that's exactly what we're going to do here. Back to our winter final. A tied series, 1-all. The level of competition in Halo has never been tighter as we hop on board here with Precision.
Love this. This kid probably not old enough to have played any Halo 3, but that does not mean I want to play against him on this map that has so many sniper rifles. I feel like he could absolutely pop off on it. And yeah, he's just electing to just hold top tower for now, kind of using the strategies we used way back in the day on this map. But after he sees his teammates are landing kills, knows it's time to push up. Now it's time to use the sniper rifle to spawn kill. Also knows that at least one spawner spawn on this side. They're going to turn after this kill to look to the courtyard side. And he's going to get some more spawn kills. And this is just complete domination early from Sentinels. There's no way this flag doesn't land at home.
Oh, that's GG at least for flag number 1. What a hot start here for Sentinels as they take the early 1-0 lead. And doing a great job here, Eli, doing what I didn't do yesterday. They're not blocking the courtyard spawns. Instead, they're forcing them. Instead, I'm going to throw some shade at myself. Just because we throw so much shade at tools, I'm going to throw it right back at myself. Precision throwing it back with a double kill. Falcated with another flag out. Rare to see a double cap on Pit. Usually you see a counter cap, but no. This is Sentinels looking to go for 2. Oh, but Falcated can't get through the long haul. This might be an early grab here from Boobaduba. I think he might get taken out, but he has the heads-up play with the repulsor. Inches that flag a little bit further. Stays alive a little bit longer, but it might not be enough. Still giving Proton something to sweat for. Pollock goes down with the snipe, and Sentinels are going to have a chance at this.
So smart. It's all off that repulsor play, right? If that repulsor doesn't happen, that flag's not going to be far enough for Precision to make that play. But look at this. Proton push right past it. They also return it. Druck has made it all the way to this back wall, which is so important. It guarantees Sentinels are spawning in the courtyard. And now they're just going to try to apply pressure, keep them from getting out. But as I say that, Sentinels have already extended out of their spawn, and they've stolen their Proton flag. I don't think Proton expected that. They probably expected Sentinels to maybe rotate backwards and try to get some slays.
Wow.
But no, Sentinels have just flipped the map, and they've got the flag almost all the way home.
This match is being played at the pace of Aquarius for Sentinels, at least. Not for Proton Gaming. 2-0 lead now for Sentinels, and wow. Just as Proton started off with a Game 1 victory, it felt like they had the opportunity to strike, go up 2-0, but they do not. And now in Game 3, they go down 2-0. And with 9.5 left on the clock, still plenty of time left in it, but Sentinels here can play a little bit more defensive-minded. They don't want to park the bus, though. You start playing not to lose. You will lose if you're Sentinels here, so very curious as to how they play this. His last shot gets taken down with the sticky grenades, loses OS, and this is looking like all Sentinels now. 9 minutes left.
Was that a fastball kill on the OS? I think he stuck the OS player twice, but it was the fastball that finished the deal. But yeah, how silly does Proton feel? They're in the Sentinels' first BR. They're literally in their base during the entirety of the flag run, and Sentinels didn't even sweat. They just ran it right under their nose. And you just gotta feel silly after that if you're on the side of Proton. Like, how did we let that happen? And not only that, but now they've got the next set of weapons. Looks like Druck, though, can deal some damage with this sniper, but they have a lot of time to work with. This is still an uphill battle for Proton.
Not surprising, Eli, in the sense that player personality traits and characteristics sort of trickle down to this team composition of 4v4. And always say Boobaduba, the most unorthodox player in HCS. Not surprised to see Sentinels score unorthodoxly with the run through the bottom bridge area as they utilize that to go up 2-0. Druck, though, controlling the sniper side of the map, but he's got a 2v1 to fight. Takes both down with the body shot. Calling for some help here from last shot, and the assists start to come through. Druck gets his shields back, and this could set up for a run. Oh my god, Precision stays on the map. I was waiting to see. Almost wonder if he had to use a ghost jump to stay on the map. I thought Druck had enough to send him off, but instead, Precision stays alive. Precision back for vengeance, back for blood. Has 2 players down in the sword, both down to 1 HP. Takes down 1, trades out. Collect now with the snipe.
Collect only got 3 shots to work with, but yeah, it looked like the repulse sent Precision into that diagonal pillar connector thing on the outside there, whatever you want to call that. But that was what I think he bounced off of to stay on the map. And look at the pressure. Sentinels know that Collect is going to try to get some shots down from Sword, but as soon as he peeks, gets shot by 2 or 3 bandits. It's taken down in a hurry, and now Sentinels are looking to get this 3rd flag out.
2-0 lead held on to by Sentinels. Precision has really been alive forever on the OS side, but he goes down at just the wrong time in the sense that OS is up, but Collect only has himself and that overshield to work with, and that is not enough. 3-0 Sentinels absolutely speed run through Pit. Now we've seen SSG a little bit faster, but that might be the 2nd fastest on the world record 80% leaderboard.
I mean, talk about timing and opportunities, and just seeing the opportunity to run the flag. Like, yeah, okay, they're grabbing overshield. Who cares? I got the flag all the way through green. I'm just going to run it in. Like, that guy can't do anything about it. Also, who cares that they're in our base? Let's just go steal their flag and run it back right under their nose. I mean, Sentinels with 2 flag caps that I don't think many other teams would have possibly found an opportunity to cap.
Yeah, it felt like just with the observer attention on the sword side, it kind of, again, trickles down to what the attention is for these players. Everybody focused on the sword side up the map, but Lethal, he says, hey, I'll just take this down the long haul, not face any objection to it. As everybody focused on the sword, but Lethal runs through the long haul and runs Sentinels up to a 2-1 lead in that winter final. Switching gears here to the elimination quarters. So you see Native Gaming up 2-1 on Lies. Lies, though, with the early lead in control of A and B.
Morley content to just chill top A here. He's just going to play gatekeeper. Also get some call outs for his teammates who are shooting across to that catwalk side. Make sure he has a little bit of extra help. He's going to actually rotate just in case this teammate who took some damage needed some help, but quickly rotates back to block the spawn. Now looks to apply pressure into C. Has a teammate that started the C capture. Could argue maybe a bit of an overextension when they had firm control of AB. Might have been able to hold that, but when these guys see a small window of opportunity to press their advantage even further, they do not hesitate to take it. In this moment, though, it might not have been the right play.
Morley pushing up out of C while one of his teammates continues to cap it. Good shots there on the shock rifle user. Oh, but Barcode shoots the platform of C to take down Sylvanic. Heads up play by the Aussie there. As Morley looking to stay alive, but he does not. This could be a trip cap now if Native Gaming want to take C. No, it looks like they're going to just hold the line and try to trap these spawners in on the C side. Disadvantageous are those spawns. As we'll switch gears here. Lies with a little lead, but Native Gaming look like they're coming back strong. Switching back here to your winner final between Sentinels and Proton Gaming. Off the start here, King of the Hill Solitude. Camo, highly contested.
Last shot taking heavy fire, but dealing some heavy damage of his own. But it's Falcated. I just feel like Falcated finds a way to win so many of these 1v1s. He just rarely misses a shot, but more than that, kind of is out predicting what his opponents are going for. Lethal gets the shot on the pad there to kill a player in the dip, but despite that, Proton still have control of the hill, and they really want to get this first hill to start with an early lead.
Yeah, Lethal looking through the Matrix portal says, oh, that's a heads-up play there, Barcode. I'll take that and utilize that here on the Solitude bottom mid-hill to keep Proton out of it, but not for long. Proton have really done a good job through that highly contested positioning, and now Druck has the shock and the positioning of top snipe. Proton, it feels like after Sentinels ran up the score early on in that previous game, this would be big for Proton to get back on the board, get back in the mix. They do just that with the 1-0 lead.
Truck just flying overhead and laying down shots on members of Sentinels. They do ultimately take him down, but it's 4 dead for Sentinels. That means Proton not only got the first, but they get what I often call the most important transition in King of the Hill. That's from hills 1 to 2 on this map, because it's so easy to lock this second hill down. We already see they've got almost 75% of this hill done already, and it feels like it just moved.
175% uncontested, and before I even get the chance to finish that sentence, Proton are already at 90%, and now Sentinels get in the hill. But it's Falcated who's the last Spartan standing. He doesn't have the numbers or the protection through the flowers or the backside of A, and Druck a little sketchy there on that gunfight, both players, but Druck wins it, and Proton could win the early 2-0 lead. They do just that. Camo's up as well, only 30 seconds off the clock. Proton, you blink once and they're up 2-0.
Seen this story before, though. I've seen Sentinels lose the first 2 hills on this map and roar back with a vengeance. Maybe just play a little bit better on the other side of the map, as it looks like they do already have time in, as well as the pressure on the spawners here. Kills popping up in favor of Sentinels. Last shot, last player live also goes down. They now recognize the snipe side spawner open, and I think Lethal is going to go straight to snipe side to apply pressure to these guys. No, as soon as that spawn comes out, recognizes that it must have flipped. Now they turn around and look at the opposite side, find the spawners on both Tram and Blue, which is actually quite a good spawn for Proton. They have a natural pinch off of their spawn point, but see if Sentinels can react to it.
This will be 3 hills in a row, Eli, that have not been contested by the team not currently scoring, as Sentinels have 100% of the scoring on this particular hill, 80% in cumulative total as they look to roll precision with a double. Nice. Falcated earns that slay instead. The assist will do the same as far as the end result. Now we're seeing Falcated. Look at this big brain play. The pads are the main character at this point. This is unbelievable. The amount of times that we've seen the shock damage ultimately reset the map control for these teams. We saw that previously on Recharge just a second ago. Now we're seeing it on Solitude.
Was it not a week ago when we sat down with Bound for our podcast that we talked about the sandbox, and he's like, you know what's a really cool gun that you can use creatively? The Disruptor, but no one's doing it. Falcated's like, I am. Shoots the pad of the thrust to deny that rotation into yard, which Proton was going for. Big brain stuff coming out of Sentinels.
And fourth hill, look at this. All of these hills in a winter final that's highly contested, none of these hills are. All the time in favor of the team that steps foot in the hill first. And if that doesn't go to show the importance of getting an early jump on the competition, I don't know what does. Druck looking to make sure that Proton can secure that 2-hill lead once again. And with so much time on the clock, Eli, you got to still play. You got to play for the 4-1 here if you're Proton. The clock isn't even a factor. It shouldn't even be really discussed by me right now because there's so much time left on it.
Exactly right. I mean, this game should probably not go to time unless one of these hills becomes more contested than all the others we've seen so far. I mean, it's 1 minute and 10 seconds off the in-game clock, and we're on hill 5. That's just unbelievable pace for a King of the Hill game in 2024. I'll tell you that right now, especially between two teams that have been slain out. Think back to Recharge Oddball. The Oddball sat on the floor for a majority of all 3 rounds that were played, but somehow these teams able to get massive control for these hills on Solitude.
And Eli, the narrative of this match continues rolling on like a runaway train. The team that gets foot in the hill first usually wins it by 100% to 0 margin. This is unbelievable. I can't make sense of it. Again, in a series that's been so highly contested. You brought up that oddball previously where 3 to 5 seconds of milk at a time were like 25 seconds to 30 seconds of milk at a time because of just how tight it was. Now Sentinels putting 75% uncontested on the board for this one. And if this goes the way of the previous hills, we should have a 2-3 game.
That was such a clutch fight for Precision to win. Last shot goes for the late jump, but you could see in Precision's reticle that he read it before it happened. He said, yeah, I played against you enough, brother. I know what you're going for. And he pre-aimed upwards and gets the perfect shot anyways. I mean, it's just the meta evolving on top of the meta. If late jumps become more and more common, maybe not late jumping is a way to throw off your opponent, as Precision was ready for that one.
That's a great point, Eli. The best play in professional Halo is the one that your opposition is not expecting. And now so many players expecting the ghost drop step strafe as Druck now drops off that ledge with the use of the shock rifle. Great job staying alive. Massive play. Would have been a 2v2 instead. It's a 4v1 with Proton doing their best job contesting the hill. Like we said previously, it was rolling out of control for the first one in the hill. Proton flipping the script, having the chance to send us to a game 5.
My God, Druck just outputting so many shock shots. I don't know if any landed, but it didn't matter. That was enough to seal the deal, and we've got ourselves a game 5 in the winners finals. Proton and Sentinels. Are you guys not entertained? This is insane.
This is Halo. And did you guys see that marketing trailer the other day for Halo Infinite? It starts off and it says, "This is Halo." They probably watch a lot of LVT Halo. The just godsend of the Halo community, man. I cannot imagine not witnessing what we've seen here today. Even when we dip into the lower bracket, the tertiary matches of B, C, and D, they're looking like the A matches, right? That Argyle CTF. I go back to that. Oh, look at that. Right on cue. LVT, make sure we don't miss a second of the action. Speaking of seconds, only 5 seconds left. 3-2 lead here for still deciding. Manny and the rest of the boys looking to secure it, but Haynes has possession of the hill. Goes down shortly after. Manny dipping from the dip. The 3 go down for reversal. Perfy, and that will do it. Still deciding, take the match. And not sure where we are in that series, but a hell of a finish there to win the King of the Hill. Again, W production.
I believe I heard from production that is a 3-0 victory. Yes, still deciding, close out the series 3-0 with that. So we are on pace for that still deciding matchup against Native Gaming in the lower bracket semifinals. But before we find out who's going to go to the lower bracket finals. We got to finish this series right here. Game 5, Aqua Slayer. I cannot imagine a more, I guess, intense final Slayer that we can have. It's going to be a mad dash for those overshields. In the time between overshields, maybe a bit more of a chess match, trying to fight for mid-map control, but this is going to be a fast one.
Massive implications on the line. Flights, hotel, funding on the line for Proton Gaming, as they need this win in Game 5 to all but ultimately secure a top 2 finish and the reward of earning that spot. They cannot make it through points. Even if they get top 3 this weekend, they would not make it through points, we would imagine. So this is it. They're going to have another opportunity. They could lose to Sentinels and still do it in the lower finals. But with the way Proton's been rolling, Eli, do you want to get to it? Do you really want... Do you want to give it that chance? I don't think so. I think Proton are here to take it. The sense of urgency is on them. And speaking of urgency, I'm looking at Druck, the Proton Gaming member who finally gets a chance to compete on LAN after what feels like years of being stopped at the gates. Finally will be allowed through, we hope and imagine, in London to compete in pool play in HCS competition once again. Keep your eye on Druck, because Aquarius sets up for his playstyle, G-sliding all over the map.
I mean, does it not set up for all members of Proton? I mean, Collect and Talik also super fast. And let's not forget, it's the last shot won the World FFA Championship on this very map. He knows these angles inside and out. He's going to know exactly where to look for players. These guys are going to be fighting so well. But then on the other side, you've got Sentinels, who I recall winning a 50-49 against Optic in a Game 5 to shut them out of a tournament during this offseason, or I keep calling it the off season. It just feels like it, the time between events. But yeah, I mean, both these teams are so good at this game type. This one could really go either way at the beginning, and that early momentum is going to really tell the story here.
I really like how 343 has set up that quote-unquote off-season or now mid-season, Eli, this year. Previously, we saw in Season 1, a lot of points weighted towards online gameplay. Season 2, we saw a lot of tournaments weighted towards the beginning of the LAN season or Season 2. Now in Season 3, you've got 3 weeks of opens, then the major qualifier before each and every single tournament. So balance has been reached here in Season 3. Game 5 on the horizon. Proton versus Sentinels. There's no telling which way this one goes.
Here we go, Hunter. Winners bracket finals, Game 5, everything on the line. Winner of this guarantees a spot in pool play. You could argue Sentinels is pretty much locked up anyways, just based on points. Even if they were to lose this and then also lose in the lower bracket, we're pretty sure they're going to get at least one of those point spots, but they want to get first place. Boo Boo said it himself. Somebody asked him, hey, which pool do you want to be in? He said, whichever one means I won the tournament. So he wants to win today.
That's interesting.
And I respect that.
That's really interesting. And I'm not surprised from Boo Boo. He's got the heart of a lion, heart of a competitor. But laying the context for you guys, setting the stage. Winning this tournament puts you in Pool A against SSG. Winning through points puts you in Pool C against FaZe and Complexity, which many people in the community agree is the weakest of the pools for now. The sights are set on Game 5. Look at this, Boo Boo shooting through and finding shots and angles that we haven't yet seen in Halo gameplay. Competition Season 3 showing us new things. Oh my God, Eli, there's a reason why Season 3 is always the best. What was that?
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone else use that exact angle, and he gets a kill through it. There's actually a lot of little openings down there at the P side that you can actually chuck a grenade from one side to the other. There is a secret little crack back there, but I didn't know about that one. Boo Boo showing off new tech and maybe new strategies to help secure that overshield.
That unorthodox play from Boo Boo Doo is so huge, but despite that, cheeky, sneaky positioning from Boo Boo Doo, Proton Gaming gained the overshield. Proton Gaming gained the lead off the start, and they're rolling it into multiple possessions. 5-10. They've doubled up on Sentinels in Game 5.
Such a huge lead early on. We know momentum can swing, but having that early momentum on the side of a fast team like Proton is dangerous for Sentinels. They've got to find a way out of this base. They're trapped in the yellow base. Last two members alive, and Proton know it. That means they're going to not hesitate to aggress and flush out the base. They do so. They know they're flipping the spawns to the other side, and they look to continue to steamroll Sentinels.
Proton have absolutely stolen The beginning of this match, rolling on the competition, looking to make it a 10-kill, double-digit, multi-possession lead, and where it comes down to just being able to trade. It's still very early, though. Sentinels get it back to where they're down by half, and they need to get back on the board. Precision helps them do just that with the triple kill. Now down only 5 once again, but they still got a little bit of meat left on that bone to make it a highly contested mid-game. There we go. There's the 1 kill to make it a 1-possession game, but just like that, switches back and forth. This match is out of control.
OS is up. Looks like Falcated grabs it, but he gets taken down. I think last shot. Oh my God! They've get the first 2 overshields. Precision was trying to take some space on that yellow side, just trusting that his teammates could hold it down. But Proton made such a good push. You have to wonder maybe if Precision's gun was in that fight, could have made the difference. But for now, it's a doubled up lead in favor of Proton, 22-11.
It was just a 4-kill game. Now it's ballooned to 11, and if that doesn't exemplify how important it is to earn overshield on Aquarius, I don't know what else does. And that's twice, Eli, that Sentinels had the positioning. Sentinels had the slays. Sentinels had it in their back pocket, but they didn't activate it in their Molnar armor. Instead, it's Proton who earned the overshield and the 9-kill lead off the start. Wow.
Here we go. Boo Boo rushing into the blue base. Knows there's members of Proton here. Maybe didn't know they had the heat wave. Signs it back up there. Heat wave shots don't do a ton of damage to him though, so he's able to re-enter the fight. Rest of Sentinels are here, and these are the type of collapses that need to work in your favor, but it's Talik with the overkill extermination, and he's looking for more.
Lethal looking for the overkill, but Talik says, no, I've got the over. Unbelievable. Multiple multis on the screen, but it's Talik who gets the better of Lethal and Sentinels. Now back up to that double-digit 10-kill lead. And getting into the 30s here is where Proton can start to play calm, cool, and collected. You don't want to let up, but they can manipulate for trades. Talik says, what trades? I'm taking down 2 more. Give me another Jeff Steitzer double kill in the feed as Sentinels go 4 down. And if they don't come off a spawn here, Eli, with 4 in a row, I don't know how else they can do it.
You might be right. This is getting a little bit too late in the game. Proton have great positioning here. I mean, where can Sentinels possibly go? Druck holding off that left side. Meanwhile, Talik holding off the right side. Proton are just pincering their opponent. Where can Proton go here? Or sorry, where can Sentinels go? They're actually going to find a way out. Finally, Talik gets a melee and a thruster to finish off Precision, and this has gone from bad to worse. And not only that, last shot gets the next overshield as well. I think this one's over, Hunter.
Did you just say pincer? Like in the Pokemon, because Proton's looking like a shiny Rayquaza. A battle between Kyogre and Rayquaza has taken place, and shiny Rayquaza is stuffing Kyogre into the depths of the ocean right now. That's Sentinels who are, I was about to say dead in the dirt. Is that fair to say? Or am I going to get another Makowski's faded in chat? Because of what I said earlier against Bittersweet and Lies, this is kind of what it feels like again. You don't afford yourself enough of an opportunity when you go down this much.
I don't even know how to respond to the Pokemon comment. You just said some names and words that I've never heard spoken before, but I'm sure it sounded great to all the Pokemon fans in chat. Regardless, here we go. 39-25. Lethal wants to bring his team back into this, knows that it's an uphill battle, might already have decided that they probably lose this one, but he's still going to do his best to turn things around. Right now, they have all of Proton trapped in the base. They've also got a good pinch on it as well. But as soon as he goes down and this collapse is not perfectly successful, this just feels like it is now over.
Wait, you don't know what Pokemon is and you threw out the pincer reference? I'm so confused, Eli. You're going to have to break this down for me later on stream. We're going to have to metify Pokemon session. And maybe I'll be the one teaching you this time. Collect, teaching Sentinels a lesson as he is absolutely frying in this game. Everyone's frying. 13, 7, and 7. Everybody with at least 6 assists for Proton Gaming. So not only are they having those individual pop-off moments, they're doing it with great teamwork as well. This one is over. I can say this one confidently without people freaking out in chat. This one's it. Sentinels, I don't care if FaZe joined Sentinels right now and you had 8 versus 4, they still wouldn't beat Proton Gaming.
I mean, these guys are just playing with a level of fire that we have not seen in quite a while, and I think it makes sense. I mean, these guys are feeling very confident ever since adding Collect to the roster. Collect just fits in like a glove with these guys. He plays just as fast as they want, but kill. Don't look now. Booba's getting a double kill at least to save some face in the series, but they have to know it's just 1 kill. This feels impossible.
Proton Gaming from the depths of the roster standings, 12th seed in the HCS, but they're looking like the #1 team in this tournament, have secured their spot in pools. We're finally going to get to witness Druck on land. Finally, so excited for this. You could say I'm biased for this, as Proton have stamped their ticket to London. Congrats to Collect, Druck, Tolic, Last Shot, and the coach Trey Try, Jagged Cloud as well over at Proton Gaming. Hard-earned ticket stamped to London.
These guys came into today with the game plan. They said, let's just win everything. Let's not even make it a question. We don't want to go to point calculations. We've got to win today to make it, and they have earned their spot. We will be seeing these guys in London, and Sentinels, while they are likely guaranteed via points, are going to have to earn their way back into the grand finals to see who gets first or second, because still keep in mind the difference between first and second does change the fate of these teams as to what pool they end up in. We'll have to see how all that plays out.
Unbelievable day. Thank you guys so much for your time and attention in the chat. I believe that's going to do it for Eli and I. If you guys enjoy our commentary, throw us some support on socials. Drop us a follow. Subscribe to our YouTubes, our Twitch. We'll probably be streaming live later with Drops On together, running through the matchmaking playlist to get some practice in for LVT Orlando later this week. For now, though, we'll say so long and see you later.
All right, Tools, man, Proton getting it done. You know, I had messaged one of their coaches earlier before this tournament started, and I asked him, hey, if you guys don't get top 2, are you guys going to London? And they said there's no world where we're even considering that. So it sounds like they had to win, Tools.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just came into today saying it's do or die, and well, they've done it. They're in. They can relax just a little bit more with what they've been able to do today. The real question is what's going down in that losers bracket at the moment. There's some big matchups to come, and the big one on screen, right? Still deciding versus Native Gaming. Native in a pretty good spot to qualify by points. We know Cloud9 is going to qualify through points. One spot still up for grabs. This is the teams. So right now, Sentinels has that first spot when it comes to points. If they get back into grand finals, then it comes down to who gets that last spot, and it'll be either Still Deciding or Native Gaming. Either way, they can go qualify by getting top 2 today, but this is the 3rd and 4th place teams when it comes to the points. It's a huge game for Still Deciding in particular. If they want to get in, there's no other way for them to do so. They have to win here today, and then hopefully if the pro points work out, I have to go get a list of how many pro points you get for whatever placing that you get. They're down a little bit on Native Gaming, but they could make it up by getting that 3rd to 4th differential in this game.
A lot on the line. This is your elimination semifinals. Sentinels waiting on the other side. And Tools, obviously there's been a bit of a roster mania that happened just before this tournament, Tools. Still Deciding. That's not the Still Deciding that we had weeks leading up to this.
No, the roster menu went absolutely crazy today, or I should say yesterday and the day before. Manny obviously getting dropped for Collect just caused an entire wave of roster changes from top to bottom. And so far, I mean, Proton look really good with Collect. Still Deciding. I'm sure Manny wants to get back into that grand finals to show that that wasn't the right decision. Monster being picked up at the last moment. Those pro points that he had could be a difference maker between them or Native Gaming getting that final spot, depending on how all these results pan out.
Indeed, and I think one player that I want to keep my eye on is Monster, and that mouse and keyboard. It feels like the man has had some sort of a rebirth, right? And I'm liking what I'm seeing out of Monster. Tools, what are your thoughts on Monster's switch to mouse and keyboard?
I think it's the perfect thing for him, right? It's I feel like it's going to revitalize his career here. When you're a player that's up and coming, and especially when you have like sort of that controversial edge to you, you have to find things that put you above and beyond everyone else that's fighting for these roster spots. I believe Monster's done that by going to mouse and keyboard. He's more efficient at being able to be aggressive on the map, and that's the trademark of Monster, right? He has high engagements in all maps. When he was filling in for the Sentinels team, they went to a game 5 Slayer. He had 18 kills, 17 deaths. That just giving you an idea of how active he always is on this map.
Well, let's take a look at the lobby right now. It's got a long way to go, Tools, so we're just hanging out for a moment. If you're here in the channel, ladies and gents, we do run ads, right? But it's these ads that ensure that we can do what we need to do, because there's a big list, Tools, right, of who and what make this a reality. And I just want to take a moment, right before the end of the broadcast, right? Let's give our flowers here for a moment here in the middle while we can. This is an all-encompassing list of credits for the open series events that you have seen on LVT Halo over the last few weeks. It takes a village, Tools.
That's a lot of people, right? A lot of people that are involved in making this happen. Obviously, we see the talent on screen every weekend and week out, but you don't see a lot of people that are doing a lot of work behind the scenes, even over here at LVT or maybe over on the Faceit side or the DSA side who help administrate this bracket. There's a lot of people making these wheels work, and thankfully, a lot of competent people, because the show's been great today. We have had nonstop action for what feels like 4 hours on straight now.
It's been red zone coverage here on LVT. Yeah, I want to give a special shout out to the DSA group. DSA, you see there in the special things portion, they're admins that run these Halo tournaments on the Faceit side. They help Faceit Halo get these things done. Led by Bittersweet, an amazing person in the Halo community, and people to
She was
look
on
up
Conan.
to. Yeah, and then second of all, the moderators, right? We have a lot of moderators here on the LVT Halo, but these moderators listed: Kills in the Night, Lucinity, Jesus, Spying Ryin, Izzy, Scout, Anxiety. They're the ones that are, in the LVT Halo Discord moderator chat. That they work together to make sure that the things are as fun as possible in the chat. So a special shout out to moderators here in this situation, and then of course producers, observers, talent, hosts, all the good stuff you see listed there. And yeah, this lobby getting one step closer. I believe we're missing 2 more players, Tools, but predictions, if you will, native versus still deciding.
I almost wanted to, in my heart, just to say still deciding, so that we get some drama when it comes to the final to these final moments of who's going to go in and who's going to go out. Native basically secures their spot of a win here, so just for the preface of making things a little mixy and interesting for the next round, I feel like I had to put my lot with the still deciding crew.
Well, a lot of hopefuls in the chat as well for APG and the native gaming side. Mikwin, Barcode, Gilkey, the newest addition to this roster. And we're starting things off on a Empyrean, it looks like. So I'm looking at Gilkey picking up that sniper rifle.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Gilkey in particular. I feel like he always does something crazy on this map in particular, Empyrean. Like, if you go through Gilkey highlights, all the highlights happen basically on this map in particular, which is pretty funny. Remember that he got like a kill tack all the way back, and man, so it's almost like a year ago, man. I'm trying to remember what event it was, but he has some crazy clips on this map.
He does indeed. He always seems to step up on this map. I feel like he's very comfortable on this map, and it looks like everybody's in this lobby as well, Tools. We're gonna take a quick 30 seconds, make sure we got all our graphics and stuff in line. But here in just a few moments, we'll have our casters. We're gonna be getting into this elimination semifinal. We still got Mac and Eli. I know they were trying to leave, but we need them just for a little bit longer. We do have another set of casters coming through here in a moment. But ladies and gents, don't go anywhere. As you can see, this match starting very soon.
All right. Sorry. I thought I thought we were done, but you know what?
We're still here.
I'll take it, Eli. I am more than happy to be joined alongside you and the Halo community for more Halo as we continue on through Championship Day number 2 for major qualifier for HCS London. We've already seen one team stamp their ticket. Now it's on these two teams to see who's going to, again, take fate into their own hands. You don't want to have to rely on points. It gets way too mixy. If you look at the spreadsheet, I'm not good at math anyways, but that math ain't mathing up for some of these two teams. That one will very potentially be on the outside looking in. Massive match here. Your elimination semis between Native Gaming still deciding are live.
Interesting. Gilkey grabs a sniper on this map when we saw Mick win the sniper on Argyle. But Gilkey's the guy. He's been playing since we were playing on Halo 3, so maybe that's part of the reasoning here. Mickwin just saying, like, you know what? You've probably sniped top tower more than I have. You go ahead and have fun. He's also disgusting with it. Monster with the sniper on the other side, and M&K sniping has been absolutely unreal. You guys have seen the Twitter clips, I'm sure. So he's actually going to get the snipe ammo from Gilkey. Maybe a bit of an ill-advised push there, and it's actually just going to go ahead and extend all the way to this back wall and force those spawners into the courtyard.
I think what's key for professionals that are making the switch to mouse and keyboard is having the same level of reticle discipline like we see there on that pre-fire body shot no scope from Monster. Having the same level of reticle discipline as you would on the controller. That's what I see when I watch guys like Woodham, and I'm seeing that develop and form even for guys like Monster as he works his way through to S1, an orthodox flag run taking place, and could likely get reset instead as, yeah, McWin has it. 2 coming through the long haul, 1 through the green. That does get reset, still tied.
McWin playing great defense here. He's gonna not only kill the player green hall, but also extend out to the long haul, push this player back. All one shot does peek through green, but not for long once you get those shields back. And this is what you like to see on the side of Native. They're playing good defense, but the aggression from Still Deciding, they're going to force their way in with brute force. Barcode, last player to stop it from happening. He's going to get that very important kill, but King Nick is still there on the other side.
Barcode put the hoodie on his VR, but he goes down to the shots from Ramy. McWin now on the top side is Snipe looking to prevent a potential pull. Defense has been strong for Native Gaming, but they haven't broken through that 50-yard line just yet. It's really been Still Deciding who feels like they've been taking the fight through this Native Gaming roster. But there's an important moment in the match coming up here. 15 seconds till OS and Rockets are available to both teams.
McWin just trying to hold down the side. He sees his teammates dying in that kill feed, though. Misses the melee as well. APG going to be the last player alive on it. Native, can he possibly get the OS? He's going to try to, but knows he has to take down King Nick first. A rare shoddy bandit trade. Don't see that one very often, but it's going to at least open enough space for Gilkey to come in and grab it, but this flag might go all the way home.
Monster through to the long haul, and before Gilkey can even get eyes towards the flag, that flag has been put in for a 1-0 lead. Still Deciding, take it off the start, but a counter cap will ensue. Good job to mitigate the overshield, but great job to grab it by Gilkey. No, great job to mitigate the overshield. Because of that, Gilkey goes down shortly after. You thought he was going to have a chance to run that, at least make the jump to Green Hall, but he does not. McWin, there's no way he didn't notice that the Rockets are there. I think this is glitched, unfortunately. Sometimes when they drop down on the training side of the map, they're no longer able to be picked up. That can happen with Sniper or Rockets, and it looks like, unfortunately, that's what's taking place here, as McWin is not able to take advantage of the power weapon to earn a counter cap. Still Deciding will take a 1-0 lead and maybe even back the 50-yard line.
Yeah, a bit of a probably frustrating moment there for McWin as he wanted to put that rocket to use, but it ends up just baiting him into a bad position. He gets taken down. Still Deciding has a sniper as well, and if King Nick can land a couple of headshots, could convert the situation, but no. He gets body shot by the other side, and now he just looks to play defense instead.
King Nick lining up that reticle down the long haul, now the green, just waiting for that push from a Native Gaming roster that needs to score to tie things up. As Still Deciding, turn that early breakage through the 50-yard line, turn that early aggressiveness into a 1-0 lead. Again, it's been good defense for Native Gaming, not great, not good enough to stop Still Deciding from not only scoring 1, but maybe 2 here as King Nick takes the spawner. That's Gilkey down now with McWin spawning on S1 as well. Just the splint, just the scope of the sniper rifle could be enough, and that's why King Nick, is not pressed to push on through. All he had to do there was maintain his positioning, But Barcode with the position, he could pull. No,
Wow.
that is a massive play there. It goes to show King Nick had that great snipe previously, but after that, all he has to do is maintain his positioning with that power weapon, gets that flag through to the long haul, and gets it in for a 2-0 lead.
Such an impressive start here from Still Deciding. Bitcoin just still over here in Still Deciding's base, which is totally fine. As long as he keeps them occupied, that means his teammates should have an easier time getting these rockets and overshield. Barcode gets the slay finish and is going to back up and grab rockets. Surely some grenades are going to come in, but predicts that he's going to be pushed quick. Decides to just go ahead and burn those rockets. Gets 1 kill out of it, but also burns a second just in case there's another member of Still Deciding on their way. Just wants to give no resources back to Still Deciding.
I like that play there from Barcode. I actually shot myself in the foot with rockets yesterday, hoping to prevent the other team from grabbing it. I think that's what Barcode's idea was there, as Gilkey has the back wall with the snipe. And it looks like this could be a chance for Native Gaming to get back on the board, but Manny's going to make it more difficult. Manny's going to make it so Native Gaming have to find a reset, and he pulls it towards the snipe side. So I don't think this is a run, Eli, where they're looking to score. They're just looking to pull Native Gaming to that disadvantageous snipe side. They're progressing, and nonetheless, Gilkey, this is going to be tough to stay alive. If he goes down, they're going to get it through OS. Oh my God, what looked like a pull from Manny to just force Native Gaming to have to reset might just reset the series with Still Deciding in a 1-0 lead.
Monster just brute forcing his way through the runway with the repulse and chases Gilkey down. Bitcoin is going to get the sniper, but I think this flag's not going to be sniped at. They still do have Still Deciding's flag in their base. A snipe battle ensues, and Monster gets 2 snipes back to back. This guy, like I said, man, there's just been something different about Monster on mouse and keyboard. He's finally in his comfort zone. He's been a professional in other games on mouse and keyboard, Fortnite, H1Z1. So mouse and keyboard, definitely his wheelhouse, and he's been making it work in Halo as well. Previously, he's also burning the snipe shot for the frag grenade shot, which kind of makes sense. Doesn't want to, I guess, give as much ammo to, yeah, it's one way to burn the ammo when he's likely to die, just to deplete those resources.
Now, here's the situation as we see it. 5 minutes left on the clock, but with both flags out in the base, meters away from being scored, this heavily favors Still Deciding. This is what they want. If the game goes for 5 minutes and this is what we stare at the entire time, Still Deciding would love that, as it's not on them to score next, it's on Native Gaming, and not just on Native Gaming to score next, they got to do it twice. So the longer this standoff occurs, the longer Native Gaming might just be standing still.
Bitcoin unable to put the sniper to much use. Standoff does continue, and like you said, the standoff favors the team already in the lead. Theoretically, if Native can never return their own flag, there's no way they could even extend the game, because unless they were within 1 score, then that's when they would extend to overtime. But as long as this standoff goes on, the better it is for Still Deciding.
At what point in the match, Eli, if you're the coach for Native Gaming, would you send all 4 to go for that reset? Is it in the next minute, 2 minutes, 1 minute left? How do you feel about that?
It's hard to say, honestly. I mean, if you're going to send all 4, it's got to be predicated on good information and knowledge of which sides of the map your opponents are on. Wow, look at the insta-splode sticky from Barcode. You know he knows his Halo history. He's been studying Walshy for many years before he became a pro, and putting some of that tech to work right there. Love to see that, but yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. If you think there's a chance that somebody could slip through to your side and get the return, it might not be worth it, but at the same time, if they don't get this return, like I said, they just lose by default.
I think here's where you send all 4. Manny's the last player alive. Manny goes down, and here we go. APG with the re, and Native Gaming. Oh my God! It gets grabbed for now. APG is going to have a full other reset cycle to go through. This Monster looks to keep his flag alive. Repulses it. Actually, it looked like without it being in the air. Monster now rotating the snipe back towards this flag back towards snipe 1. As Monster and Still Deciding, no freaking way. After going all 4 down, that's the problem. I don't think Native Gaming sent enough numbers to reset this flag. Every second that ticks away is a second closer to a 1-0 lead for Still Deciding.
You see the way Gilkey grabbed that sniper? He actually jumped over it instead. I think maybe expecting Monster to watch and be ready for the slide. It's just a more common way to slide in that situation, but he actually jumps over it as he grabs it. Maybe a little bit of a mix-up. Maybe I'm over-analyzing it, but Monster now pushing up, and they look to close the game here. If they can return their flag, this is a GG's go next for Native Gaming.
Flag gets pulled. Monster like a turret, confidently standing on all. I was gonna say fours like he's a dog, but 2 feet instead. Eventually goes down. 3 go down for still deciding once again. But again, Eli, Native Gaming haven't sent enough numbers to reset the flag. They've got to now. Now is the time. You've got to send all 4. You cannot leave one back. The person who dies next, that's McWin, his role will be to pull the flag, and then McWin would need to sprint out towards the reset. You cannot wait a second longer if you're Native Gaming. If you do, this clock's going to bleed out. So are you.
Wow, Monster just burns the snipe ammo to grab the rockets. He's trying to deny any potential opportunity for Native. That repulse doesn't send the rocket back. Maybe it was just pressed a little bit too late. I don't know. That'd be an interesting one to play back, but King Nick here, he's just going to continue to play defense here. This is exactly what they need to do as long as this flag stays in their base. Only another minute and a half, so time dwindling down. Even if Native do win this reset in the next 30 seconds, they've only got a minute left to pull another flag.
Does still deciding have a coach? Because this is one of those mixy endgame scenarios where a coach is a massive advantage. And still deciding have been the ones that have played this perfectly. Twice we saw still deciding get wiped, all 4 members dead. But they still somehow have maintained this standstill, this standoff again. Like we said earlier, if it goes all 5 minutes, GG's go next. 1-0 lead for still deciding.
And look at this. They decided to hold the flag. I think this flag is getting returned, though. This should be a cap on the board for Native. And it is. And not only that, Barcode's ready to pull the next as well, but he gets shut down so quick. Good job by still deciding. They understand, like, okay, yes, they can get a cap, but as long as we don't stop them from double capping, we're good to go. And I think they elect to just play defense out for the last 30 seconds.
And the Slays are dead even here. Native Gaming has a +1 kill death disparity. So this has all come down to strategy and execution, as Native Gaming, similar to that kind of thought we had in the Slayer 2 times, too little too late. Kind of feels like that here and now, with desperation reeking in the air, still deciding to stick their nose up, sniff it out. As APG goes down, Monster drops down to S1. And if one more player drops from Native Gaming, that's it. That'll do it. Still deciding with a heady, strategical Game 1 victory.
That was just denying any opportunity to your opponent to play the video game. I mean, they said, well, like, what are you going to do? We're just going to hold your flag. We're going to post up. We're going to watch every possible entryway you could get into our base. We're going to hold it hostage. They did a fantastic job of that. So I think now what we're going to actually do between games 1 and 2, we're going to take a quick break. And on the other side, we're going to have Tony and Garrett on the cast.
Hello and welcome back. Still deciding gets game number 1 on to game 2. I'm Tools, joined with me. Why not be reckless as we bring you guys this elimination semifinals to determine who's going to make pool place at London.
I've been seeing some of the gameplay, and I ain't the only one reckless in here. I'm telling you, still deciding. We're doing their thing, specifically the man on screen, Monster, man. The dude was matching his kills with assists. It was crazy what we were seeing in that game number 1. Now we're going to see if they can carry it out to game 2. They're still deciding if they want to keep that energy.
Monster, a really great player for this roster, just because I believe he brings this pace that's needed for this team to keep up with some of the better teams in the HCS. He's always going to be getting in engagements. Expect high kill and death counts from him with a plethora of assists to go in between. This is a man that loves to be in the front lines.
Monster putting in the work for the easy kill, goes in and puts max damage onto Gilkey. Although doesn't get that kill, the assist is good enough as they had a 1 kill lead, now tied up at the moment, still deciding. I've been playing well, but Barcode even better. Dude has 6 of his team's 8 kills.
Monster expected those players to start to funnel out of the base. Instead, Native Gaming, they create themselves a stronghold within. Unfortunately for Manny, it resulted in his death, and Native Gaming able to stabilize just a bit for now as this game is about an equilibrium.
Decent shots coming out of Barcode right there. Even better job of staying alive as he mans the big door side. Now gonna relocate just a bit. Manny has already made it through, but can't say the same for Ramby. The cleanup is gonna be awarded to Monster. Gilkey hits the black screen as well and still deciding, getting a 2-kill advantage.
Oh, Manny. So unfortunate he goes down right there, but I love his play, right? It's so often what your life is about is value, right? How much value can you extract out of every death on this map? Well, Manny, last player alive for his team, able to grab a double kill on his way out. Unfortunately, does go down on the pick, not able to get those shields back out, but already you're starting to see players really show how much each death counts in this game and ensuring that they don't go down too early.
Well, that was a 3 down, 4 still deciding, and Native Gaming should have easy access towards this camo, but the spawners coming in from still deciding, spawning toward that small window. Gilkey recognizes the situation, turns it into a flank toward the key door side, takes down 1, but still 2 down for Native Gaming, and Monster now already dangerous when you can see him. Now he's camouflaged.
Patient play, right? Players all around him. He knows, hey, I don't have to be the first one to engage. I have camouflage. Wait till someone else takes a shot. Once they commit to that player, I come in with a camo, and it's easy work from it. Oh, little ghost jump staying up in the vent. The mouse and keyboard sniper not going to be enough, but love the little tech right there from Monster to stay over at top mid.
It's been a tight game so far here. And Native making even tighter with that kill. APG was able to get away with that sniper. 5 bullets to work with, making 4 after just barely missing out on the shot onto Remy. They're gonna relocate just a bit, but APG sniffing out Manny, gonna trade out his life to make sure he goes down. But Gilkey gets absolutely hunted down, and once again still deciding winning another engagement. 4 kill advantage, might make it 5 for them.
Still deciding are playing a really fast game, especially Manny on the top of your scoreboard over there. 9 deaths thus far. We're seeing really quick flanks from him. He doesn't really care if his teammates are in position. He just has a confidence that he's going to be able to get that first kill. And as long as he trades out, he's confident in what's to come. And Monster confident in this double. He's about to turn it into 3. No, Mickwood shutting it down before it could go any further.
33-27 advantage for still deciding at the moment, and Manny on the tower side, that melee just a little bit early there. APG gonna get the best of him, but still deciding, having the advantage. King Nick wants to work a little 1-2 combo toward the mid side. Tower side control firmly in the hands of Native Gaming. The commando putting damage down to multiple players, but eventually King Nick gets overheated on, and Monster comes out with a double. Ramy takes down the 3rd. That's 4 down.
Look at the stats of Monster. 10 kills, 10 assists, 7 deaths. What we say, he loves to get into those engagements, oftentimes in that front line. This guy's been incredible for this team thus far, but this is where things get precarious. You see these kills starting to go in front in Native's favor. Monster trying to turn his luck with that nade shot isn't going to be enough, but still deciding need to make sure that they know how to change their pace. Native Gaming now have control of this map. Slow it down, look for that first pick, and then make your engagement.
And another incredible game so far. We're still deciding. Balanced attack coming out from all 4 members. Native Gaming has able to keep things close. Now going into the end game, we get to see what both teams are made of here. 3 kills separate them. Ramy gets aggressive. King Nick with the bait and switch takes him down. Ramy down to the low ground here. Nobody home just yet. That's because still deciding on getting kill after kill. 41 now, only needing 9 more to win the game.
A Monster causes the first engagement to go down. The Native Gaming, only one player over at this tower, still deciding. I'd like to say them play quick, finish off those kills, and flip out this map.
Excellent shots from Rami. Barcode still alive. Rami will play his life here, and Barcode still takes down King Nick. Not sure how he got that one. Meanwhile, Rami just struggling with the skill.
No, go back.
No, Rami, don't do it. Don't do it.
Come on, you gotta at least try a third time. You don't make it twice. Give it the third try. Monster though, he's always been in the right spot, right time. It seems like this game. Sniper in his hand, a beautiful nade to get the first, and Gilkey's head almost just got peeled. APG's will. A Monster going insane with this sniper. Barcon, you best be hiding. Hit the player off the spawn. No more snipe ammo left to stop Monster. Oh my lord, what this guy's been able to do.
McWing gets a squad spawn right behind Barcode, gets body shot with that sniper. You know, he was not expecting that, as APG was expecting King Nick to push down the low ground, but still, just one more kill needed for still deciding, but may just be the hardest kill in this game right now. We see both players are still deciding, attacking the green side, and it looks like they're finally going to get what's rightfully there as a 50-45 win, still deciding with a 2-game advantage.
Monster responsible for 27 positive engagements for his team. That's more than half the kills that he's directly responsible for. 15 kills, 12 assists in that game. And remember, assists in this game, it's not like Halo 5 or some of the other Halos that you play where you get a bit of damage and it counts. No, you have to get at least half the damage on a player to get assists. You see it in the stat screen. His kills, his assists, his damage, it's so high. And I think largely due to the way that he's been playing, this aggressive role with mouse and keyboard, he's able to swap to any engagement. And boy, does he hit pretty shots.
Yeah, I think that not only does this really work for his gameplay, he wants to put down max damage, he wants to put down damage on some multiple different players, but he has an ability to stay alive with these two, and more importantly, he has the communication that's clear, quick, and decisive enough for if he's not the one getting the kills, his team are. And at the end of the day, it's about playing for that advantage, not playing for the kill. As long as you put the enemy team in a 4v3 scenario, a 4v2, or even a 3v1 scenario, you control the map, and that's what Monster brings to the table.
The difference in this game right now, both these teams going to London. The question is, where do they start competing at London? There's four spots up for pool play. 2 of them going to be determined by the top 2 in today's tournament. The other 2 by pro points. Cloud9 already takes one of those pro point spots after they finish top 8 in today's tournament. On the other side, the points race is close. Native Gaming have an advantage with those points, but whoever wins this match will overtake that last spot for points. Now, they still have a chance to get top 2 if they win this, right? Sentinel stands in their way, but the difference between competing in the open bracket and competing in pool play is this series. Native Gaming, I'm sure they would love not to have to run through the gauntlet of that open bracket, but they'll have to do it by reverse sweeping, still deciding.
That's crazy. I know both of these teams want to make it into pool play. Both of these teams want it. I mean, you're guaranteed at that point top 16 in the tournament. And like you kind of said, just to add, just to add on to that, there's no shots you want to play through that open bracket. There's so much talent that's going to be at London. This matchup, so many implications on the line, and right now it's still deciding that have, their destiny within their hands. One more game, and they're pulling off the sweep here. Native Gaming, we've seen a lot. We've seen a damn good series, but we need to see more.
They were in this situation just a day ago, right? Last time in the winners bracket, they were down 0-2 against the Bittersweet roster. Game 3, an oddball. It was a close game. APG was able to make some clutch plays to help them overcome a very close game 3, but from there, that was the road that they needed to make that reverse sweep a reality for them yesterday. They're going to need some more of that grittiness in this game 3 against Still Deciding. A roster that was formed just over 24 hours ago. These guys largely for the first time playing with each other. They've never scrimmed with each other, yet they look this promising in today's tournament.
Yeah, I feel like the Still Deciding roster, you know, was made up of I don't want to use the phrase leftover, but you know, it's players that were left looking for a home. You know, when Rami, King Nick, and when back when Colette was on this roster, like they were players that were looking for a home, and it's like, you know what, let's come together, let's see what we can do together, and they've done some damn good things. And even now, you know, Colette finding a new home with Proton Gaming, Manny seeing that as an opportunity to jump on board with this roster, and now you're bringing Monster. Like this team, they're facing adversity at every single corner, but they're answering the call. They're really putting their foot to the pedal and really emptying the tank out each and every one of these tournaments. And I've actually become a fan of the Still Deciding roster. We've seen multiple iterations of it, but I've become a fan of them.
Well, on the other side though, Gilkey being added to this native roster, it was not the greatest start, but I feel like week in and week out, we've seen them get that little bit better. And obviously Gilkey having this connection with Mikwin, APG from back in the day, they've all teamed with each other before. I feel like this is a roster that's just it's gonna be like fine wine. You know what I'm saying, Tony? It's gonna age with time, and it's gonna be something that I think towards the end of this season, they're gonna be a team that's gonna be in that conversation when we talk about breaking into the top 3.
Yeah, we saw them play SSG really well. We saw what they did literally last week, and so far Native Gaming seemingly moving in the right direction, but close. No cigar is not going to be enough here for Native Gaming. They're going to have to pull off a reverse sweep against a very capable, very hungry, Still Deciding roster. As we're on board now with Barcode, who was able to grab a hold of that red gun. The Nile grenades go down, but getting attacked from 2 different angles, eventually goes down himself.
Oh, Monster leaving a surprise for Mikwin in the shroud screen. Oh, you might be hidden from everyone else, but you're not hidden from Monster's grenade. The perfect blueberry will get him a double kill and plenty of ball time for Still Deciding early in this game.
20-0 run here for Still Deciding. Monster grabbing a hold of that ball and has his teammates with them, so a nice little setup coming together here for Still Deciding. As there's some presence over toward the purple side, Gilkey was able to take down his former teammate in King Nick, and as 2 go down for Still Deciding, this was an opportunity, but Manny gets the kill. Still the advantage for Native Gaming.
Man, he was just standing over the platform. He has his headset cranked up. He just turns around. He's like, "Oh, you're just gonna run past me. I'll put 5 shots right into that back." Fantastic work from him, just being aware of what's going around him and getting those shots down range. So far, though, it seems as if Native Gaming just having trouble on getting the setup right. They've been able to get those couple kills, but they haven't been able to string together a nice place to hold this ball, and that looks to be a continuing problem. Oh, Rami, rest in peace. Let's just take a second, Tony. May he be remembered.
36-0 run here. We're Still Deciding as we go back on board with Rami looking for redemption after that one. Takes down a 1 shot with a great grenade. Gilkey eventually being a part of that double kill. A response coming out of Rami. 6-3 before hitting the black screen here, but with camouflage coming up, this is what the fight is really about. Barcode chasing down, I believe it's a man on the other side of things. Manny caught himself in between a Native Gaming sandwich, and with that, Native put their first points on the board.
Oh, 3 players going down for Still Deciding. Native has a real opportunity to go for a run here. Priority number 1, identify the spawns. Priority number 2, take your space and be aware of this timing. 2 players from Still Deciding pushing out that left side to get towards Cafe. They break their way through. It's up to Barcode to decide, am I going to keep rotating towards PD, or am I throwing this out in the middle?
Shotgun out here for Monster. 2 shots not going to be enough. King Nick with the cleanup there as Barcode ends up going down, and Manny has found his way through the B stair side. Looks like Native Gaming not ready for it. Was able to get the kill onto one, takes down both players right there, does Manny. And now on the other side of things, you do see Native pushing up through purple. And Barcode, he's good. He's damn good.
Well, Barcode's really the only reason that Native Gaming is somewhat in this game right now. That the amount of 1v1 PIV fights that he's won in important moments in this game has stopped Still Deciding from running away with this thing, but the rest of the team needs to catch up. We need to see more team-oriented plays, and that's what I feel like we're starting to see develop from Native Gaming, but careful plays like this make the difference. It's happened twice. Oh, Barcode has Ramby's number.
He has many people's number right now, man. Barcode has been playing like a man possessed so far. A large reason why Native Game were able to keep it close because of him, but Monster has been having one hell of a series as well. What a kill by him. Barcode and Native need this camouflage. They need something.
Well, the fight for the camo, Native Gaming, because they're down by so much, they feel like they can't take that detour to grab camouflage. They push their numbers out towards that ball carrier, understanding that this game is almost over, and Monster's done a fantastic job of just playing keep away, stay away. It's 90 seconds and counting. This camo, I don't think it's going to come in handy. Like, I don't think they're going to get there in time.
And they got the camo. They won the battle. But looks like Still Deciding may just win the war. But they just have gone 3 down, 2 seconds shy of stealing the round. Dude, Still Deciding. And if Native Gaming plays something that resembles Perfect Halo, maybe they come back. Maybe they commit highway robbery.
It's going to be tough with how Still Deciding are coordinating their push. They're going 3 strong up to this driveway. Priority for them, just call out where that player is, get your bandits connected, and fly at the opponents. Do not let Native spawn on top of this ball carrier. That's priority number 1. Open up all the tertiary spawns. You see APG, he has a trek to Mordor if he wants to get to this help. It's up to Native Gaming to win some crucial 1v1s as they try to throw that ball out towards APG so he can get to the help.
Barcode down to 1 shot himself. Denial grenade goes down. He knows there's a player right there over toward the A side, and it doesn't matter because on the other side of things, Still Deciding, grab a hold of what matters most, and that's that ball, and that's round. Good God.
Scrumptious shots, and it might just be a 3-0. We're Still Deciding. Native Gaming's back against the wall. What does this team do when everything is on the line? So far, Barcode's been impressive with his ability to win pivotal fights for his team, but we need to see more. Just all around for Native Gaming, we need to see better slaying, better position on the map, better setups if they're going to take the second round.
Oh, they went 3 down, so not exactly the start that you want to see here for Native Gaming. Still Deciding continuing to punish them from the first 2 games to that round number 1, and the objective efficiency, the slays, just so much going in favor of them as Monster takes to the skies in order to avoid any damage, makes it to the ATM side, and more importantly, makes it out alive 25-0.
Oh boy, Monster cracks me up, man. The way that he plays. I mean, is he a Disney movie from 2005? Because he went sky high, Tony. Impressive stuff from him when he gets engagements, right? He always likes to be in that front line. He's quick to get damage, but he doesn't stay on these crosses. He quickly turns around. He's looking for that next engagement at all points in time.
Firm setup here for Still Deciding. 2 members of Native Gaming trying to cross through the purple side, but looks like the cross was watched and dealt with. Barcode snatching up that ball, bringing it back to that subway side. Still Deciding 3 down. Native want to take advantage.
I mean, it's not want, it's need at this point. Barcode helps it out with that first kill with that spike grenade, but we need to see Native Gaming be more prominent on the front line, start pushing into the spawns is Still Deciding, get as much space for your oddball carrier as possible, right? 3 players go down. The question is, where are these spawns for Native Gaming? Did they buy enough space for it not to matter? Barcode is able to have an outlet to get towards APG. It's just going to come down to these slays.
32-18 run right now, and a huge kill coming out of King Nick. That jiggle peak, so tough when you use the environment against your opponent, and now Gilky down to one shot himself, but Native Gaming running out of time. They have to continue to get aggressive. 3 down goes Still Deciding. Will we see a clean setup out of Native Gaming?
I like how Gilky's getting this space over on this right side. I'd like to see him possibly slow this down, right? You don't have any help for these engagements. You need to let the other team push into you and hit some crucial shots with the stalker rifle. And unfortunately for him, there was no help, right? He's isolated on his lane. Although you have that power weapon, you have to be cautious about the fights that you take. Instead, Native Gaming go 3 down once again. APG trying to pick up the pieces as everyone fell down around him.
Just 4 points in between these two juggernauts at the moment here, but Native Gaming, the ones who desperately not only need this round, but this game in order to stay alive in this series, to stay alive in this tournament right now. For Native Gaming, APG has that ball, but Manny trying to find an entry point. Excellent shots out of him. Eventually, Gil gets the black screen, and that creates an opening now for Still Decided just rush through some way. Manny still gets to trade out. Not a bad life out of him.
But a better life out of APG though, right? Where he was last alive for his team, got a crucial kill on that oddball, and then also was able to get himself 15 to 17 seconds of ball time there as the rest is Still Deciding, try to get into that action. Topping that off with the trade slows down the push from Still Deciding, and Mick, when last alive, doesn't get to the ball in time. Oh no, it's disaster. Still Deciding, they spawn at Cafe, and for absolute free, no, a steal of ball time here.
That's devastating for McWin, and Native Gaming Still Deciding, hopping right on that ball and bringing it back toward the A side. And like I said, wasn't free. It was damn near robbery at that point. But Native Gaming do respond, and they do at least stop them from scoring. Rami with this camouflage. Oh man.
A moment of silence.
Rami.
May he be remembered. Brutal deaths over there, but Still Deciding, still within reach of this game. Native Game, you see them congregated over by this PD, very tight in this, and they need to ensure they get this first kill, then find space immediately. But Monster's checking his corners, got that damage down. Is that enough for Still Deciding to make this push?
Rami 20 kills to his name, 13 assists right now, but every time we hop on board with them, we just happen to curse him just a little bit. 75 to 43 run at the moment. Switching gears towards Manny. Excellent shot from him, but APG finds the angle all the way down from the ATM window. Just 16 seconds needed. Rami was able to take down APG. Barcode, the nades are down, and so is Rami. King Nick refuses to trade out, though was able to take down Barcode, and Gilky is flying into the action right now. A pivotal point in this game. Both of these teams wanting a clean round of slays, but it's Still Deciding. They're sending body after body toward the purple side, and Native Gaming sending them right back to where they came from, right back to the black screen.
Fantastic plays from APG, right? He comes into that fight, Monster causing all sorts of mayhem, has that shotgun in the hands. What does APG do? Slow it down, back up. You understand that player is going to push you. He's able to get a massive pick on the Monster and allow his team to get this remaining amount of ball time because of his crucial play right there. 28 and 14, really starting to heat up in this second round. Honestly, one of the best performances I think I've seen from him yet in that second round of Oddball. The question for Native Gaming is whether they can keep that momentum, run with it into round 3. I think they played brilliantly, especially during that second half of that Oddball round.
And APG on screen, 28 kills, 10 assists, even putting up 36 seconds worth of points. I saw some haters in the chat earlier. They might be a little quiet right now as Gilky does advance that ball forward, maybe just using it as bait, trying to draw in the defenses of Still Deciding. Shotgun is out, but the repulse keeps him back from King Nick, and eventually Manny comes in for the cleanup. Monster cleans up his kill as well. That's 3 down for Native Gaming.
APG has a world of a challenge in front of him, right? Not only was he trying to keep him off that ball, he's trying to keep him off camo. He was successful at that, though. Look at this camo, still up for grabs because of the work that APG did when he was last alive. And Native, they have a decent position in order to potentially grab that camo as Barcode breaks his way into the ball.
Barcode, he's in that environment, whips out the shotgun. Gotta love that quick thinking coming out of Barcode to trade out his life. Subway side just cleared out. Everybody wanted to get in. King Nick kept out, and Manny with the camouflage. Momentarily, the only player in there, instead of shooting early, gives off that intel, uses that camo to get his shields back, gets yet another kill, and Manny has the ball.
He has the ball. I had camouflage. He's like, this thing's about to run out anyway. I guess I'll hold on to it. What I really love about Manny is his ability in these close range fights. You're going to see him so often come out on top, and he does a great job playing his corner around with his teammate. And when you see him get into these one-on-one engagements, he has a steady shot, but he also has that wiggle, really great micro strike. Reminds me of a player like Spartan. It's the reason why he's able to get so much value out of his life time and time again.
36-2 run here for Still Deciding. APG not knowing Monster was up in the A side tower. Another 3 down for Native Gaming. That's not what they're looking for. They played really well in that round number 2, but things are starting to get a bit out of hand here. Still Deciding with a massive setup right now. Native Gaming needs a break here.
I would have liked to see King Nick completely disengaged from this B side. He commits back, gets the remote detonation, but Native Gaming, they've pulled their resources back towards Cafe. Manny getting that information over to King Nick, and King Nick able to get some great value out of his life. But Native Gaming, I feel as if weakened this setup enough to force the play ball, which is essentially what they're going for in the first place. I think you can chalk up that engagement as a win for Native Gaming. The question is, what's the follow-up play? Because Rami, it's redemption time. Goes sky high, gets the double, and is already trying to push out for more. Native Gaming, they might have forced the play, but they definitely didn't win the war.
It was a great interception coming in from McWin, and we thought it was going to be a setup, but Still Deciding end up in their face without any time being gained by Native Gaming. Still Deciding right back on that ball, and it's 80-2. A dominant performance now coming in for Still Deciding. Native Gaming still cannot find a clean setup. In fact, the Subway side is what they're holding down, and Still Deciding simply going to rotate that ball away from C over towards A, and that could be the nail in the coffin if Native Gaming don't get the kills right here, right now.
All they worked at the beginning of this round pays dividends in the back end. They can play scrappy, they can play loose, they can play in your face because they know it's just a couple more seconds. Desperation for APG, but just not enough time. 3-0 Still Deciding sweep Native Gaming.
It was a series. It was a good series. It really was. It was fun to watch. It was close, but it was still a 3-0. Still Deciding, showing that not only are they happy, not only are they not happy, with a top 3 finish, they're trying to make it further. They're trying to make it into the elimination bracket finals. In fact, they're trying to make it into a grand finals. In fact, they're trying to win this tournament. And the way they just played right now, maybe they can upset Sentinels.
I'm convinced that Monster doesn't even play the game. He's like a robot. He gets activated, sits in his coffin, and waits until the most important tournament of the split. And then someone opens up that coffin. The music starts playing. He grabs his mouse, he grabs his keyboard, and he makes impactful plays time and time again. I've never seen someone be as much of an X factor as he has been for every team that he seems to join in these tournaments. I think the keyboard and mouse change is going to make a difference when it comes to LAN. I think that's going to be the deciding difference between what we've seen in the past and sort of these up and down performances that we've seen before and what we're going to see at London. Because I'm calling it now. Put me on the record. Monster is going to have a positive KD. Monster is going to get themselves out of pools, and Still Deciding is going to cause some sort of mayhem in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting. We really have. Monster has been a phenomenal piece on every online team that he's been able to fill in for. But now it's time for him to, find his home. It's time for him to finally find that success that he's been having online and translate it to LAN. And I think it's been a matter of time. And maybe that mouse and keyboard might just make a difference. I'm rooting for the guy. I want to see him and Still Deciding have a great tournament. And Still Deciding, though, not done with this tournament. They still have one more beast in front of them, in order to make it back to a grand finals, and that's Sentinels. And Sentinels, they've been playing on a different level.
Now, Sentinels has looked incredible this tournament. The only one that's been able to stop them was Proton, and it was a fantastic game 5 from Proton that stopped Sentinels. They looked like the better team in the objectives when it came to that series. I want to go and see how Still Deciding goes up against this next challenge. There's levels to Halo, and I feel like they've reached the next level. This is the boss. The what do you call you got the mini boss in level 1. Okay. This is the end of World 1, and then waiting for you in Proton is the final boss, right? So you gotta work your way through this dungeon.
Well, I will say the way that Sentinels have been playing over the last few weeks, it feels like they should have been the final boss in this tournament. I mean, Sentinels in Elimination Bracket Finals, I feel like they might have been a lot of people's favorites to make it into the Grand Finals, but Proton Gaming making a big switch and it working out really well for them.
Oh, that switch, what it reminds me of a little bit, Tony, because we've had some crazy roster manias before. But this switch, this monster and Manny being added to the roster, this happened just hours before this tournament started. There's another switch that happened, and like you said, it was a little final boss-esque from her all the way back to Halo 5, one of the first major tournaments that happened, X Games 2016. Just hours before the call came up, Ogre 2 was sent to the bench, and Lethal was called up to eventually compete with his roster that would win championship after championship. Sometimes the changes just need to happen at the final moment. Everyone in the Halo scenes had that moment where it's a time before the tournament. You get picked up, you get put on a team, and you make something happen. Still Deciding, gonna have to decide some tough fates here as they try to get themselves into a top 2 finish.
Yeah, we got Sentinels in front of them. Sentinels have been lights out and really have been putting themselves back in that Big 4 conversation. I remember actually being on the desk at HCS Arlington, and it was Wes that talked about it. Like, hey, there may be a Big 4 with Sentinels in the way they were playing with them staying together going into the season. Then, let's be honest, they had a pretty abysmal Arlington event, but beforehand we're playing very well. And even afterwards, even after dropping Spartan and putting Precision into that starting lineup, Sentinels have been great. So not only I can imagine Still Deciding want to get up there, Manny wanted to prove the Proton game, maybe they shouldn't have dropped them. He wants to win on them, but I also think Sentinels, it means a lot for them because they want to get back within that conversation, and beating out a Still Deciding team and then also beating out a Proton in the grand finals is just another notch in the belt and just more experience that Sentinels really need right now.
The Sentinels, I mean, last land, what'd they get, Tony? Top 16? That might be the worst placing for each player on that team all time. Even before they were like amateurs. I don't think any of them have ever placed top 16. Maybe Precision early in Halo 5, I guess,
Well, Precision wasn't on that roster. It was Spartan.
Right. It was Spartan, yeah. I think, you're coming from your lowest low to try to recapture your highest to the highest of highs by trying to have a good London here. You have to be able to beat teams like Still Deciding. You can't let this one be close. I think Sentinels out here need to come out, play strong, and win this either 3-0, maybe a close 3-1 with the game that they lose. That's the Sentinels that I want to see to be convinced of what's going to happen at London. I feel like they have that potential to make waves once again. Before we went to Arlington, we were saying guaranteed top 3 sometimes, with how they were playing. Things change. I'd like to see them back in that conversation.
Well, let me give you a bit of the flip side. When I think of Sentinels, I think of a team that thrives off of structure. And with the team like Still Deciding, not only do I feel like they can make the game a bit muddy, but on top of that, these are 4 players that are still getting acclimated with each other. So maybe that timing, maybe that rhythm might be a little bit different than what Sentinels expect and can throw them off guard. Because I feel like Sentinels, when I think of them, I think of a very, very structured team. Is there anything you're thinking of that, or is like, Tony, shut up, you have no idea what you're talking about?
No, I think you're on point there with the with bringing that up, but I think at the end of the day, Halo gets simplified to the state of winning slays. You know, it's if you can win slays, you can win the game. And I think when you go toe to toe, Slayer for Slayer, I think Sentinels has an edge. I think that can change in this game. It doesn't matter about the structure, doesn't matter about the team play. If you can come out and just win some pivs and put yourself in a winning position because of that, I think that's who's going to end up coming out on top. Sentinels still deciding to be up next. Thank you guys all for watching. If you want to help support the channel, some simple ways that you guys can do so. Sub to the channel. It helps. Louis, I want you to pull up that credit scene once again. I want to show you guys everyone that works on this show and how many people work on this show. Look at that list. Look at all those people that work on this show. The way that you can help support these people that come in, day out to help work with what we do here is by a simple sub to the channel. It really does go a long way. And maybe you have a Prime one available, or if you're on the YouTube, just subscribing to the YouTube. I think we're close to like 9K over there. It all helps to help all these people make sure their time is compensated for, and that we're able to throw on the shows that we do.
Yeah, it's awesome to be able to work with all of you, and it's been incredible. Everybody knows I love commentating. I've been doing it for quite some time, and LVT Halo has given me a platform to allow me to do what I do. But it doesn't come from anywhere, like the same way I thank LVT Halo every time. I thank you guys in the chat and you guys for being able to help us be where we're at. And some people be complaining about the ads, and it's ads. But I will say, for the people, most people, they know, they understand, and the real ones, you already know they sub to the channel. You already know the real ones sub.
All right, folks, coming up next, our elimination final. Sentinels trying to break their way back to top 2, still trying to decide their fate of whether they'll be heading over to pool play or potentially a open bracket finish. We'll be right back with more action. Here we go. Eliminations finals ready to start. I'm Tools. Joining me is Why Not Be Reckless. You might have heard him. He's a pretty big freaking deal. And well, we have Sentinels going up against Still Deciding. And well, I don't think the jury's still deciding about how good this team is. Just 3-0 native gaming to get to this point here today.
Big plays being made by Still Deciding, making it all the way into that elimination bracket finals, but something tells me they are still hungry. That monster wants to be fed, and Sentinels might just be in their way to make it into a grand finals.
Well, Interference, the newest map added to Halo Infinite, but something that we've seen before in an early stage called Halo 5, the Rig, a map that many are familiar with, and a lot of the action is going to take place in that corner to your left, White Hall corner. It's almost like the pivot foot on this map. If you control that angle, you can basically have access to all these hills. A couple things that we didn't see from Halo Infinite on this map going to be the overshield and the heat wave, and how much of an action they'll play into the flow of this game.
Yeah, you don't get to shoot down that overshield, so you've really got to slay out and gain clean control. Can't just be sneaky with it and steal it from the sewers, although it just drops from the sewers, and so does Boo Boo Doo.
I think he's still falling, Tony. I don't think he's at the bottom.
He hasn't spawned yet.
Oh, there he is. Oh, in the pit of lava. Tough, but hey, at least you burned the overshield off, and so far the scoring for Still Deciding, but precision with that heat wave can make all the difference. No, Sentinels are just having a tough time at getting map control to start working on getting that double cap.
With no way, man, he's onto the low ground, taking a bit of a longer route, and actually Monster advances forward, and so does Ramy. Boo Boo Dooble gets right behind enemy lines even after the kill. Monster with the double back, but he's one shot right now. That's an easy kill for Boo Boo.
Scoring with that AC setup, you're going to see a lot of the players start to pivot their way towards B. You eventually want to preferably grab a CB setup where you have players towards the nest side of the map, where it's a bit easier to control the map.
Monster wanting to take a bit of the flank route. Oh, look at that angle over towards tower 2. Easy kill for Monster. Overshield about to come up as his eyes set on it, but so do Sentinels, sending both Lethal and Boo Boo Dooble there, and Lethal is able to get away with the overshield. Long range shots. King Nick down to 1, shreds the shields of multiple, and looks like he's finally going to go back and steal B. That's about to be a trip cap, excuse me, double cap for Sentinels.
Not just in time, but Lethal about to be a monster on this map. Going to be able to have that thruster in the back pocket. Still Deciding his forces are split between the bunker and long haul. Lethal finds the perfect flanking opportunity behind everyone, and this has just been beautiful play from him, weaving in and out of the crucial points of the map, getting great damage down and preventing this player over at A from doing too much. King Nick was just stuck in that bunker and not able to help his team that entire engagement.
We saw a big challenge at him dropping down from the bunker. I was actually a little bit shocked there, but Lethal was able to win that one, able to survive. And Boo Boo Dooble with my favorite gun in the game, the AR in the back pocket. Look, not all of us can shoot the bandit too well. We need a little bit of help.
I'd say 343 might have given you a little bit too much help as we see A, B control from Sentinels. Look how they're starting to congregate back towards that tower side. Lethal and Falcated, they want to make a push out towards open and potentially start getting themselves into a position to fight these players. Instead, they have to just wait for the action to come to them. Once these get these slays, they can maybe start pushing themselves into a trip cap situation.
Lethal showing us how important that height advantage is. Looking down on the opposition, goes in for the challenge as King Nick and sends right back to the black screen. 90 to 58 in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, and Overshield about to come up, and Lethal continues to punish, still deciding some way, somehow, still deciding have to kill Lethal. There's no way they're getting anywhere on the map as long as he's around.
And I have a feeling that Lethal might have played this map. I have a feeling that maybe Lethal played Halo 5 and never missed the grand finals when he did, because the way that he's maneuvering on this map, he knows exactly what he's supposed to do at all points in time. They are literally fighting the final boss right now. Lethal just cannot be stopped, and you're starting to see the spawns from Still Deciding over in that back carbine area. Lethal is going to split off from his team, opens up that back A spawn. They push in for the trip cap, and now Still Deciding, yeah, you might be able to get A, but Lethal's going to cause you mayhem, and you are stuck in that back bunker.
139 to 58 lead. Sentinels having a stronghold on the game right now. A dominant performance that we're seeing, and largely because of this man on screen. 13 and 5 right now. Lethal just putting down damage and staying in the power positions on the map. Ramming down to one shot. Goes in for the challenge onto Monster, thrust right forward. Huge kill out of him once again. That nade almost took your teammate out.
But look at where Lethal's always standing on this map. This is tried and true. That white corner, it's a pivot foot. It allows you to have access to any hill that you need to. Quick shots towards B, rotate long to C, push out towards the bunker at A. It provides so much access for your team. The 2-2 split. Falcate and Boo trying to crawl up through that sewer side to make their own play, but Lethal's been unstoppable. He's about to hit a killing frenzy. This is unbelievable from him.
Enemy team score.
Alpha Bravo Zeta was working well for them. Sentinels do take away Bravo. Lethal's still alive and still cooking at the moment. King Nick distracting just long enough for Rammy to get an angle. And finally, Lethal goes down.
Rammy's not a man of the culture. He doesn't understand. We wanted to see the killing frenzy. Shuts him down, just a kill short, but this has been just brilliant work from Sentinel. Still deciding, working on potential trip cap to get them out of this situation. Monster will win the fight, and now it's up to them to decide how they can get themselves back into this game. This overshield, though, not going to go in their possession. Falcated instead will have the extra shields to work with, and it could be a quick routing from Sentinels to get them out of this trip cap.
Thought that was going to be an easy overshield grab for Still Deciding, but Falcated stealing that one away and putting it to work immediately, along with the heat wave. Rammy ends up going down. Manny, King Nick, the final two players over toward the carbine side. Now it's King Nick being left alone. Precision awarded the kill, and Monster going after his former teammate in Precision.
This is dangerous from Monster. He's trying to come back to help over at A, but he is condensing the setup of Still Deciding. They had a lot of space towards that open side, but it all works out. Right now, they collapse down over on that LR side. They're going to be able to push back after they bait out B. If King Nick wins this fight against Boo Boo Dooboo, this could be a very powerful spot for Still Deciding to be in. And the trip cap's in effect, and look at these spawns from Sentinels. They have no space to move.
It was a dominant performance early game for Sentinels, but now Still Deciding. Doing well in the catch-up game. They had a triple cap at one point. They've just gone 3 down, so maybe this is Sentinels' opportunity to take that control back.
That's a tough spot for Still Deciding to be in such a powerful position to immediately go 3 down. Foul going to be able to spot that player out, and Still Deciding trapped over at that carbine spawn. They are going to be able to win a couple fights towards B, but Lethal, once again, playing perfect positional Halo. Uses that long haul as a quick flake out route to be able to get behind 2 players. Instantly puts a double in. Boo Boo Doo blocking out those bunker spawns. He knows that he has the freedom to move back towards the middle of the map to secure overshield. Basically perfect play from Sentinels, and worst case scenario, you throw the overshield off the map.
He's been playing like a man possessed, though. I've been really enjoying the way he's been playing this game so far. 20-10 at the moment. Sentinels still have the advantage. Rami doing everything he can to stay alive, but now it's precision in that white corner side. He ends up going down, but Falcon gets a back smack, and now Falcon right back to work. The thrust on the rig remake, it just feels right.
Well, Sentinel's trying to make their decision. Are we going towards B, or are we going to make a push out towards basement? Lethal makes the decision for him. Says, Falcon, get yourself back towards B. We're going to win this fight. We're going to control white corner, and we're going to be able to have an A-B hold. The question is whether the pushback from still deciding towards A is going to be quick enough. Look at those spawns over at bunker. It's going to be up to Rami to win some big fights, and he instantly heads down. Sentinels with a big fight here at A to win.
Falcon is sitting up high here, 218 to 170. Alpha gets reset, so it's Sentinels that still hold on to that double cap. Falcon advancing forward, deals with Monster, just part of that killing spree. More importantly, staying alive, avoiding the angle coming out from Rami, and Falcon, now that he has his shields back, is gonna be another thorn in the side for still deciding to try to make a play. It looks like they're going for Bravo, King Nick and Monster. Falcon right behind them. King Nick with a good kill on the Falcon, but it's not enough. He gets taken out, and it's Sentinels taking game 1.
Fantastic game. We saw great trip caps here and there from still deciding, but Sentinels just played a better game. What it really came down to was the control of white corner that we saw from Lethal so often in the game, and then still deciding, leaving that long haul open too often and allowing players like Falcated to get behind them on those quick flanks. We saw it time and time again. They decide, hey, we're gonna make this push towards B. They would commit towards it, but that back player so often would leave that long haul open, and then the flank would come through, and it'd end up being a double kill for whoever made that engagement. You can see that damage from Lethal and Falcated. They were those players that were constantly in the power positions on the map, being able to pivot wherever they needed to and being able to find big kill after big kill.
And sometimes it's just as simple as that. Putting down damage, limiting the opportunities that your opponents have, and with that amount of damage coming out of this team and the amount of angles that ultimately still deciding weren't able to create, weren't able to get to, it's no wonder why they end up losing 250 to 170, especially within that early game where things seemed out of control. Recharge, another map where if Sentinels get into their setup, if they get their lockdown locked in, it's going to be another long road, a long journey for still deciding. We get to see what they're really made of here.
On to the Slayer. Lethal was by far the MVP in that game, #1, but almost like riding a bike. You never forget how to play some maps when you have so much experience on them. About to see if Sentinels can keep that same momentum forward. And yeah, okay, yeah, this is the GOAT. I don't care what people have to say. He's my GOAT.
We're seeing Tools' GOAT with the shock. Backs down toward the gold side, down to 1 shot at the moment, but right back to the safety of his team. Sentinels working so well together, mainly because they have each other's angles at all times, and Monster just avoiding the shock to the dome. Meanwhile, Manny, it looks like Lethal, he wants to get aggressive. He wants to get Manny off of this glass side, and off screen, Precision takes down Rami, and now we're seeing a double push out of Sentinels. Now that he has his teammate with them, that's when Lethal and Sentinel decide to get aggressive.
Still deciding, they get caught in a blender here. I don't think they expected Sentinels to be split 2 on opposite sides of the map. Falcated was quick to help on Lethal's position. They decided once they got that kill on Lethal that they could try to cross. Falcated there just in time to get that help and slows down the push once again. And the shock rifle is going to slow it down even more. Great damage down range, beautiful setup, and 4 go down once again for still deciding, largely because of Falcated's position. He's careful to make sure no one's pushing up this right side, but once you go on that cross, his shock rifle is not going to miss.
Fresh off of the 4 down, Sentinels blocking the A and the gold side, funneling, still deciding towards that back C spawn. And now it's still decided that to force their way out. All those Sentinels know exactly where they're at. They've been able to take down both Precision and Boo Boo, but not Falcated. Not with this shock, not with him playing like this. A double count of Falcated, and that little body disrespect.
You gotta make sure, hey, you know, you can be revived. The ghost goes up into the air, you gotta make sure it gets away. We don't want to see bodies going back up.
That was a dead body.
Either way, Falcated's been playing on an island. It's so impressive what he's been able to do without any sort of immediate help for him. And guys, he's killed you 5 times in a row from the same spot. You can't wrap the corner and not look. He's gotten another kill. Killing spree as Falcated's heating up in this game.
Double-digit advantage here for Sentinel, despite the fact that King Nick is having one hell of a game. 7-3 at the moment. It's still the entirety of Sentinels that are putting in the work. Even King Nick isn't enough right now as we switch gears towards him. 8-3, 9-3. The only reason why still deciding or anywhere near this game is because of that man who just went down.
Falcate finds number 7 in a row. Man has been just a dominant force, and what's awesome about what he's done is how active he's been on the map, right? We saw him playing that cross. He's not afraid to get up and start to maneuver his way into a different power position. We've seen him play from bottom A, from mid map at Needles, from top glass, from C plat. This man's traversing and finding kill after kill, and he's only 2 away from a killing frenzy in this game. Make it 1. Give me a Falcated cam. Give me a Falcated cam. He's 1 kill away. We got to see the killing frenzy. Nuh-uh. What I do, Tony? What I do?
Every freaking time. Every time. I told you.
He
keep your big mouth shut. Hey, you take your big mouth shut, we're going to get it. But you're over here.
He overheated. I don't know why he's going C plat when there's a sniper on the map, you know?
Why did you call for us to switch on him?
Hey, I don't have that much power. You ain't getting no apology from me. Either way, Steak looks to be on the menu so far from Sentinels. They've been able to just pummel, still deciding at every lane. It feels like the sniper's going to be a big key for still deciding to get back into this game, but it just never seems to have enough ammo. But a camouflage, yeah, hey, you grapple that thing up the tower, Ram, he takes a free camo. 1 minute till this next sniper's up. Plenty for still deciding to still get back into this game, but they have to be wary about what deaths they give up. Sentinels, once they hit that 40 kill mark, I feel like it's going to be too far for still deciding if they're not within 5 or 6 kills.
34-22 right now in favor of Sentinels. It's Rami. Not having the best game statistically, but does have the camouflage right now. Makes a huge play onto the long haul player. Little extra damage. Stays alive. Puts in more work, but still 3 down, goes still deciding. Make it 4.
And that's what makes Sentinels such a hard team to play against in Slayers, how dynamic they are. So often you can see them split up on the map, play these long crosses with each other, but when they need to, they can condense down and be that trio that runs like a pack of wolves, and they never get traded out, it seems like, whenever they do make that play. So still deciding, they felt like they found the antidote for a second there, and then immediately put back down to earth as Boo Boo Doo and the rest of Sentinels have been causing mayhem. Precision reaches kill number 12, and now Boo Boo Doo searching for double digits as well. It's just a matter of time before this one's done.
43-25. Sentinels looking for the final 7 kills here, and Precision looking to get active with this grapple going all the way across the map. Finds the backside of a player, turns it into 2. Now it's Precision that's starting to go off, starting to heat up and get into rhythm. Half shields, but still grinding forward. It snaps onto that player. And just 3 more kills needed. 2 after he takes down Rami, but Manny's on the chase here, Manny. And still deciding, getting 3 of Sentinels.
Everyone reaching double digits on the side of Sentinels. Steak, I guess potentially a 30, right? Still a Steak. You gotta get to number 31. Who's gonna do it for still deciding? Is it 1 more kill, please?
Shock is out. It has to be Manny that gets it, but a trade. Did it count for the 31st? It did. Okay, no spectacular.
That was close. That was close. Either
You know,
way,
sometimes that trade it'll count toward the kill, but sometimes it doesn't. If it's you that died first within the trade. It's weird. It could have been 30.
Could have been 30. It's a ping thing. You know, they just have a little bit better ping. Either way, Sentinels look dominant. They seem to just be outworking on every level so far. As I'd like to take a look over at our series layout and see what's to come next, because right now it's a miracle required for still deciding. Aquarius flag is where their fate could be determined.
The same way we saw Still Deciding come out hot in that 3-0 against Native Gaming. I mean, it is the same way that Sentinels now are looking even better here in the Elimination bracket finals. And it doubles back to what we were talking about before. There's levels to this. And Sentinels, for a very long time, were putting themselves in within that big 3 conversation. I was saying that it was going to expand into a big 4. And although we saw some adversity, although we've even saw a major team change for Sentinels, the core is still there. The group is still so strong. And Sentinels, once again, putting themselves within that conversation right before land.
Great shots downrange. Falcated working to secure this overshield. Real scrappy fights early on. Sentinels, though, will be the ones that come out on top with this overshield. And for Still Deciding, you're going to have to quickly gauge what the pace is for Sentinels with how they're going to play this game. And I have a suspicion that we're going to see a very fast gameplay from Sentinels once they reach that 50-yard line and trying to get into this back base.
Overshield just draining here from Lethal. No longer having the extra shields to work with, but still wants to get aggressive with his team with him. But staggered deaths going across the board. Both teams end up 2 down. Falcated down to 1 shot. He's gonna push up, but Precision gets knocked back to reality. That's gonna be Monster. Now a 1-2 combo, a double push out of Still Deciding, and Rami can't quite find the headshot there.
That all starts with Mr. Manny staying alive over at top mid for as long as he did. He really prevents Sentinels from feeling safe with that flag run. And although the map has been controlled and the slates have been heavily in favor of the team in red, we see Still Deciding still able to play that neutral game as it's 0-all. That flag not going anywhere.
Switch gears towards Monster. Having at least 1 thrust to work with here could be a difference maker in 1 or 2 of these battles as he stays alive while simultaneously getting the kill. But Boo Boo Doobu putting that heat wave to work. Overshield about to come up. Heat wave still working, still cooking right now is Boo Boo Doobu, and that overshield just about up. A flag out. Lots having to be juggled here between both of these teams.
That flag's still working its way through as well. Boo Boo Doobu doing a fantastic job of just patrolling. He doesn't have to go back with that flag. He knows that the spawner's going to push up, and they know that they can potentially get a 2-for-1 combo here. Falcon trying to get himself another flag run, as he knows if they get these next slays, this one's guaranteed.
Heatwave still in the back pocket here for Boo Boo Doobu. A 1-shot Monster just barely gonna avoid death there. But 3 down goes Still Deciding, and Sentinels now have another opportunity to push up fresh off of this flag being punched in 2-0 by Sentinels, and Precision still moving and grooving.
Oh, what's so impressive about these flag runs for Sentinels is, yeah, the flag gets back home, but when it gets captured, what's the position of these players on Sentinels? They're still pressuring into this base. Still Deciding has not been able to generate any space to play around, and it's causing mayhem for them. Boo Boo Doo, finish your food, Monster. Able to get some value out of there, and that might just be enough. That singular kill that Monster gets right there might just be enough to stabilize Still Deciding. The difference in this game thus far has been the neutral game. When it's 4-on-4, all players up, no advantage on the map, Sentinels have been just that little bit better. That's what needs to change this time around. Still Deciding, knocking on this base. They're going to be able to pull out a flag. Can they win on the wrap back?
Yeah, that kill just didn't come quick enough, and we know that you're a big fan of just not playing with your food, making sure that you secure those kills, making sure that you get in there and not allow the opposition to get any value, any time. Because of that, now Still Deciding having another opportunity to maybe get a counter cap. They're only down by 2, and there's plenty of time on the board. Lethal flies in there, but Manny's still alive and still deciding or still moving that flag.
Great understanding for Manny to know what he has to do in his position. He understood that, yes, I don't have a clear lane to run this flag through. If he would have moved one step forward, he would have been melted. That flag would have went back for Sentinels. Instead, he waits, works for his slays, eventually gets 2 of them for his team, secures that flag for his team. Although he's not the one that punches it home. That's a flag cap, and Manny's calling for me.
Just a 1 cap difference here for still deciding. At least 1 cap down, and Falcated still getting value. Just ran out of overshield right now, but has made multiple teams weak. Multiple players going down. 3 down goes still deciding, and the flag moving once again for Sentinels. Nades are out. Monster wanted to get that pull, but Sentinels are here, and they are watching every corner on the map.
Sentinels has just been far too efficient with these flag runs. Precision checking every corner but the right one. Manny pops out, gets the kill, and it's going to be up to him to stop this thing. And he's immediately answered. Oh, what a nade from Lethal to shut it all down. And Lethal saying, hey, throw it up to me. Nah, I'll go do it myself. Let me go run this flag in. Ah, dude, so much work.
There it is, another 2 cap advantage coming in for Sentinels. Falcated has a 1-shot King Nick in front of him. Don't know how King Nick was able to take down Boo Boo Doo with both players pushing forward. That's an opportunity. Still deciding defense looking good, but now it's time to convert that defense into offense. Still deciding have been struggling with passing the 50% portion of the map, and once again, they end up going 3 down. They get the kill onto Lethal, but just still have Sentinels in your base, in your face, and making you as uncomfortable as possible.
We took a heat map of where these engagements have been for Sentinels. You'd notice that they've all been past that half line. They've been playing red zone offense this entire game, and you can see on the score line. I mean, this is some of the best offensive work I've seen in quite a while from a team that's just been instant flag cap after instant flag cap. And with this overshield coming up, I don't think they've really let one slip by. This overshield's going to be enough to secure the 4th flag. It's the final moments for still deciding. You got to find a way to get yourself back in this game.
I'm not sure it's going to be this cap that's going to be stopped, because Sentinels are just about home, and Falcated putting another one in. 3 caps between Sentinels and still deciding. 5.5 minutes on the clock, so theoretically there is enough time for still deciding to make something happen, but they haven't so far.
Boo Boo Doo just gonna work off this left lane. You can see Sentinels, they put every player over onto this P side, overloading this lane as they're trying to make sure that no one can push their way through. But I think this might be one of their first missteps, overloading the lane. You see 3 of them go down, still deciding have a real chance at getting some map control that they've severely lacked this entire game.
Hopefully something changes here for still deciding. We're now starting to see them really favor pushing up toward that card side, but even that, not enough. Demanded strong side of the map. They played well, but Sentinels look like they're about to clear them out once again. Boo Boo Doo Boo down to 1-shot himself. There is a player on the low ground below him, so you got someone in front of you, behind you, left, right, and eventually Boo Boo Doo Boo gets taken out. But then back-to-back kills from Sentinels, and every push, every single opportunity that's still deciding create is somehow answered back by Sentinels, literally every single time.
I've seen a complete shift in how Sentinels are playing this game. Before they were hyper-aggressive, offensive only. Now we're starting to see them stack up with each other, play 3-1 splits, and play a little bit slower, defensive. Understand it's still deciding with the game state as it is. Only 4 minutes of neutral time left, and needing to get 3 flag captures will force us to overtime. They understand they have to play fast. For them, play slow, methodical, play together, connect your bandits. Eventually, an opportunity will come your way. And if it doesn't, well, you can probably play strong enough defense to prevent these flag captures from coming in.
Well, with a 3 down here, we're still deciding. Precision focused on making sure that kill goes through, as opposed to going in for that flag. Whammy still in that base, so IQ play come out of Precision and Sentinels recognizing the situation. like you kind of alluded to, there's no reason for them to overextend, for them to overheat here. And Rami, doing everything he can to stay alive, eventually is able to get the kill, but still decided they only get kills on their side of the map. They're still trapped.
It's too easy for Sentinels at the moment, right? It's for them. They just have to play the perimeter of the map, make sure that no one gets behind them, that no player's unaccounted for. They don't have any reason to try to play the flag, right? Even when they threw it out, it wasn't like they got that Slayer and then tried to touch the flag. They said, hey, we're fine. We can play Slayer for another 2 minutes, 45 seconds. I mean, look at our stats. You don't think I want to stat out even more? Like, almost everyone's double positive.
4-1 lead still in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, and we just simply haven't seen enough from Still Deciding that can lean me towards them being able to come back in this game, let alone the series.
Perfect.
It's still a 2-0 series lead for Sentinels. Sentinels one cap away, one cap away, one game away from putting Still Deciding down, and that flag is finally pulled by Sentinels. It's past the 50%, all the way through the utility side. Still Deciding cross map shot from them, but it ain't gonna stop Precision. That's a 5-1. That's Sentinels going to the grand finals.
That's a murder scene. I felt like we just saw the hopes and dreams of Still Deciding die as soon as we saw them get lifted to spirits. That's an incredible play from Sentinels in all stages of the games. 3 victories that never looked to be in question, really. And I have to say, you know, we saw great plays by Precision. 6,700 damage is absurd, but we expect that from him, right? They've really leaned on him to be that high flying damage output machine. Right now in Halo Infinite, I believe the most underrated player in the game is right there at Lethal. The plays that he's making, just positional plays where he's in the right spot, right time to help his team do what they did, I think was really shown in that game 1. And if you went back and watched the film in that game 3, he was a large reason as to why things were going the way that they were. His routes that he took on the map, his ability to come back and help the team whenever he does, whenever he needed to, his ability to realize when he needs to play selfish or selfless. This man just always sees the play that gives him the highest percentage chance of success, and I think it's going to be the glue as to why Sentinels is going to do well at London.
Yeah, I feel like Lethal has been elevating his gameplay for quite some time, and even on the Sentinels roster, even through multiple different iterations of the Sentinels roster, I feel like he's been slowly starting to just get better and better, and slowly starting to look like the player that he was towards that tail end of Halo 5, or towards where we're seeing them on that top 2 out of that top 25 plays. I've been really enjoying watching Lethal, and I've been really enjoying watching the Sentinels roster. We get to see them one more time, right? It's grand finals time. It's Proton Gaming and Sentinels going at it.
Well, how good Sentinels look, you imagine they keep that momentum going into our grand finals. But Proton Gaming, their run through the winners bracket was something to behold. This team looks as if they've hit another level. Collect coming in and having a lot of top fragging performances for his team, and you could see why he made the changes that he made, right? Was getting those top 6, top 8 finishes every single open series, now playing in that grand finals as he's just been dominant with Proton Gaming. Really, I look back at that Proton versus Native matchup when they were able to 3-0 Native Gaming, and how strong he looked in that series is really gave me the inkling that he is going to have some great success with this roster.
Yeah, it's crazy because whenever I was, would talk about this Proton Gaming roster, I'm like, okay, well, when's that point in time where they just like flip the switch? When, like, it was 3/4 that Native Red roster, plus, it's the last shot who was obviously not soul snipe, but a damn good replacement for him. He's damn good, and now you're bringing Collect, and maybe that's what they needed. Maybe just a new mix. And you already know I'm a huge fan of Manny, and I was sad to see him go, but I look at this Proton Gaming roster, I see so much potential, and I'm like, okay, well, when do you flip the switch? When do we start to see the dominant Proton gaming that we should have seen since the beginning of this year? Because 2024 hasn't been the easiest for them.
No, I think things are going to change. I think both these teams are going to see a rising tide. And I think right now the line where we always saw the conversation about the big three, Tony, I think that line's going to blur in this next major. We've seen some really good teams put up some really good performances. If anything, I'm almost thinking that SSG and Optic have almost elevated themselves to the conversation of like, okay, maybe they're like that one big step above everyone else at the moment, but the Protons of the world, the Shopify Rebellions, they're all sort of knocking on the door, trying to let their way in. We'll have to see if London's the tournament where they're able to do so.
Yeah, it's fun having a big three, but it's also fun having the conversation where you have a situation where, 5 or 6 teams can upset each other and go on a run and make it into the top 3, make it into the grand finals, and that's where things start to get really fun. So we're taking a look at some of the pools, and talk to me a little bit about this, Garrett.
Well, top 6 from Arlington secured their pools, and now, right, it's a conversation of where do you want to put yourself in the pools. We see that first place will be in Pool A with Space Station Gaming. Second place will be in Pool B with Optic, and whoever won the EU Major Qualifier, I believe Quadrant won that today. If anyone was watching over at the Euro Halo League, if you guys can give me the updates, I don't think we'd see any big upsets over there. But then we got like some death pools. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would not want to be in Pool D. That's for sure. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, foe, that's going to be a hard bracket. So plenty to look for over at the major. I believe the only spot that we know for sure right now is Pool C. I believe that's going to be Cloud9's spot, as they have the most pro points and did not place top 2 in today's tournament.
It's funny because I look at Pool C and I think that's, I mean, you got the reigning world champions in FaZe. You got a complexity roster that you give them any type of momentum, they're gonna get loud, they're gonna get passionate. This is a team that's built for LAN, it feels like, or complexity. And now you're saying if Cloud9 does end up in that mix, how good have Cloud9 been since coming up with this new roster? Sabbath and Spectre come in and slide again really well when they got a 4th place finish during one of the Open Series tournaments. They had an upset on Optic Gaming, took a FaZe, I want to say, to a game 5. Like, dude, Cloud9 have been really good, and it's still a new team.
And Cloud9 have had great high moments. My problem with them is consistency, right? We saw them getting some great placings in the Open Series when SSG, when Optic, when FaZe were competing. But then this tournament where the top 5 teams in North America don't play, they get 7th, 8th, right? It's like I want to see some more consistency from this team if I'm gonna give them a shot in Pool C. So some news about how the pro points worked out in today's tournament, Tony. Pool D is going to be Still Deciding. Now, that match between Still Deciding and Native, yes, they're both going to get coverage to go to London, but that was the difference between making it to pools or making it to open brackets. Still Deciding was 900 points away from Native Gaming when they started the tournament. Now, after the tournament, with the results that they've had, the pro points being added up, Still Deciding will have 42,340 pro points between them. Native, 42,220. So 120 pro points separating Native and Still Deciding, and the difference between who made it to Pool D and who did not.
Wow. That is actually crazy. And it just tells you that, obviously land does matter, that land matters most, and when it comes to the pro points, but you got to come and you got to bring it during every single one of these tournaments. Every single opportunity is it could be make or break, and that's actually incredible.
Well, folks, grand finals on its way soon. If you want to help support the channel, some simple things you can do. Subscribing always helps with what we got going on here. Plenty of people behind the scenes trying to make all this happen today. We had an observer in just about every match today as well. Those funds that you guys give us by subscribing to the channel helps with those sort of initiatives, so we can bring you guys as much Halo action today. I believe we didn't have a single minute of downtime for 4 hours today when we started the stream, just because of how much Halo action there was, and that's largely thanks to you guys subscribing to the channel. If you're on YouTube, go check it out, guys. If you've been enjoying what you're seeing here today, subscribe to the channel. It helps everything that we do here. I believe we're getting awfully close to 9,000 subscribers on the YouTube. We're a couple hundred away from that. You guys over on the YouTube help us get closer to that goal. That'd be greatly appreciated. Would love to hit 10K, you know, around that London or just after London time. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, Sentinels, Proton Gaming, gonna be battling it out in our grand finals.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Faster, stronger, moving light speed. Work it longer. We a different breed. Living larger, chasing the dream. Push it farther, better than you ever seen. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. No problem, we ain't solving. 1, 2, 3, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Come play with the big boys. Ain't no rest, we make noise. Love it when you see it so good that you can't avoid. Pedal to the metal, we going far. Going far. Foot on the gas, just getting started. Let's get it started. Pave the way, roads uncharted. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Let's get it. Let's get it started. Are you ready? Here we go. Started. Let's get it. Let's get it. Started. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it
Grand Finals is here. Sentinels going up against Proton Gaming. I'm Tools. Joined with me. It's Why Not Be Casting, aka kind of a big freaking deal. If you don't know, well, now you know, Tony, right? Yeah, now they know. 5 games could determine it here for Proton Gaming. Sentinels will have to get it done in 2 best of 5s if they're gonna win today's tournament. Where they place in pools is what's on the line. Both these teams have secured their trip to London.
Can't wait to see both of these teams duke it out, but I also want to see them go at it right here in your grand finals. We have yet to crown a winner, and we've seen a few bracket resets. Is there a chance that we see another one here in your open series?
Last time these sides played, game 5 on Aquarius, and it was not close. Proton were able to run away with it. A new slate for both these teams to compete on. Live Fire Strongholds gonna be our first map of choice, and well, we saw what Sentinels was able to do on Strongholds against Still Deciding. It was never close. Lethal having a phenomenal performance there. We'll have to see if they can replicate that success against Proton Gaming.
Yeah, this is finally the chance that we see Proton Gaming reach their potential. We've been talking about them week after week, time after time, as being a legitimate threat here in the HCS, just like that core was back in the Native Red days, back in those KCP days. Now, half new, half old, and still looking strong right now is Proton Gaming. Maybe they can win this tournament here and put themselves back within that ultimate dark horse conversation.
I put up a poll, or I should say some bets. Get your points in. I want to see what chat's feeling. Who's going to win off this series, Sentinels or Proton Gaming? Either way, here we go. Talk going to be the first one on screen here today. Had a fantastic performance earlier in today's tournament. Almost feels like reminiscent of what we were seeing season 1 from him, when he was just a rising star that was one of the best slayers in the game.
He really was. For a long time, when you saw the KD that Talik would put up, you would think there was a typo. He was always been just finding a way to have huge kill games, but always finds a way to stay alive and play that back roll towards 3 super aggressive players, and that's really has been the play style of Talik. And now Proton Gaming have an opportunity to replicate that, trying to watch over that camouflage. Talik clears out the tower side, and finally Boo Boo Doo prioritizes getting him out.
Fairly slow start from Proton. Usually we're expecting this team to be fast, in your face, aggressive. Instead, a little stationary. Instead, they allow Sentinels to push into them, but as they pushed in, that's when Proton struck, and they went for that 2 cap of their own. The rest of Sentinels having to be back on this attack. A large part of that attack going to be behind Boo Boo Doo Boo Sniper, and if he's able to hit some headshots.
25-21 lead in favor of Sentinels at the moment here, but the double cap for Proton, they steal that lead right back. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the sniper. Not able to find a headshot just yet, but down to the low ground, Talik anticipates it. Oh, he was one shot trying to stay alive, and Boo Boo Doo Boo can't kill the one-shot Talik.
Play whack-a-mole, and unfortunately the reticle kept going low or high. It just never was in the right spot. Talik gets an incredible kill early on, and Proton Gaming, yeah, might have been a little slow to start. They weren't playing that quick, aggressive gameplay that we've seen, but been working out for them thus far. Precision and the rest of Sentinels gonna have to try to change the narrative, and that QT is gonna do nothing against the free-for-all champion. Last shot.
One bullet at the sniper to work with. Boo Boo Doo Boo is working on taking Alpha, but the squad spawners come out. Precision right behind Boo Boo, or now right in front of him, and now 3 down goes Sentinels. The final player is Boo Boo Doo Boo, who somehow gets away with the camouflage. 70-25, but a sneaky Majin Boo Boo.
Trying to play this unpredictable route. That repulse will be the difference between Boo Boo getting traded out and him staying alive and being a vector of attack for his team. The problem for Sentinels is they just have no space on the map. right? Every time it feels as if they're trying to battle just for inches. And so far, Proton has not been giving up anything. Boo Boo Jubu, though, changes it all. Great plays, starting with that camouflage, gets behind players at the right time, and keeps putting down fantastic damage for his team. A great reset after losing a crucial fight against Talik.
Yeah, they were starting to get out of control here for Boo Boo Dubu and Sentinels, but that was a nice run that we saw there. And now we see once again Sentinels taking hold of Alpha and Charlie, not being happy with that, moving in for Bravo. Will they be able to take it, or will Talik and Proton keep them out? Bravo does switch hands. Proton Gaming forced to back down, half their members on the black screen, the other half being chased. Talik stays alive with the sniper, 5 bullets to work with, and already pushing the Alpha side.
Looked everywhere but the right spot. Okay, it was sneaky from the start, and this sniper, plenty of ammo in it for Falcated to put work in, but the problem once again remains for Sentinels is they're oftentimes having to fight into a position to capture hills, and the rotations from Proton have just been a little bit stronger thus far. You see, as they push into C, no one left behind at A to even try to engage with Proton. They're gonna have to be a little bit faster on these rotations, be the one pressing the issue, and well, that's one way to start it. Falcated hitting the big shot.
Huge play coming out of Falcated, but a second nade coming out of Talik. Repulsed the first one. And Talik portals his way back over toward the camel side, right over towards dummies, and picking up on the spawners, gets himself yet another kill. Does Talik, and Lethal just backing down, but there's only so far you can go. And now the flanker is coming out, and just too many angles. Lethal gets overwhelmed and taken out, and Proton a 140 to 57. Another dominant performance that we're seeing now, but Sentinels, they take back Bravo.
Like one of the most underrated snipers in the game. Oftentimes you're gonna see him hit big shots when they matter, and impressive no scopes as well on top of that. And right now, Proton, they've been just the players that are forcing the rotations, right? So often you make your rotations on the map, it's usually behind someone forcing a play. Collect has been forcing Sentinels to play on their back foot.
About to be another trip cap coming in for Proton Gaming. The moment they take Charlie, Sentinels do rotate and play towards Alpha, but like I said, it's Proton Gaming really forcing them to make those rotations, really playing Proton Gaming's game right now. Sentinels, Alpha has been taken, but it takes at least 2 to tango, and Proton are fastly approaching that 200 point mark.
Well, this latest run of points from Proton was thanks to a QT play from Talik. This time the QT goes to Collect, and this time it's not gonna go any further. Precision, able to hit some precise shots time and time again. Finally, he breaks the drought of Sentinels. Oh man, it feels like this guy just can't miss at the moment.
It's so exciting watching this man play with the sniper. He's just so quick to snap onto his target. Sometimes those snaps end up missing, go over the head of the opposition. Luckily, the rest of the Sentinels were there to clean up, pick up the pieces there. Sentinels continue to score, but Proton Gaming continue to get aggressive. Talik with the trade out. Drux able to take down Boo Boo Dubu. They are coming in hordes and waves right now is Proton Gaming.
It really did feel like a little bit of horde mode for Proton Gaming as they were just flying bodies towards Sentinels. As they were doing that, they flipped out their spawn towards B to get themselves another home base, but I think they need to be they need to make a dance, right? So you can't just mash up against the wall and continually try to fight Sentinels head on. If you're able to get that first pick, that first move, rotate out, play your perimeters. I think they're a little bit too eager to get into these head-on-head one-on-one gunfights with Sentinels.
Oh, it's a 289 lead, and another 3 down for Sentinels. In fact, a full squad wipe allows Druk to grab a hold of the camouflage and allows Proton to grab a hold of this game. They gain back that control as they look to end it with this life cycle.
Sentinel's basically on life support at the moment, and Druk, he's unplugging the cable as we speak with this camouflage. Oh boy, behind so many players on the side of Sentinels, that nade might just be enough in stabilizing efforts from Lethal, but they need more. They need the trip cap if they're going to get back in this game.
As of right now, Sentinels are scoring, and Proton a little huddled up over towards the seaside right now. They're trying to create some space, I would imagine, as Proton Gaming needs some place to maneuver from. It starts with the defense. Both teams end up going 3 down, so a momentary 1v1 trade out in bases will favor Sentinels, as they do have a double cap once again. Proton still have the lead.
I love this from Falcated. He's getting between everyone on the map, and he's going to be able to find himself damage on at least 2 players. And unless Collect does something drastic, like goes up into the sky, he's going to go down as well. Thankfully, that repulse was up for Collect to grab, but it doesn't even matter. Falcated, his position, he's accounted for now 4 kills in a row. Proton has had no space to work with because of this man on your screen.
There it is. Another perfect pinch coming out of Sentinels. Triple cap for Sentinels, and it was looking bleak. It was looking bad for them early on, but Proton Gaming seemingly have hit a wall, and Sentinels just taking advantage of it. Charlie and Bravo in the hands of them at the moment as Proton look to slow things down, make the way towards B, but Boo Boo Doo is here zoning them out.
For Proton, you're just looking for the first pick, right? You want to be the one that's dictating the pace, and that's what happens as Druck is able to find another kill on the side of Proton. Sentinels goes 3 down, and suddenly it's a race against time. Boo Boo Doo knows that he has to play at an increased pace, even though his teammates aren't up on the map yet. Buy a path for them to go towards B. Boo Boo Doo with these great shots, but where's the rest of the team? You can only give up so much time here.
233 points and counting here for Proton Gaming, who have just gone 3 down. As the final player in Collect, the former Sentinels player, is the one trying to keep Boo Boo Doo and Sentinels out of this hill. Quantum Translocator is out, and so is Collect. He was being quite a nuisance with his life, and may have just bought enough time for Proton Gaming to move back into position, to move back into control, trading out their lives, eventually lead to a 3 down for Sentinels, attacking both Bravo and Charlie at the same time. This could be it.
A double dilemma for Sentinels to deal with, and Druck's gonna shore up on the B side. This sniper with camo is going to be enough damage down range. 3 go down, as it's only Lethal that can stop the inevitable.
Enemy team scoring.
There's just nothing they can do. This trip cap finishes it, and it's just styling points for Druck as he tries to find some exclamation point. Fantastic work from Proton. They were the ones dictating the pace. They were the ones oftentimes finding the first slay. And Sentinels, although they had a great run towards the end, it always felt like they were playing off their back foot.
It's always one thing when you watch Proton Gaming, you know, it's a high risk, high reward type of gameplay. It's highs, but sometimes it could be lows. You know, Sentinels went on quite a run to make this game possible, when if you're watching from the beginning, you're like, there's no way the Sentinels come back and make it a game. So it's always fun watching Proton Gaming. It's fun to watch it get back into that style, and for it to work, because Sentinels have been red hot for the last few weeks, and Proton Gaming cooled them down.
The real difference in this game was the damage output from Proton. They just had an extra couple hundred damage on each player, right? And eventually Sentinels, you know, you can play really well each life and try to maximize your value, but at the end of the day, you're gonna have to put out a little bit more damage than they did in that previous game. I think the early game is what really costed them. It was a prolonged 2 cap. It wasn't like, we saw some temporary trip caps early in the game from Proton, but it wasn't as if they were really twisting the knot and increasing the pace of the game to a significant margin. It was a largely 2 cap rotational gameplay that won them that game.
Well, now we switch gears over towards Solitude, game number 2. With those 12 minutes on the clock, first the 50 kills, throwing a camouflage and a shock rifle, and you have some fun that's going to be had. Sentinels going up against Proton Gaming. Proton have the opportunity to be up 2-0 in this series, in this grand finals, or will we see an answer back coming in from Sentinels? Game number 2 is on its way.
Clock pushing the pace early. He wants to get up and ready to fight for this camouflage. And this is what I love about the play from Talik, right? He's getting up into those players that are pushing towards the right side, but once he pushes them down, ignore it, right? Focus on what's next. Where can I look to be more active on the map? It's not about getting kills, it's about getting damage output down.
Back-to-back kills coming from Precision, who almost makes it 3 in a row. Collect shutting him down right there from the tram side, and Lethal gets away with the shock, puts it to work from the shock to the bandit. Beautifully played by Lethal, but now Druck, camo and shock combination, and the lead for Proton Gaming.
Proton played for this specific play to get that camo shock rifle combination. Unfortunately for them, it's shut down early on. Sentinels, although they're tracked towards this left side, they've done a great job at finding picks and generating just a little bit more space for them to work with as they're ready to battle at the hotel side.
10-7 lead here for Proton Gaming. Last shot wants to take a mid-angle there, but down to 1 shot, force him back down. Teammates have his back. Beautiful bait and switch that we're seeing from Proton, and now taking over the strong side, taking over that nest side. Proton Gaming look to reposition.
It's been a game of ballet for Proton, just dancing across this map. So often we've seen them have control of whatever part of the map that they happen to be at. They're flowing throughout this map. There's no strong, rigid setup for them to play around. They know, hey, we can force 3-4 different spawn traps on this map that we're comfortable playing in.
Still a 3-kill lead here for Proton Gaming. An active camouflage is coming up, so both teams are going to want to stay alive, want to stay healthy in for this fight. 1 bit of damage, 1 life could cost you this camouflage, which could be devastating for either one of these teams. Druck ends up going down. Back-to-back kills once again for Sentinels, and that's 3 down for Proton Gaming.
Fantastic work from Sentinels to change what's happened in the game past and the beginning of this game. When it comes to the 4v4 neutral game, when there's no advantages for either side, so often Proton was the team that comes out on top. This time Sentinels changed the pace. They're able to work that doorway, find 2 of the opening picks, and then trade out with the 3rd, giving them the map control necessary to start working on a collapse on Proton Gaming.
15-14 at the moment here. Proton Gaming do have bodies that they're trying to push through yard with. The double push will work out. Lethal with the flank does take down multiple members of Proton Gaming. But Proton still survives, still hold on to the lead by 1. Shock is up, and Sentinels have a perfect position for it as last shot continues to put down damage. He's punishing Sentinels. That's a squad wipe.
I think a little bit of a poison pill play from Sentinels. Proton, they left that shock rifle open. They expected Sentinels to make their play towards it. They never tried to take space towards that shock rifle. Eventually, Sentinels condense down too much. They open up that loop spawn. Collect spawns all the way across the map. It creates a natural pinch onto that shock rifle, and what you've given Collect a shock rifle to increase their score.
Shock's still in the hands of Collect at the moment here. Talik flies in towards the dip side, ends up being taken out. That's going to force Collect to reposition, play his life, try to work with last shot, who just has gone down. Now the spawners are coming in. Collect, he sees that, he reacts. Sentinel's not aware of where he's at. They're going to pay for that, but both the spawning teammates end up going down, and Collect is still alive. Don't know how right now, but his teammates can't say the same for them.
Houdini-esque. Olo would be proud. Collect has been unbelievable with this life forward go down. Camouflage is up. This is a finishing move from Proton Gaming. Precision, they're throwing predates at him. They're all stuck at the lift. This is devastating for Sentinels. They have to find the first pick.
It felt like it was the 2 spawning players from Proton that were stuck over toward that nest side. Now it seems like Sentinels, but Lethal responds. Lethal 12-5 at the moment. He really has been the MVP for Sentinels, or at least in elimination bracket finals, but could be the same here in the grand finals. Finally, you take down Lethal, but Druck having to use up his camouflage in order to do it.
That's literally game saving from Lethal, being able to find 2 kills and pushing Sentinels out of a dire situation.
34-29. Talek will gain his shields back, but you still have 2 members, make it 4 members of Sentinels in front of him, 2 toward the LR side and 2 trying to make it towards Tram. Talek calls in the reinforcements, they respond, 3 down once again goes Sentinels, and Proton are winning engagement after engagement.
Sentinels have done a great job of not letting the game get away from them, but they haven't been able to control the opening plays. So often they're the ones that are responding to the plays. They're playing reactionary Halo. Proton Gaming right now it feels like as if they're taking a victory lap. So often they're coming away with that extra kill that they shouldn't be able to get away with. Sentinels need to change the pace of this game, change momentum, shift whatever they need to. This next fight's going to be the most important, and you already see Proton lighten up the feed. If they get these kills and get away with camo, there's just no path forward for Sentinels.
I mean, Proton haven't won the game just yet, but like you said, it really kind of feels like a victory lap at the moment here. 46, 1 squad wipe away from finishing it off. Colette making sure that he grabs a hold of that camouflage, and once again, Sentinels are down to their final player off spawn, and now that player, he's going to be by himself. Collect doubles back, feeding the information. They have already forced the split spawns. They know there's nowhere he can go, and it's 1 more kill needed. Sentinels, they're about to be down 0-2.
Ooh, oh, okay. Hey, Tony, never say never. JB taught me that. They might be down 9. The world might be against them. But Sentinels just got a clean wipe. Do not peek. Collect. Getting that information to the team. Here comes the push it. Oh, well, you know. Levo's good, but he can't take on 2 players at once like that, unfortunately. And there we go. 2-0 in favor of Proton. No comeback for Sentinels. And Proton just clearly a step better in this grand finals thus far.
Never. 2-0 lead here for Proton Gaming in the grand finals, and 1 game away from pulling off the sweep. We've seen sweep after sweep after sweep so far with different teams, and it could be yet another one here in the grand finals. You hate to see it, especially when we're talking about how well Sentinels have been playing, but Proton have been on another level so far here in this tournament, and Streets Oddball could just be the final time that we see Sentinels here in this tournament.
Remember, changes for both these teams after Arlington. Sentinels decided to shake things up, picking up Precision in place of Spartan. Proton Gaming waiting until the waiting hours to make their move, just a couple days before this tournament, deciding to forfeit their Thursday tournament in order to pick up Collect in place of Manny. And so far, it seems to be a successful exchange. They look to be taking their next step in their HCS journey.
Yeah, I kept saying it time and time again that I feel like Collect was joining some really great teams, but hasn't found a team that fits his play style. Like one that not only can he get value from his teammates, but also like that he can provide the most value for that team. I said that he needs to find a team similar to like a Shopify Rebellion, or similar to how like a Native Red were last year, or KCP, and he goes and joins that core, that duo of Druk and Talek. And I looked at it, I said, this fits him so well. And on top of that, Proton Gaming weren't hitting their ceiling. So I feel like it's just a win-win situation for both Proton Gaming and now Collect. And now we're seeing that magic that we expected this roster. Whatever, whether they wanted to call themselves business or Proton, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I think we found a magic roster with these guys, and I'm excited for Proton.
Well, Proton just have one more game to win. It could be next in the Streets Oddball. First to 2 rounds wins it. First to 100 points per round to get the job done. Sentinels had a fantastic showing earlier, just a round ago, and now seem to have all that momentum leave them. And this is where I'm really interested about teams and how they perform, right? When everything has been going wrong, Do you just lay over it and say, hey, we'll go next tournament? You know, this one didn't matter. This one doesn't matter too much. Or do you get gritty? Do you get back? Do you make the reverse sweep happen?
I mean, if it's any other team, I'm counting it out. I'm looking at this Proton game. I was like, they're the ultimate momentum-driven machines. You give them an inch, they simply take a mile, and this tournament is over, and it's ending in a sweep. However, I will never count Sentinels out. And if there's any team that can bounce back here on Oddball Streets, the streets of New Mombasa, it may just be the Sentinels roster here in the grand finals. Again, we've seen resets. We've seen bracket resets over the last couple of weeks. Why not see another?
The best 2 out of 3 determines it all. And man, this map, this is my favorite map design. I won't say it's my favorite to play, Tony. You know, I got lots of problems with the spawn sometimes, but boy, oh boy, do I like how pretty this thing looks. It gives me that old Plaza vibe. But here we go into our game 3. This could be the final one today. After 3 weeks, we have 3 weeks in a row where we've had grand finals resets. Is it really going to be a 3-0? A 3-0, the last HCS tournament before we go overseas to London?
Hammy has the ball.
Guess we're gonna find out here. Early ball time though for Sentinels. That's a good sign. Falcated with the Bulldog. Ooh.
Like,
just a...
it hurts to look at.
You okay?
So bright, man. Oddball, man. Neon blue. Love the look. Either way, those Sentinels are early ball time here, and Proton Gaming doing a fantastic job at bouncing back immediately. I love that they don't slow it down whatsoever. They immediately push back for their kills, able to get 2-3 down, grab that ball, and have some great position with last shot having camo red gun. This is everything you want.
Sentinel started with the lead, but Proton Gaming they're taking it right back. Camouflage and Stalker in the hands of last shot, and he's gonna pick and choose his points so well, but caught from the low ground. No shot. He thought they were gonna drop down there.
Dog waiting patiently. This is the thing for Proton right now. Sentinels going 3-4 down over and over again. They're able to take up a lot more space towards the mid of the map as they wait for this push. And what that does is even when they get killed, right, they'll have at least a little bit of time off respawn to get themselves back into the play.
Precision. Right through the commando side. Did he just jump over somebody? He did. Oh, it was Collect. Jumps right over Collect's head. That's going to cost him his life there, but still a 2v2 situation. Now, the 3 down that Proton game we're looking for. So, cost a mistake happening there. Proton going to take advantage.
Yeah, it's a tough mistake, too, because he checked. Like, he looked down. He was expecting someone to be there. They just, no one showed up on his screen. But you give him an inch, they'll take it a mile. Precision trying to do his best to minimize this damage, but not before that ball gets played. Precision, plenty of camo to work with. Talik will go down, and it's not the Precision to stay alive here. He's in between 3 players. If he can get out with his life, that's a great opportunity for Sentinels. Instead, Druk, I think he might be the best AR player in the game right now, Tony. He uses the skill gap, as we put it, to put him down.
It's a tough one. Somebody has to use it though. I ain't mad at you, Druk. Ball does end up being reset here. 55-10 lead. Proton Gaming still have control, and Lethal still has that height advantage. Sentinels with that ball back on the subway side, but back-to-back kills for Proton means they're going to get aggressive.
I love how Druk plays with the assault rifle in his hands. He just takes any chow that comes his way. But Talik left with a parting gift as Boo Boo 2 will take the martyrdom nade. Proton Gaming have a steep lead at the moment, but Sentinels have done a fantastic job at routing out all those players in that back base, securing themselves a good hold. And look how forward these players from Sentinels are. They're taking the battle to the front lines on the opposite side of the map, allowing Falcated just to keep accumulating this time.
57-31 lead in favor of Proton, but that pressure, relentless coming out of Sentinels, stretching far and taking space and limiting the options of Proton Gaming. But the Red side spawners. And they'll get you every single time. Precision and Boo Boo Doo hit the black screen there. But Proton haven't been able to grab a hold of the ball just yet.
Druck's kind of taking this long route to the other side, real confident that they're not giving up too much space to Sentinels to pick up this ball. And here comes the push from Proton, but the spawners from Sentinels are going to be on that B side. But how do you neutralize it? You throw out the shroud screen expecting players to be on that cross. Unfortunately for Proton, Sentinels were so quick with their rotation that the shroud screen kind of works against them.
It was a great play being made by Proton, but the counter play for Sentinels to bring it all the way through the B side towards PD was quick. And it's Sentinels right back in the lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo right back in the subway side. Repulses up to get that advantage, and pancakes, breakfast is served.
Boo Boo Doo Boo was trying to find any way to get that kill without using his bandit, you know? A couple AR shots here. Not gonna beat him down. We're gonna send him back in and get a couple hot cakes for breakfast. But so far, Sentinels have done a fantastic job of bouncing back in this game. This rotation has been superb from them. They've gone all the way from C back to PD. Now gonna put this ball at back A, and I don't think Proton is gonna be able to even try to attempt to stop this ball. This has been just fantastic from Sentinels.
Fantastic is the word. That from that rotation from the subway to the PD to the A side, just putting on a clinic. That ball movement looking like the Spurs in their prime right there. And it looks like it's gonna be Sentinels that take round number 1. And we could see them take that as this game 3. And we always say every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win. Sentinels, they're still in it.
Some hurt put down from Falcated, but not enough. As Proton Gaming, they're gonna have a steep advantage here. When that first player goes down, and you saw how condensed Sentinels was, you saw Proton immediately take their space, find those frags, and get away with camouflage as well. Can Collect stay alive with the camouflage is the question, and Precision was not letting him get away. Great job at finding the camo and neutralizing it as quickly as possible from Sentinels.
Precision and Sentinels getting aggressive through the strong side, through the B Street side, and what a collapse out of Sentinels, putting Collect in a 1v4 situation. He's gonna have to wait for his teammates to come off the spawn, and once they do, they need their kills. Druck was able to take down Lethal. Precision Bulldog is out, puts it to work. 3 down goes Sentinels, and Proton Gaming have control.
Looking back, Precision not able to find that kill, and look at the spawners for Sentinels and how far away they are. There's no quick access towards this ball, and with Druck laying down long-range shots, Lethal frustrated that his team hasn't been able to push forward. Here comes the 3-man stack towards Cafe.
30-18 lead in favor of Proton Gaming, but it's Proton that have that ball toward the PD side. Lethal trying to get some kind of angle, some kind of advantage. Druck wins that one. Cleanups coming quick though, and Proton with a full rotation right towards subway. Camouflage is up. Boo Boo Doo Boo getting aggressive. Can Sentinels clear out the subway? Apparently not. Boo Boo Doo Boo hits the black screen.
Oh, able to find a quick flank. Can he take down 2? No. Collect winning a crucial fight at the perfect time, and Druck a little overzealous on his challenge against Precision. Makes things mixy for both sides. Sentinels are going to be able to get this ball, but this is perfect play from Precision, knocking down one spawner. The rest have no chance to move forward. He's a one-man army over at the cafe. Knock him down. Collect just able to get that kill, but not before a ton of time has been bought for Sentinels, and we're seeing a similar rotation into round 1. This time Druck getting to the cutoff lane in time.
46-35 lead. Proton Gaming advancing that ball toward the driveway side. We see Precision and Boo Boo Doo Boo working the 1-2. Easy kill, but now 2 more starting to replace them. But Collect with a huge stuff onto Precision. Sentinel still having that ball, but most likely to forcibly be played out towards the mid-map as Proton start to gain control once again. Full map for them.
Lethal's been real heads up with his ball rotations this game. Was responsible largely for that first round. Did a great job at throwing that ball out when he could, but at the end of the day, slays are what's going to matter, and Proton just outslay their way into a ball hold. Sentinel's going to have to try to stack up on this purple side. I'd like to see Collect think about this rotation. You know that push is coming from the purple side, but as Sentinels one-upped them, look how fast they were to get towards that tire rotate.
Ball dropped.
Collect advances that ball forward. Sentinels surrounding Proton at the moment, but they need these kills. Lethal knows that active camouflage is coming up. Last shot was the last opportunity for Proton to maybe clear out the subway side. Druck was able to get away with camouflage, but he ends up getting no value out of it. Druck hits the black screen, camouflage is burnt. Sentinels still have the ball, and now Falcated is getting right back into the subway with this Bulldog. 3 down once again go Proton, all 4 after the double from Falcated.
Game-winning plays from Falcated. He's able to spot that camouflage because of the from his teammates. What does he do right away? He condenses back towards his team and finds a massive double. And now Proton have to trek all the way across this map. Falcade playing on an island, knowing that he can be isolated because of this shotgun in his hands.
Huge kill. Huge double out of Falcated. 3 down. Go Proton Gaming once again. Talik with the answer back. It's exactly what Talik and Proton Gaming need, as Sentinels do take the lead, but Talik staying alive and having presence here towards Subway is huge. But Boo Boo Dooble with this Stalker forces him out, forces him down low, but finally Sentinels clear out Talik, clear out that Subway side. Proton have to answer back.
A couple well-placed nades might just do it. Lethal having to do his best. He was last alive for his team, and he is holding the line, trying to buy enough time for his teammates to come help. They're flooding in from the purple side. Lethal's done it. He's bought enough time. The ball is reset. Proton get no value off their 3 down.
Full squad wipe once again. Proton Gaming off this should be able to take the lead here, but Sentinels with the red room spawners should have some easier access toward the A side. Off screen, it was Druck that gets taken out, and last shot ends up being cleaned up. Numbers advantage here for Sentinels. Talik forced to drop this ball. Doesn't close it out just yet. The Shroud blocking out his line of sight forces Lethal into the Shroud, into the shadows, and Talik wins that one as well.
Lethal treated himself like a one-man army in that Shroud screen. Repulsed him out and said, no, this is my home. Unfortunately for him, overheated a little bit on the slide, just not able to take down those players from Proton, and that might just be enough to push this thing into round 3. Sentinel's gonna have one good push left to try to stop this thing, and it starts with a great play from Boo Boo Dooble, able to shut down that ball rotation, preventing Proton from putting up enough time to stop this push before it even starts from Sentinels.
Ball doesn't quite make it into Subway. Looks like Druck snatches it up, brings it back in, but meanwhile, Sentinels are the ones starting to frag out. Sentinels are the ones that have the advantage here. Lethal with the Stalker. That player does end up going down, and 3 down go Proton Gaming. Sentinels right back on that ball. They can take the lead right back right here as Lethal with the Stalker. One player to deal with in Collect, but Collect has the wiggles. He's gonna dance on him just a bit, forcing the ball play, forcing the cleanups, and Sentinels, they take the lead.
Collect was trying to dance his way to victory there, but at some point you're gonna have to find these kills. Sentinels though go 4 down. Oh no. Proton, can they get to the ball in time and shut this thing down? Sentinels, you have one good push left in you, and you gotta play fast. We see Falcade checking all these corners. I don't know if you got time to check corners.
5 seconds left. Talik rotating that ball toward the driveway side. Is there any member of Sentinels that can force him back? Yes, there is.
Oh
Precision gets the kill.
4 down?
Proton go 4 down. They just needed 1 more second, but that 1 more second may not come.
Great job by Sentinels to coordinate into each lane. They played a risky game, slowing it down, but it was all for that 1 second of time. Boo Boo Dooble with the first kill might just be enough, and it is. Sentinels 2-0. What a kill.
Sentinels, they're on the board. They may just pull off the reverse sweep. It starts with that game 3 win, and we see it. It's going to Argyle capture the flag. It could go to a game 5, and then it's anyone's ball game.
Unbelievable game from Sentinels. I mean, they played it tight and they were able to win some close engagements. You have to feel a little bit upset if you're Proton, just 1 second away from at least forcing a game 3 and trying to keep that sweep alive. Instead, we get to go to this into Argyle and see some great sniper plays. But let's take a look at this, right? Falcane's pushing up this right side. He played slow. Lethal takes down that engagement towards Trash. And then you see 2 players starting to make their way towards B. And they basically create a triangle effect, as Precision was the player that was playing fast enough to get to that ball carrier. Falcane wins a huge one-on-one. And with 4 players going down and only 1 player from Sentinels being traded out, they maintain a lot of their space towards that B side, forcing the rest of Proton to spawn at back A and Cafe, and there's just not enough time. Collect tried his best, but even the fastest movement in the game is not going to get you into a winning position.
And that brings us to game 4. It's Argyle capture the flag. 2 snipers, 1 on each side, and you know I love me some sniper battles. Put a quantum translocator in the middle of the map, and you have 2 teams that are going to be fighting for every inch, looking to desperately get to the base of their opponents, punish those opponents, control those spawns. Argyle capture the flag. We'll test the coordination, we'll test the speed, and we'll test the map control of both Sentinels and Proton.
2 snipers, 2 grapples, lots to work with, lots to accelerate the game state. Expect those grapples to be much more valuable than maybe the players in matchmaking use them, right? Not only is it able to let you traverse on the map quickly, but often can be a key indicator of success for teams getting flag runs.
Precision, the one to grab a hold of sniper, snaps onto Druck. 3 down, quickly go Proton Gaming. And you see Sentinels not waste any time whatsoever pushing up past the 50% point of the map.
Did not get that grapple that was on the ground. Precision opts to move forward. I don't know if he didn't spot it, but he'll get another one left over from Boo Boo Doo as he was able to grab that quantum translocator. And surprisingly calm game thus far, and it's largely due to the respect that both these teams have for the snipers on the other side of the aisle.
Druck once again running into the body shot of Precision, forced to back down and ultimately play his life there. Collecto on the low ground, and it's Precision and Sentinels keeping the high. Finally, Druck reintroduces himself to the fight, forcing Precision back. But it's Sentinels taking their time right now. Argyle, definitely a battle of attrition, one that you can't rush.
Precision wrapped his way up high with that grapple, was able to catch Holocaust. Surprise, and it's 2 snipers in the hands of Sentinels, but Precision in danger of overheating. No, oh, jeez! Stays on the map. Ghost jump to save him, but last shot reaps a reward. A sniper going right back into the hands of Proton.
Great movement coming out of Precision there to ultimately play his life, but eventually last shot is the one gets the cleanup, gets himself that sniper, and now gets that height advantage here over towards the vents. Last shot, trying to sniff out exactly where the enemy team is coming from. It's off screen. It's actually falcated, dealing with both Talik and Druck. Here we go, not a double push. Last shot ends up going down. The vents cleared out here. Precision is the black screen as well. That's back-to-back kills for Proton Gaming.
It's funny how you don't get the kills right away, but that sniper shot was enough for Proton to get a positive effect by getting a double kill that would go Collect's way, and the next sniper in his hands as well. Druck picks up the new, and 2 snipers on the side of Proton. Although you have limited ammo for Collect, this is the time you really have to make the shots count.
Players portaling out of the situation. Collect knows he's probably going to come back, and there we go, falcated. right back toward the pistol side. Use the quantum translocator, but this time it's Collect that cuts off the angle, and still the double bandit too much. Talik ends up going down, and so do 3 members of Proton. Sentinels once again gaining map control through their sleighs.
While all that action was going down, right? Fast fights over on the pistol door. We seen Lethal just harassing the rest of Proton Gaming from that bottom Nate's position. He's been there for a solid 30, 45 seconds now at Proton. Although they had 2 power weapons in their hands, they haven't been able to move out of their base because of the spots that Lethal's been taking. And he's been a snake this entire time. And he's finally launched at the opposing team. The bite is in. Is the venom going to be enough, though?
He's gonna have to deal with both Talik and Druck eventually, but first it's a 1v1, and Talik doesn't win that one. Lethal stays alive, and Druck actually collecting a bit of a different angle, going to back up over towards the pistol side. Lethal survives, full shields to work with, gonna bring this snipe, but ends up getting taken down.
Lethal with a long-lived life. We'll see if that's enough for Sentinels. A grapple could be a key play here if Sentinel's able to get their hands on top of one, try to grapple that flag back, but looks like this flag gonna be dead in the water as mid position taken from last shot with a sniper in his hands. Not gonna be able to do much more on that initial push.
It makes 2 different players one shot. The cleanups don't exactly happen there, but Proton were able to gain some space, and now you're in the space and in the face of Sentinels, and they simply want you out. Falcated forced to back down. Precision off the screen, gets introduced to the black screen himself. Meanwhile, Talik in an interesting spot. He has Druck to work with, but not for long, as Druck about to get collapsed on. Both Druck and Talik working through the snipe side. And now we switch on board with Precision and Boo Boo Doo working together.
It's honestly surprising how little action we've seen towards these flag runs for both sides. They're paying the other team a ton of respect, and what we've often seen is L formations being made on opposite sides, right, where you get players overextending on the pistol side and players trying to shore up on a short defense on the weak side. But it's been happening on both sides, and neither team has been able to get that clean 3-4 down required to get these flag runs out.
Double push once again for Proton. Falcon looks to get involved and forced back. Beautiful shot from last shot, but now that clicks down, he's really by himself. I'm not sure if he was able to get that sniper off the map. He wasn't. Boo Boo Doo Boo not only gets the kill, but gets a sniper to work with as well.
I was hoping Boo Boo Doo Boo would catch a grapple slide and try to get even further up on this map. I feel like that's something that's been missing from both these sides is just putting a player down deep, right? Throw that player into the backside, make them have to deal with the harassing player, then use that to take that mid-map space. Instead, it's been a large neutral battle in the mid-map. Sentinels, though, finally breaking something through. 2 players going down. Lethal back to his prime position. Sniper in hand, ready to make a play towards this flag.
Early flag pull coming out of Sentinels. Druck goes right after Precision here, but that flag is actually still on the move. Nobody's able to stop this flag from going forward, and although they take down the sniper player in Lethal, the flag has made it so far into the snipe side of Sentinels. Finally, last shot awarded the kill. 4 down goes Sentinels. That means a return for Proton Gaming.
The difference between that flag getting touched from Boo Boo Doo Boo and not was a minuscule amount of damage from a fragmentation grenade. Last shot's grenade just scrapes Boo Boo Doo Boo, prevents him from getting his shields back, and that's just enough. It really is a battle of inches between these 2 teams, and that fraction of a damage was enough for a flag return.
3 down goes Sentinels, and Druck's gonna get dropped right there. Lethal, a double kill out of him. Checking those vents, making sure that nobody from Proton Gaming was able to sneak through. Collect is already on that snipe side. He got to get himself a kill, tries to drive that snipe off the map. Last shot has a snipe of his own. Proton Gaming, lots of control out of them.
But Collect finally successful at throwing that sniper off, and this is going to prevent Sentinels from having too much firepower on this next play. And the nade's good, the shot's better. Last shot, preventing Sentinels from moving forward. This is the offensive play that we've been waiting for from either side. Proton has a real shot at getting a flag out.
We've been tied up at 0 apiece now, but now that both of these teams are starting to open up within their offensive end, we could see the first flag cap, but multiple members going down. Sentinels defense stopping Proton Gaming from advancing that flag any forward, and the flag eventually returned, and Sentinels right back over toward this pistol side, now infiltrating the base of Proton Gaming.
It's surprising how quick this counterattack has been for Sentinels. And this time, they're not worried about the kills. They're saying, hey, we'll try to pull the flag out first. The kills will come in the second half. Unfortunately for them, it looks like none of those kills are going to come. 3 going down for Sentinels. Would like to see Proton increase their pace. I'd like to see them play really fast here. Just get into this back base, try to get that first pick, and potentially get a flag home.
Proton Gaming know they have to slay out Sentinels 1, if not 2 more times in order to get a clean run here. Taking their time right now. Last shot dropping down, giving up that height advantage, but securing, guaranteeing a kill, and guaranteeing an advantage here now for Proton Gaming. That's until Lethal was able to take down Collect. Last shot still on the flank. Couple shots and a trade out with Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Talk causing mayhem on the backside, and Talk might be able to basically give his team some timing that was never supposed to be there. By winning that fight against Lethal, he prevents Sentinels from gaining any unnecessary space, and Proton now have a real chance at winning the mid fight. Oh, well, they had a chance, and Falcated did Falcated things, finds the one-shot player, and once again, we're getting back into that neutral state. New snipers up. Maybe that'll be the difference maker this time around.
Less than 2 minutes on the clock here. Either one of these two teams to score a cap. It's really Sentinels that are on their back foot at the moment, trying to stay alive, not only here in this series, but here in this tournament. If Proton Gaming win it, that is it. Sentinels wanting to reset the bracket, but it's going to have to be through a game 5. Snipers out. Can't quite connect onto the players. Finally, a body shot does, but Sentinels are still getting aggressive. Falcated through the low ground. Another shot connects for Collect. Nades are down. Sentinels can't quite hop on that flag. They know they need their slays, and both Lethal and Falcated hit the black screen.
Collect young and reckless, but showing that the lesson of high ground always wins doesn't always remain true. At the lowest point of the map, makes the biggest play for his team. Great job just making sure that eventually that sniper shot hits and preventing that flag from getting past that 50-yard line. Only 50 seconds left for his team to find some sort of follow-up play, and having to waste these grapples to stay alive. That's the tough part, man. You really want to have those grapples ready to help run that flag. It's usually the key difference between a flag that gets stopped short and one that goes home.
34 seconds on the clock here in regulation. Sentinels going to be down at a pivotal moment within the game. Proton, if they can get in the base of Sentinels, put them on stagger spawns, we could see a pull. We could see sudden death. Boo Boo Doo Boo flies in with the grapple and a double kill that may just shut down the push of Proton Gaming.
Be wary of the counter. Boo Boo has a grapple. He can try to chain himself in here. Gets caught out, unfortunately. I'd like to see him just fly in and get a flag out. Instead, they're going to play for overtime. New snipers, new grapples. We didn't see one flag cap in 12 minutes. Maybe we'll see the one in the next 5. Put it on the clock. We're going to overtime.
5 minutes remaining.
Who knows? Oftentimes in overtime, it's one opening strat, one quick 3 or 4 down, and it could cost you the entire game. The game that you worked so hard to keep close, get into an overtime. A little bit less than 5 minutes to work with for both of these teams. And Lethal just looking for where the pressure could be coming from.
It's on the opposite side. I have seen so much respect for both these teams on how and where they can push Talik, the designated sniper this time around for Proton. And a very slow and methodical game. You can see the difference though, right? Sentinels being very forward with their sniper. On the other side, Talik playing a back position. We'll have to see which bet pays off for these teams.
Ooh, last shot. Taking a more centered route there, trying to wrap back towards his PC, gets caught by Precision. Now Precision's location has been revealed, but it doesn't matter. You can know where he's coming from. If he's hitting shots, you ain't gonna be able to stop him. Too quickly go down for Sentinels though, and now it's Precision being left by himself. One shot, running, trying to stay alive. Proton Gaming getting aggressive.
Precision making the play that he needed to stay alive and help his team still have forward presence. I think last shot, that play where he gets caught at top mid, I think those are the rookie mistakes that he'll have to try to clean up. Precision just playing that middle map so often. The first priority, right? Play the outside lanes. Make sure that there's no one playing on towards the outside. You can't cut through the middle of the map when you don't have numbers.
Still got 4 bullets to work with. Does Precision here. Meanwhile, off of screen, Talik was able to take down Falcon, and Precision trying to find an interesting angle. He knows that Proton have been playing through that vent so almost the entire game, but now it's Proton to go 3 down. Talik gonna do everything he can to stay alive. Sentinels will get aggressive here once again. Sentinels having an opportunity to maybe get a flagpole here. The spawners up for Proton. The shots are being laid down, tagging everybody up. Falcon gets the double. This could be it for Sentinels.
Well, it's dangerous for Proton right now as Sentinels knocks on this door. If they get a player deep, that grapple is up for Proton at the moment. Sentinels, if they can get their players in, potentially grab that grapple, and it might be Precision. Look at this long flank play for Precision, getting behind everyone on the map. He's going to be able to find the kill on last shot. He pulls out this flag. I think if he would have went up the vent, found that grapple, they could have been in a great spot to run that flag. But it really has been the difference maker in this game is there's just no grapple utility on these flag runs thus far.
Now only 2 minutes to work with here in overtime.
We're gonna get an overtime for our overtime, Tony?
We could be looking at a double overtime situation. Right now we're looking at Collect doubling up this
14,
sniper.
14 bullets a snipe.
God bless.
I don't think there's enough time in the game to use 14 bullets of this snipe. You better win with this one.
Well, he's already starting to hit shots, but with his teammates going down, it's going to be hard for Proton Gaming to mount some kind of offense here. Sentinels with the man advantage, they're going to push up. All the bullets in the world don't mean much if you're not able to hit this shot. It starts with this defense here for Proton Gaming.
Couple stray shots, Collect. Calm himself down in these next 60 seconds so they're going to find themselves a flag capture. Sentinels really scattered on this map, and you're seeing it. So you're seeing the downside effect. 2 players going down right away, and that activates the rest of Proton to get themselves in a position. Collect can really hit some crucial snipe shots here, open up that base and allow their team to pull out a flag. Looking for anyone that's trying to overextend. Collect being very cautious about what could happen. And there we go. Talik was able to use a grapple slide to pull the flag out.
It took 12 minutes of regulation. About almost about 4.5 minutes here in overtime, but we see a flag being pulled, but we see a return happening here for Sentinels, and Collect will end up losing that sniper. Another 2v2 situation. Falcon trying to send that nade over towards last shot. Lethal with the flank. Sentinels have 14 seconds to work with. They do have an advantage. They could force sudden death, or it looks like they're going to slow it down. And we may just be looking at double overtime.
Double overtime it is. What was that? 15? Carry that. 17 minutes? 17 minutes of 0 flag capture Argyle?
Or a little bit of sudden death, so maybe about 17 minutes and 30 seconds-ish. Yeah, we had a bit of sudden death.
Yeah, it's not the play. Let me tell you what. Let's get a flag on the board, folks. Our grand finals could come down to Argyle Part 2. Look at this damage. Everyone put about just the same. I don't think I've ever seen damage so tight in a lobby before. That everyone just about the same in this lobby. Lethal last shot, lagging a little bit behind for their teams, but either way, I think we need to see just a little bit better utility usage in this next iteration of Argyle. I feel like they're a little too quick to use their grapples to gain movement on the map, rather than using those grapples as a way to accelerate the win condition, which is getting that flag home.
I feel like we should have a rule here, like if you go through overtime and you go through regulation, through overtime, no cap on the board, we don't play the same map, we just switch it to Aquarius. I feel like if there was no flag cap in 17 minutes, at that point we switch it to a different map. And that's the new rule.
I can get behind it. Let's see what the commissioner. We'll have to send it over to the commissioner, Tony. I think you got some sources. We'll try to get the rule change up for the team. But as we see, we'll go through some of these replays and see. It was just like we saw maybe. I wonder how many flag steals there were. Period. It felt like it was just a real struggle to get past that 50-yard line.
Yeah, both teams really struggling to get that 50% map control and try to convert it. Like, Argyle is a map that's going to test, your chess game, like how good you are at pushing from your side, slaying out, pushing to that 50, and then getting a secondary round of slays. One round of slays, 2 round of slays usually isn't enough. You really have to be able to control the spawns, and it starts with controlling that halfway point of the map and then infiltrating. It's tough. It ain't easy.
And like you said, it really is going to be a chess game. And the one thing that we didn't see from the last 17 minutes of this map was any sort of gambit play. I'd like to see them make riskier plays, offer up some risky positions to try to accelerate your timing on the map and be more aggressive. I think there was just too much respect on both sides for either team. Teams are going to make mistakes. Try to find those mistakes and almost force the mistakes from the other team by putting yourself in unorthodox positions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's a full reset that we normally look at when going into that double overtime. And but I will say, the major difference between obviously the version 1 and this one is it is a one cap take all situation. 12 minutes on the clock. You still have plenty of time to work with. It took them 17 minutes to get to this point, so something tells me they may use up a lot of that clock, but one cap to win it all here. Game number 4, Sentinels desperately needing this to send us into that game 5. Proton do have the opportunity to be crowned your champions with the one flag cap here.
Snipers went into the hands of Talik. Last time we get there, it said is it first to one. Lethal says it is unless we don't get the first capture. I like that. Play both sides.
You gotta cover all ground. You gotta
cover it all, baby. Cover it all.
COA, baby.
Boo plays fast. Going for that quantum translocator. This is I think the quantum translocator is strong. Don't get me wrong, Tony, but I almost feel like it's a waste of a grapple. I'd rather have someone you play slow, maybe that the quantum translocator go into their hands and keep that second grapple for a potential play.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they can make use of both the quantum translocator and having one grapple in another player's hands. You never know. All it takes is 1 or 2 slays, and it could create so much opportunity here. And right now, it's Talik versus Precision. The sniper battle here that could decide the game if they play it right.
Well, okay, we are almost a minute in, and we have 0 kills for either. So finally, a kill goes in. So we're seeing very much the same style of play from the first time around. No one going to change up their game plan this time. It's really going to come down to finding a mistake from the other side and exploiting it as quickly as possible.
2 do end up going down here for Sentinel, so a really important life now for Precision. He needed to stay alive. He does take down Talik, but a cleanup comes quick from Druck. And look how aggressive Druck and Proton Gaming are being. There's no patience here. It is a quick pull out of Proton, but a counter out of Sentinels.
Man, this is more action than we saw for the entire Last map, Collect. Gonna be able to get this towards his team. Talik's gonna have his cover. There's no one from Sentinels in quick position, but a sniper from Precision that could prevent this flag from going home.
There it is.
Enemy captured your flag. Good.
Proton Gaming with the cap and the tournament. It took 17 minutes in the first version of the game, and this one came lightning quick in double overtime.
Well, that does it. For the first time in a month, we don't have a bracket reset. Proton Gaming don't need to use any of that winner's advantage. They get it done 3-1. Fantastic tournament from them. They really seem to be at their highest state. You know, this is the best they've looked all season long, in my opinion. It's coming in at the right time with some great games against Sentinels, right? At game 5 in the winners final, and then able to get it done in just 4 in our grand finals.
Proton Gaming are back, man. They brought in Collect, and this team has turned it around. Proton Gaming finally hitting that ceiling, finally hitting that potential that we know they can hit. And now I'm wondering, are they going to continue this when we get to land, when we get to London? Because we've only seen this so far one time out of them. We've only seen Proton finally started that ceiling. I'm excited to see the likes of Druk, Talik, and now Collect and Last Shot. This was a huge win, a huge statement being made for Proton Gaming.
Yeah, we're seeing right now, guys, that we can get these guys in for an interview. I think they're gonna come by and come talk to us in just a second. So we'll get all that stuff prepped up for you guys as well. We'll get to hear from Proton Gaming in just a little bit.
So how do you feel about Proton's run? Are you a believer? I know you've known these boys for a while.
Any team with Druk and Talik, I believe. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm just too big of a fan.
Okay, I respect it. I mean, I feel like we've grown up with these boys. You know, like we've known Druk and Talik since the late Halo 5 days when we first started casting. We were casting these boys in the Fung 4 and the KCP, and the same thing for me with Last Shot. When I got my start with casting SWAT tournaments, he was doing his thing. And even Collect back in the day, he was going by, what was he going by, Zolda back then? Zoldak. He was all up in Halo 5 as well. Excited for this Proton Gaming roster, and I want to see more. And for them to find their rhythm right before London, ain't no better time.
Right, it's sometimes you need to have things just change up a little bit, make things a little bit mixy right before you go to an event. Try to create the change necessary for you to get a high placing. Obviously, we weren't happy with what happened just a bit before. Now, these 4 players, I mean, they look fantastic. Well, I think we got it, Tony. I think they're ready. Let's bring in the folks over at Proton. When I say bring in the folks over from Proton, I mean all the folks from Proton, including their coach Trey. Welcome to the show, folks. How does it feel to come out so strong after making a change at the final moments before London?
It was absolutely freaking amazing that we just lock it in before every event, it feels like, and we just get our crap together, basically.
Hey, well, I love to see it. I'm going to start with you over there, Druk. We haven't seen you. We haven't seen you out of LAN in quite some time. Are you 100% confirmed we're going to see you at London?
Yes, sir. We're good for London.
Hey, okay. Now, can one of you walk me through what happened in these final hours? Where did this change come from? Why did you guys go out and pick up Collect?
We just felt like everyone was making change. Like, if you look at the changes made in the offseason and even just like recently, like people were just trying to get people who did more damage. Like Legend to SSG was because Penguin was like an OBG player, and Legend obviously just does like max damage, like super aggressive. And we just feel like we needed like more on that on our team, like pretty much just more damage output and like just kind of more aggressive play. And then that's why we picked Collect.
Well, Collector, when you got the call, I mean, walk through the process for you. Was it just an instant yes decision?
Yeah, 100%. I was on kind of like a leftovers team, and that team was kind of falling apart after the tournament on Saturday. So I think I got hit up, and I just immediately thought like, yeah, 100%, I'll join this team.
I didn't feel like that right away though. I felt like we had to like do a little bit of rizzing right there to like get him on to join the team, but we eventually got him to join. Yeah. Just like we started talking to him on Monday, I think. Like we were supposed to scrim Sentinels and then like talk to him, and Louis just like got it done.
Hey, well, that's great to hear. Y'all get the job done against Sentinels in 2 series. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Last Shot, because we haven't heard from you yet. But I mean, can you tell me what the hell happened in that last map? 17 minutes, no flag captures, nothing, and then you guys get it done in what, a minute after the reset. What was going on? Y'all trolling a little bit in that last game?
We definitely weren't playing as aggressive as I thought we were, and after that game, Hunter was just like, let's play more aggressive, let's play how we know how to play our brand of Halo, and we got it done.
I think we were just trying to beat our record, because on Pit Flag we didn't touch the flag at all when we played them in Winners Final, so we're just trying to do better than that.
Well, either way, you guys eventually got the job done. Preparation for London, right? You guys got a couple weeks. What's the game plan for you guys going into London? Any specific things that you guys learned from today's tournament that you got to work on?
I think it's just refining like everything we've been working on already. Like I think we like have it down how we want to play. We just got to keep on refining it and like just focus on being the team that makes the least mistakes. Because at the end of the day, like everyone's gonna make mistakes. It's just whoever makes the least wins the tournament. So. All
right, well, Coach Trey, we haven't heard from you yet. You know, you kind of get this outside perspective on how everything's happening in the game. What do you think about this new roster? Having Collect in, bringing on a Last Shot this season. How's everything been looking from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, these guys are putting in the work. When we had, originally talked about putting this roster together, prior to even Collect, we had talked about a winning culture and really putting in maximum effort, showing up for scrims, making sure that we get maximum scrims, maximum theater time, like everything. And these guys are, tip-top professionals. So they've been putting in the actual work. It's rare to see in the space. And so it's nice to see it sort of play out in our favor. And then recently with the change, we knew that we could, continue to perform top 8, top 6, even top 4 at times, but we're not going for that. So we want to take down any one of the big 3 teams. So that's why we made this change, and here we are.
All right, folks, I want to open up this floor. Anyone who has anything they want to say about your team, what you guys have plans going up, anything you wouldn't want the world to hear from you guys, just take a moment and let it off the chest, None of you. Not one of you.
Not a single thing.
Not a single thing.
We just let the gameplay do that. We let the gameplay do the talking. That's it.
Hey, love it, folks. That is Proton Gaming. They will be at London. I guess this is my last question for you guys, because there was a real conversation about what pool you wanted. You ended up in Pool A against Space Station Gaming because you got first place this time. Was there any conversation about like do we want to throw and get Pool B?
Not at all.
we talked about like what pool we land in if we got like first or second, but I mean like we're not gonna like throw it. Yeah, we're gonna have to beat everyone to win the tournament anyway, so it doesn't matter what pool we're in.
Yeah, I respect it, and obviously you guys had to win the tournament, period, because you guys weren't gonna get the job done through pro points. So icy tournament from you guys. You had to get first or second. You immediately come through, get it done from the winner's side, and we will see you all in London. Druck, 100% confirmed. We heard it here. Druck, you will not be a liar. You will be at London, right? 100. I want to hear it from you one more time. 100% confirmed. All right. Thank you. Thank God. It's been too long since we've seen Druck at a land. He will be at London underneath this Proton Gaming roster. Thank you all for coming through and talking to us here. And congratulations on winning and making your way to London.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do appreciate everyone at LVT that's putting in this work behind the scenes. Love what y'all do, and I'm sure everybody in the Halo community appreciates it.
Yeah, for real. Like you guys are literally keeping the game like super alive right now. Like it's all you guys in like the viewership right now, and like every time we have a tournament, and, like no one else will be streaming it or casting it like this. You guys like do a major favor to the community just by doing this, so thank you.
All right, yeah, thank you guys so much, and I'm excited to see you guys at London. Make sure that that we look your way, and maybe we see some great performances from you guys over on the seas. Yeah, oh, I gotta actually, Talik, I got one last thing to ask you. You know, I thought I was gonna let you guys go, but Talik, is it your first time in London?
Yeah, it is.
You got any special plans? You gonna do anything fun in London?
Definitely going to the pubs a lot.
All right.
I always wanted to go to a pub.
Definitely chill with the bros for a bit.
Definitely chill with Sika and them for sure.
All right, just stay sober for the tournament part for me, okay?
Yes,
just for the gameplay. All right, folks. That was Proton Gaming. Thanks, you guys. You guys can disconnect.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate y'all coming through. All right, folks. That does it for our tournament. Proton Gaming are our champions. Tony, I had a fantastic time with you today. Any last things you want to say before we wrap this thing up?
Yeah, I mean, thank you guys so much for having me. LVT Halo, you guys in the chat, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Absolutely loved hearing from Proton Gaming and them talk about the roster move and even showing some love to LVT Halo. It's always really cool when the pros show it some love, and obviously it's great to be in the booth with you. It's been a while since we've been in the booth together, considering that this is my first duo when I first got started and whatnot, and it definitely felt good. So thank you, Garrett.
Hey, no, it was a fantastic time, Tony. Anytime we get a cast, it always feels like some fun. Like, you know, like we heard from the Proton boys, if you want to help support, I mean, hey, LVT's doing it all. Maybe subscribe to the channel, have some fun with us here today. That does it for me and Tony. We're not quite the end of our show. Let's go back and listen in with our founder, Mr. Louis V. Titan, on the desk.
Yo, congratulations to Proton and the gang on the dub. Very impressive stuff, taking down Sentinels. But I wanted to take a quick moment here. It is Mother's Day. I'm going to shout out Mama LVT one more time. Thank you for everything that you do for me and for everybody here in the LVT Halo chat. I know you bring the vibes all the time, so thank you for that. And then, of course, we got the credits for our open series. We had Aliek, we had Tools, myself hosting. We had Tools, Why Not, Active, Mikowski, Eli the Ninja on Talent Observers, Nighty Night, Izzy Plus, Gundam Sun, Callouts, Frizilla. We have an editor, all in one, ladies and gents, all in one. Not on this list, I apologize, all in one, but nevertheless, this man has played a integral part in making sure that our YouTube continues to be a success. And then, of course, the people that put in the work behind the scenes when we're not live, making sure that we have content to run and things to keep everybody involved. Aliek, myself, Tools, Nighty Night, and I'm sure there might be more involved, but nevertheless, shout out to the moderators as well. Kills in the Night, Lucinity, Zeus, Spying Ryan, Izzy Scout, Anxiety. If there's any other moderators that I'm leaving out, please shout out in the chat. Let us know that you're here. And then, of course, a special thanks to the Halo Championship Series team, HCS, Div specifically, always hooking us up with drops, making sure that we're part of that grassroots program and making sure that we have everything that we need. Shout out to the Face It Halo admins, and then of course the DSA group. They're also coordinating with the Face It admins to ensure that all of these tournaments go in a timely manner and they get done as best as possible. I think that anybody that has run across the DSA team can agree. They know what they're doing. And then last but not least, thank you to all of our viewers, all of our subscribers, all of our supporters. We're over 70K here with likes on Twitch. We're on YouTube as well, live as we speak. So thank you to all who makes this a reality. And last but not least, thank you to the LVT co-streamers, ensuring that this content gets spread throughout the community. It doesn't matter if you normally stream Big Team Battle or if you normally just watch the game and commentate or react. You know, we love Halo here. So shout out to everybody that's making this dream become a reality. Once again, congratulations to Proton Gaming. You guys all kick some ass today. So GG's you guys for punching that ticket to London. We're gonna see you all in London. And then last but not least, we have Orlando coming up. If you haven't already done so, hit !Orlando in the chat. tune into this. We're going to be live streaming from Orlando. If you're around Orlando, come through. If you're interested in, maybe sitting down, getting some games in, getting some LAN. And if you've never played Halo Infinite LAN and you're in the vicinity, come through. This is going to be a LAN center vibe, right? Not a Halo Championship major type of vibe, but more of a LAN center. This is something where we're going to get down and we're going to get gritty. We're going to have lots of cameras around, right? We're not going to have all the bells and whistles and lights and smoke and all that good stuff, but we are going to be diving into the personalities that are going to be in Orlando. So please, if you haven't already done so, get involved. Hit that exclamation point Orlando. It starts on Friday. It's going to continue Saturday and Sunday, right? Friday we're doing FFA and some other fun stuff, and then Saturday and Sunday we're getting down to business, double elimination tournaments. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be right here on LVT Halo. If you can't make it in person, if you can make it in person, come through. See what it's all about. If you haven't already done so and you're interested, there's still time to sign up, get your team pass purchased, and get out to event. Have LVT Halo talk over some of your gameplay. But in the meantime, we're going to run some replays. We're going to try to get our highlight video up in record time, and then we'll be wrapping up the stream. So thank you to all who tuned in. That's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. This is your major qualifier completed. Proton are your champions. They punched their ticket to London, as well as a couple of other teams. So that's going to be it. Adios, everybody. Exclamation Orlando.
Double kill. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Ball drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Perfect. Ball drop. kill. Enemy has the ball. Ball drop. Perfect. Drop. Enemy has the ball. Ball enemy halfway to victory. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Reversal. Double kill. Double kill. Killing spree. kill. Perfect. Double kill. Double kill. Perfect. Snipe. Double kill. Killing spree. Enemy team double kill. The ball. Ball drop. Team nearing victory. Double kill. Enemy has the ball. Double kill. Double kill. Snipe. Double kill. With the hill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.